The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
December the 12th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 627 AD, battle at Nevena, Byzantine Emperor Hercules beats Sassanid forces during Byzantine-Sassanid War. In 1909, Guillermo Marconi sends the first transatlantic radio signal from Hull in Cornwall to Newfoundland, Canada. In 1925, last Khoja Shah of Iran is deposed. Reza Shah Pahlavi takes over. In 1946, the United Nations accepts 6 Manhattan blocks as a gift from John D. Rockefeller. In 1964, Kenya becomes an independent republic with Jomo Kenyatta as its first president. In 2000, U.S. Supreme Court releases its 5-4 decision in Bush versus Gore, settling the recount dispute in Florida's 2000 presidential election in George W. Bush's favor, and thus handing him the presidency over Al Gore. In 2015, COP21 Climate Change Summit in Paris reaches a deal between 195 countries to limit the rise of global average temperatures to less than 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. In 2019, British general election won by Boris Johnson's Conservative Party and landslide win with 80-seat majority. Scottish National Party also wins 48 of 59 seats in Scotland. In 1966, A Man for All Seasons, based on the play by Robert Bolt, directed by Fred Zimmerman, starring Paul Schofield, premieres in New York. Best Picture, 1967. In 1792, in Vienna, Ludwig van Beethoven receives first lesson in music composition from Franz Joseph Haydn. In 1930, Baseball Rules Committee greatly revises the rule book. Ball bouncing to stands, not a home run, now a double. Born on this day, Samuel Hood, John Jay, Gustav Flaubert, Edvard Munch, Gerd von Rundstedt, Ed Koch, Frank Sinatra, Bob Barker, Regine Kahn, Tracy Austin, Jennifer Connelly, Sammy Davis Jr., Donnie Warwick, Bob Piet, Emerson Fittipaldi, and dying on this day, Robert Browning, John Thompson, Menelik II, Douglas Fairbanks, Peter Fraser, Mildred Bailey. And that was This Day in History. And if you enjoy what you're hearing here, please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. It helps the channel. And now, let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars, broadcast 92 regarding a murder. Joe Masunaga, a Japanese, shot by an unknown assailant. That's all. Rose and questions.
The Rio Grande Oil Company has received the following letter signed by Jerome Erickson.
As a petroleum refinery engineer, I have followed with interest your advertising of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. I am familiar with the unique processes used in your cracking plant, which are far in advance of those used by any other refinery. I'm glad to testify that your claims of the advantages of cracked gasoline are entirely truthful. In fact, I believe you understate the superiorities of cracked gasoline. But I do question your statement that Rio Grande cracked gasoline powers more police cars, ambulances, fire engines, and other emergency equipment than any other brand. How can you prove such a sweeping statement?
Well, Mr. Erickson, we can prove every claim we make for Rio Grande cracked gasoline. You know that our patented cracking process gives our gasoline exclusive advantages. In soliciting city contracts, we talk with competent chemists and engineers and induce these officials to test Rio Grande cracked against any other gasoline. The result is that the leading cities and counties of California and Arizona now specify Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively. So, Mr. Erickson, if you will add the number of police cars, fire engines, and other emergency equipment operated by Arizona's largest city, Phoenix, and its largest county, Maricopa, to the cars operated by such California cities as Oakland, Berkeley, Marysville, Fresno, Bakersfield, Los Angeles, and San Diego County, and many others, you will find that the vast majority of the emergency cars in the territory where Rio Grande is sold use Rio Grande cracked because it gives the best performance of any gasoline they can buy. And now we are privileged to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department, who has a word for you. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. The tentacles of the narcotic traffic are far-reaching, and the byproducts, crimes of possession and sale of narcotics, range from petty theft to murder. When our men face a narcotic case that entails Orientals, then the task is doubly and triply difficult. For here we meet the craft and painstaking attempt to avoid detection of a drug trafficker linked with the wily taciturnity of the Oriental. But the officer has two strong forces on his side. One is right, and the other, the honesty and civic mindedness of the Orientals living in our midst. The case you are about to hear was broken because the Japanese refused to be a party to breaking the law of his adopted land. Our policing job would be very easy if the Native American element of the population broke the law as infrequently as do our Pacific and Japanese fellow citizens.
One night, late last April, a Japanese tanker slowly makes its way through the spring fog in the Los Angeles harbor. While the rest of the crew is busily preparing docking gear, two shadowy figures approach the stern, quickly drop two packages wrapped in oilskin over the side. 5 minutes later, a Japanese fisherman reclaims the packages from the oily waters of the bay, and in half an hour, Master Naga, Japanese dope runner, dressed as a gardener, rattles cityward in an old Model T Ford. It is still an hour before midnight when he knocks on the door of a house in Aliso Street.
Ah, you are late, Matsunaga. See, there's sometimes a traitor to circumspection, Honorable Kobayashi. I have merely been careful.
You have brought the packages?
As I promised.
You arrived none too soon. Whose thing grows impatient?
Whose thing? He who dictates the laws of Chinatown?
Even so.
Oh, so then I understand you are impatient.
With him, on the other side of that door, is also the great Song Gao, with 2 such men as customers. Our lives from this moment on can be one never-ending succession of joyous ease. Wait for me outside. I will bring you all your money as soon as I have completed the transaction. Honorable gentlemen, he has 6 ounces of morphine, honorable sirs.
We had expected more.
It was the most we could procure at this time, but there will be more soon.
The quality?
Oh, the best.
Swear?
I swear my honor upon it.
And the price?
$500.
500. It is not an inconsiderable amount.
Oh, yes. It is not beyond the reach for 2 such distinguished gentlemen who are satisfied only with the best.
$500 is $500.
Your venerable Lipo has written, for every prudent one who turns away from the lotus path, there are 10 who will gladly follow it. Others of my acquaintance will say $500. So, gentlemen,
For fine morphine, your price is fair. We will pay it.
I was already aware that I was dealing with gentlemen of astute perception.
Here's your $500.
And here is your 6 ounces of morphine. May you live 10,000 years. My humble house is honored. Come in, gentlemen.
We can say what we have to say quickly. It is not necessary to encroach upon your hospitality.
So, is something wrong?
There is the morphine you sold us.
What is the matter?
It is of inferior grade. It is worthless for our purposes. You must return our money.
Oh, but gentlemen, I cannot understand. I am sure the merchandise was of the finest.
You are not a user of our car. We are. Therefore, there can be no question which of us is the better judge. Take your morphine and give us our money.
Oh, I'm very sorry, gentlemen. I cannot understand how this happened. I have been the victim of misrepresentation. I was positive the morphine was of the finest.
It may be as you say, but it does not concern us. We want our money back.
Well, it is not possible to pay you this moment. If you give me time...
How much time?
Oh, maybe 2 days, a week.
You shall have a week. At the hour of the deepening shadow, 7 days from now, we will return.
Matsunaga, you have dishonored me.
Oh, how is that, Okabayashi?
The morphine you brought me is worthless. Sungao and Wu Sing have returned it.
Oh.
They demand their money back.
Oh, but we can't do that. We did not know. It is the Honorable Araki in Yokohama who is to blame if your morphine was bad.
Araki will do nothing. You know that. We must make good to the 220. You must return your share of the money.
Oh, but I have spent much of it. I have paid the Matsu.
This is from Matsu.
Oh, but the Matsu has paid the 2 sailors on the boat.
Then you must get the money back from them. Let them return the morphine to Araki in Yokohama.
Oh, the 2 sailors are gone. The boat has sailed.
Oh, I hear enough excuses. You get me that money.
Oh, I will do my best. Something to eat, Honorable Sir?
Yes. Very much. A glass of hot sake.
Thank you.
And draw the curtains to the booth. If anybody asks for me, you tell them you have not seen me.
Save yourself the trouble. We shall draw the curtains ourselves.
Oh, go.
Yes. Also, Fu Sing.
You seem to have been avoiding us, Fibber. We called at your house several times since your week was up. You were not home.
No, I've been very busy getting your money.
And you have the money?
No, not all of it. All I could get was $150. Here, take it.
It is not enough.
But it is all I could get. Please understand, gentlemen. I am not responsible for this. I acted in very good faith.
Who is responsible?
Matsunaga. He delivered the morphine to me. He received it from the boat. He is responsible.
Then collect the money from him.
Oh, I have tried. He fainted. Oh, but $35. I have added all the money I have. It only comes to $150.
It is not enough.
I can do nothing more.
It is not enough.
But what shall I do?
You have caused us to lose faith.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
Your sorrow, no matter how deeply felt, cannot compensate for our losing faith.
Our honor must be appeased.
But how?
You say this Matsunaga is responsible?
Yes.
Then he must pay with money or with his life.
Oh, he cannot pay money. He has no money.
Then you must take his life.
Oh, no. I know murder.
You must save our faith.
But,
it is very simple problem. You take Matsunaga's life, or we take yours.
I have done my best. I am not guilty. I am a man of honor.
You must save our faith.
But if I kill Matsunaga, they will send me to prison.
And if you don't, our hatchet man will visit you.
Prison is a beautiful garden of cherry blossoms compared to the hot hill of a hatchet man.
And if you are clever, you do not have to go to prison. Our hatchet man, if his services are required, will not go to prison.
Oh, gentlemen, surely there is some other way. You are men of honor.
Exactly. That is why our honor must be preserved.
There is nothing more to say.
If Matsunaga is not dead within 4 days, we will visit you again. Good night.
Oh, all ready. Sorry, mister. Oh, take it away. I'm not hungry now.
For 3 days, Okabayasha in mortal dread searches for Matsunaga. But no one in Little Tokyo knows the dope runner's address, for while in Matsunaga has no residence excepting his automobile in which he apparently lives. Finally, as the time limit imposed by the 2 Chinese approaches, Okabayasha, trudging down East First Street, sunk in desperation, recognizes Matsunaga's car parked before a noodle joint. His decision made, Okabayasha clambers into the rear of the sedan, settles down to wait for his quarry. A half hour later, Matsunaga, accompanied by 2 Japanese, leaves the restaurant.
It seems we have a passenger.
Yes, Matsunaga.
I saw your car. I thought perhaps you might be driving near my house.
It is a pleasure to accommodate the Honorable Okabayasha. Get in, my friend. Get in.
At the corner of First Street and Boyle Avenue, Matsunaga drops one of the Japanese. Continuing on toward Hollenbeck Park, the remaining trio travel in silence. And then as they are approaching Hollenbeck Park, at the corner of 4th and Company.
get out motor and help our passenger out. He lives in this neighborhood.
Arthur.
This is your stop, Okabayasha?
Please, go get out. You keep out of this. You got the money in Matsunaga?
No, I told you I could get no money.
You refuse to get the money?
Yes, I refuse. I cannot get it.
Very well. You have had your chance.
No. Oh,
Is it your life or mine?
Help, mother. Help,
Shut up, you.
Help.
You are his friend. I kill you too.
No, I'm not.
Come back here. Come back. All right, Moto, calm down now and tell us what happened after he chased you into the park.
He was shooting after me and hitting the wrist. So, you see here.
Well, how'd you get away from him?
I thinking fast, hiding in bush. Then when he going after me in great distance, I taking off shoes and going to barber shop of friend, Kokomoto, and calling you rich man.
You took off your shoes.
Why? Oh, not wanting to make any noise for him to knowing where I am.
I see. Now, who was this guy that did the shooting?
I not knowing. Never seen him before.
You the boss here?
Oh, yes, the police.
Are these two guys in here with another guy about midnight last night?
Oh, yes, sir. I think I maybe so.
You know a friend of theirs with the name of Oka?
Oka. Oh, many Japanese have a name, Oka. Okamoto. Okajima. Okahuro.
That's nice. Like looking for John Smith.
A police?
Nothing. You know Matsunaga, don't you?
Oh, Masanaga. Oh, yes, sir. I thinking Masanaga were eating here with these two honorable gentlemen last night.
Well, do you know any fellows with the name of Oka that Matsunaga hung out with?
Oh, not knowing for sure. But please, may I ask a question?
Sure. What do you want to know?
Is Honorable Masanaga dead yet?
What? Say, what are you talking about? Did you know he was going to die?
Oh, I knowing nothing.
Come on. What are you talking about?
Oh, well, I'm not interfering in Chinaman affairs.
Chinaman's affairs? What do you mean?
Oh, well, a couple days ago, I hearing two Chinamen say to customer, if Masanaga not dead 4 days, they kill customer.
You did? Well, why didn't you tell the police?
Oh, none of my business. Not wanting to be killed by Chinaman too.
What was the name of the customer these Chinamen threatened?
Oh, I'm not remembering that.
Oh, come on. What was his name?
I cannot remember.
Listen, this is important. Masanaga's dead. If two Chinese told this guy to kill Masanaga or be killed, then this customer of yours is a murderer.
What's his name, Oka?
Oh, I'm thinking maybe so he call Oka, yes, but... Yes, for certain. I hear Chinaman saying, good night, Oka. Okabayasha.
Okabayasha? What did he look like?
Oh, I'm not noticing. I'm not wanting to be killed by Chinaman.
Listen, you've got to remember what he looked like.
Oh, I think maybe he have a round face.
Moto, did the man who rides with you have a round face?
Oh, yes. He having a round face.
How was he dressed?
He wearing cuffs, a gray sweater maybe.
How old was he, Matsu?
Oh, maybe for he living 50 years on Earth.
How much did he weigh, Moto?
Oh, I'm not sure, but
California Police State Teletype, broadcast 13 to all points. Be on the lookout for Joe Okabayasha, Japanese, 50 years old, height 5 feet 7, weight 185 pounds, wearing dark sweater, dark cap, fat, round face, known gambler. This suspect may attempt to escape by Japanese fishing boats from Terminal Island, wanted on suspicion of murder.
Well, Pap, how about those prints we found on the car?
We can account for all of them. Either Masanaga's, Moto's, or Matsu's.
Found out anything else about Okabayasha?
Mighty little. You know, this case smells of dope to me.
That's what I've been thinking. I just told Eddie Chitwood about it, and he's working on that angle.
How about the Japanese colony?
What do you mean?
Well, they're self-respecting, law-abiding citizens. That is, 99% of them. When one of their countrymen breaks the law, they consider it a personal insult to their race. Well, I'm glad to help us. Why don't you call the Japanese papers and ask them to play up this story and run a description of Okabayasha? They'll play ball with us.
Good idea, Pat. I'll do it right away.
Patton is right. The Japanese editors are more than willing to cooperate in the manhunt, and their outraged editorials appeal to the Japanese population all over California to look for this renegade of their race and turn him over to the authorities. Several days go by while a Japanese attorney assists Hearst and Patton in their investigation. and then one evening on a lettuce ranch on the outskirts of Broadway in the Imperial Town.
Oh, Snappy. Oh, we're having visitors who come to our humble house. Your kinsman, Okabayashi.
I am not surprised.
Hello, Cousin Nake. Have you no welcome for me?
You are not welcome here, Okabayashi. You have killed a man.
Oh, even so, I'm your kinsman.
You
I
are
need your
no
help.
longer my kinsman, Okabayashi. You have brought disgrace to our house.
But I could not help it. You do not understand. It was his life or mine.
You have come far from the old teachings, Okabayashi. Better to commit harikiri than dishonor your name and your race.
But, Cousin Nake...
It is people like you who make it difficult for the rest of us to live happily in this alien land.
Oh, I have no strength to stand here and discuss such things. I am tired and hungry, Cousin Nake. I've been walking many nights. I must get across the border to Mexico. Then they cannot follow me.
The coward's way lies in flight. The brave man chooses death.
Hear me, Nake. Will you help me to cross the border? All you need to do is drive me to Calexico.
I will not help you afoot. I will give you no food. I will do nothing for you. You are less than a crawling beetle since you have brought disgrace upon all who once knew and respected you.
Oh, what will I do?
I do not care what you do. If I were you, I would drown myself in the Salton Sea.
Oh, we do not look upon things the same way.
I can say that.
If you will not help me, I will find someone who will.
No doubt there are people in the neighborhood who have no honor, but you will not find them among your countrymen.
Broadway Police Department.
You have better send some policemen down to irrigation ditch.
Why, what's up?
Something that will interest you.
Well, what is it?
Two Mexicans going down that way.
Well, what of it?
Another person with them. You go finding.
Well, who's the other person?
Maybe a white woman, maybe not. But you're glad for finding.
Well, now, look here. Hello? Hello? Hung up.
What is it, Sergeant?
Some Japanese says a couple of Mexicans are taking a white woman down to the irrigation ditch.
A white woman?
Well, he isn't sure. He wouldn't say for sure. Probably a crackpot. But you two boys better get down there and look around.
Okay, Sergeant. Okay, Sergeant.
Then you promise to get me across the border tonight?
Si, amigo. Well, first we must have our pay.
Oh, I cannot pay you all in money.
Well, it isn't too bad, amigo.
But I have 2 ounces of very fine morphine. It is worth more than you ask.
Oh, that is different. Oh, that is different.
Come back here by these trees. I will let you sample it.
I don't see no Mexicans. You, Ed?
No, no white woman either.
Wait a minute. Somebody in those trees there.
A couple of Mexicans, all right. And a Japanese.
We better shake them down and see what it's all about.
Okay.
I'll just flash my light in there. Well, boys, what are you up to?
The police.
Hey, come back here. Full of guns, Harry. Let them have it. Well, we winged one of them. Yeah. You see where the Mexicans went?
No, they got away. This fellow dead?
No, he seems to be breathing.
Now roll him over. Let's get a look at him. Let's see. Fat face, dark cap, dark sweater. Say, looks like the guy that's wanted for murder up in L.A.
Here's his gun. Spanish 38.
You better get the ambulance from El Centro and have the sergeant send his gun up to the L.A. Homicide Squad. Well, Moxley, what's the dope on that Spanish 38 the Broadway police sent us? The gun is the same one that shot the bullets found in Masanaga's body. See these 2 slugs? One's a test shot fired from the gun. Yeah. The other's a slug taken from Masanaga's head. Now, notice the groove. Never mind the technical explanation, Moxley. We'll take your word for it. Come on, Pat.
Well, I guess that settles Okabayashi. The prints on the gun handle are identical with the ones we found in Okabayashi's apartment. Mm-hmm. And the description furnished by Broadway police matches the description we have for him.
Right. The next step is to talk to the guy. Hurst and Patton pull out for El Centro, where Okabayashi lies in the hospital recovering from the wounds inflicted by Broadway officers when he tried to escape. It is a glaring hot May morning when they enter the hospital. How's the patient, Doctor?
Recuperating nicely.
Nothing serious, huh?
No, just a flesh wound. You'll be on his feet in another week.
That's just fine. Mind if we go in?
Not at all. Right this way.
Okay to question him?
Certainly. You can get anything out of him. He's pretty quiet, Duck.
Oh, don't worry. He'll talk to us.
Hello, Mr. Bayashi.
Who are you gentlemen being?
I'm Hurst from the Los Angeles Police Department. This is Patton.
For police? What for police wanting Okabayashi?
I guess you know that as well as we do.
No, not knowing.
Pretty hot down here in El Centro, isn't it, Okabayashi?
Oh, yes. I thinking sometimes cannot standing heat.
Pretty cool up in L.A. Nice breeze blowing in from the ocean. I'd like to go back up there.
Oh, no. I want to go to Los Angeles.
But you're going just the same.
Why did you kill Matsunaga?
No, not killing anyone.
Listen, Okabayashi, it's too hot to argue. We know you did.
Oh, no. Honorable gentleman making mistake. No killing. Okabayashi killing no one.
You're feeling too bad to lie convincingly, Okabayashi. Listen, you've been described by Moto and Matsu, who were in the car with Matsunaga that night. You've been described by the proprietor of the noodle joint the night the Chinaman threatened to get you.
And we have your fingerprints from your apartment in Los Angeles, as well as on the gun they found on you in Brawley. The gun that you used to murder Matsunaga with.
We'll prove all these things in court, and we'll send you up for murder. Of course, if you confess now, you might get a lighter sentence. Anyway, it's cooler up in the L.A. County Jail than it is down here in El Centro.
Well, how about it, Okabayashi? Want to come clean?
Oh, what is the hungry dare to do when food is grown is white and the cherry trees are buried deep in the cold, wet snow?
Huh? What did you say?
Oh, I was citing Tanka by Japanese poet, it having meaning of hopelessness.
Yeah, meaning that you're up against it, huh?
Or it seeming to be will of God that Okabayashi is caught.
Well, looks like it.
Very well. I telling everything. I shooting Matsunaga. I having good reason. It's not being my fault.
And so Joe Okabayashi makes a detailed confession to the Los Angeles officers, and as soon as his wounds have healed enough, he is brought to Los Angeles to face charges of murder and assault with intent to commit murder. His preliminary trial is held before Judge Ellis Egan, and Okabayashi, pleading guilty to second-degree murder, takes the stand in his own defense.
Yes, I killing Matsunaga. I am being guilty for murder in American law, maybe. But American, not understanding of the laws. Japanese and Chinaman, he have other laws. He have laws of saving face. Cannot break laws. Chinese tell me lose face. Me have to save face for them, or they kill me. They saving face. Very hard American understand. Very easy Japanese understand. I killing Matsunaga, but not being very guilty. I having for killing, or I being killed. It is like Big Bear and Hunter. If Hunter not killing Big Bear killing Hunter. I'm not being very guilty.
But Okabayashi's ingenious explanation of the Oriental Code of Ethics fails to impress Judge Egan. Climbs up the case by finding the Japanese guilty and sentencing him to San Quentin Penitentiary for from 5 years to life.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Warning to all motorists.
Next time on Star Trek The Next Generation, a life-saving mission uncovers a mysterious humanoid.
Who are you? What are you?
He is one of 4 escaped prisoners.
Is he the helpless victim of an evil plot?
I cannot control what is happening to me.
Or a fugitive who could destroy the crew?
They don't know how dangerous you are.
Find out on Star Trek The Next Generation.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, transcribed from Hollywood. Moonlight becomes you. It goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear.
Good evening, this is Bing Crosby. Buddy Cole, the boys, and I would like to serenade you right off with that old favorite entitled, Do Yous Ever Think of Me?
Another's arms about you, do you ever think of me? And when you whisper, I can't live without you, do you ever think of me? And when your eyes disguise those same old loving lies you tell so tenderly, deep in your heart I'm feeling, when some heart you're stealing, do you ever think of me? When you have another's arms about you, do you ever think of me? And when you whisper, I can't live without you, do you ever think of me? And when your eyes disguise those same old loving lies you tell so tenderly, deep in your heart I'm feeling, when some heart you're stealing, do you ever think of me?
Would you folks be interested in hearing about an inspired tax collector tonight? After all, you know, it's soon going to be time for the annual pilgrimage, the mass migration to the nearest tax collector's office. Step lively, please, now. Come along. Let's go. Come on now. Anyhow, the imaginative tax man that I refer to is Collector Alvin D. Hatton of Kansas City. This fellow's instituted the use of music in his offices. He hopes that this attraction will have a soothing effect on taxpayers when they pay their taxes. You know, this could be a genuine stride in the right direction. After all, scientists and medical men have been continually striving to develop new drugs to ease pain, and I guess it's high time that tax collectors come up with their own brand of Novocaine to give people when they put the bite on them. Music, you know, might be the answer, might be the antidote. Music's been used in many instances for its therapeutic values, even to the extent of piping it into hen houses to increase the egg yield. This, of course, is considered by economists as a sneaky way to get pullets to overmatch themselves. Might even, therefore, indicate that music for taxpayers would be used for the same purposes, but I don't think so. I'm sure the intentions of our tax collectors would have only the people's comfort in mind. If Collector Hatton's experiment proves successful, and music is adopted by the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the paying of taxes should no longer be an ordeal of coming in to face the music. Rather, it'll be a time to come in and hear it. The use of music might also induce the taxpayer to dig a bit deeper into his pockets, put him in a more mellow and expansive mood, sort of lull him into liberality. If so, it seems that if dulcet tones are wafted through the air conditioning ducts of the tax offices, it'll be a great improvement over the usual methods of persuasion. Implements such as the rubber hose, the rack, the bed of nails, and the Oregon spiked boot will be outmoded. These instruments of the Inquisition will be replaced by the jukebox and the recording turntable. Of course, there'll be problems, bound to be. one of which will be what type of music to play. And this is important since the musical tastes of each individual taxpayer are going to vary. The nerves of a person who likes pastorals might be shattered if the needle is dropped on the recording of a bebop. And, of course, a Frank Sinatra fan might tear up his 104.0 form in a fit of temper if a Frankie Lane rendition is played, or vice versa. But I'm sure the musical director of the Internal Revenue Department, and they're going to have one, I'm sure, he'll take this into consideration. It could be solved, for instance, by an additional query which could be added to the questionnaire of our tax form, such as, what type of music do you prefer, old boy? Having this advanced knowledge, your tax office will be all ready when you stagger in, loaded down with your bundle of notes, exemptions, and alleged deductions. I know that a certain kind of song has a marked effect on a friend of mine by the name of Pat O'Brien, a very fine actor and a taxpayer emeritus. Pat, as who wouldn't know, is a devotee of any tune with a tinge of emerald, anything with an Irish lilt to it. Or when he hears the tune where the River Shannon flows, his tear ducts do the same thing. The old song, Kathleen Mavourneen, has a much more soothing effect on Pat than, well, let us say Shaboom or something like that. With so many Irish tunes to choose from, I can see no reason why the tax collector should have any trouble with any irascible Hibernians. There can be no doubt that if the music is to their liking, any wares of the green will happily hand over their green on April the 15th. And there's those of Scottish descent. Now, lots of jokes have been made up about the frugality of the Scot. But I'm sure that Angus doesn't cry out in anguish any louder than the rest of us when it comes time to pay our taxes. Music would help assuage us all, I'm sure, and a citizen of Scottish descent would be within his rights to call the Internal Revenue disc jockey and request a bagpipe rendition. The Campbells are coming, hooray, hooray. An appropriate tune, don't you think, to greet him when he walked through the door, followed by all the other little Campbells to prove that he does have that many dependents. But for those taxpayers who have no particular choice of music or type of song, tone-deaf jokers, why, new material will have to be written for them. This might open up a whole new field for the tunesmiths of Tin Pan Alley. Or perhaps a rehash of some old songs to make them more appropriate for the occasion. For example, the object of my affections could be changed very quickly into the object of my deductions. And the ballad, It's Only a Paper Moon, can be switched to, well, it's only a paper form. Now, for those who pay their taxes by cash instead of check, there's always the old favorite, Zing went the strings of my pocketbook. There's even a song that I made a recording of back in 1946. Very big tax here for me, as I recall. I think it would be a fitting tune for those last-minute taxpayers, those tenacious diehards who hold off until the last minute. It's a song entitled, Now is the Hour to Lay It on the Barrelhead. These are just a few, but the possibilities, as you can see, are absolutely limitless. There's no doubt that the use of music to anesthetize taxable citizens will have far-reaching effects. For instance, song pluggers, I can just see them swarming in front of the Internal Revenue offices, waving copies of their latest wares at people, hoping to get them to request a certain tune. This could very well, snowball into an unhappy situation for the publishers and the composers of these songs, since by collecting additional fees and royalties, they might be zoomed into a higher income bracket. However, I'm sure the tax collectors would have only the sedative side of music in mind, and not as a source of additional income to balance the budget. They couldn't possibly do that. Music in many forms has been used to entice the populace in some direction or other. It's the Pied Piper gimmick adapted commercially. Good humor hucksters use it to advantage. Supermarkets offer tinkling tunes when the frozen food compartment is opened. Canned music with canned goods, so to speak. And there was a time in radio when a deluge of music quiz shows were foisted on the listening public. Many were the opportunities to pick up an easy dollar if one had the patience to telephone and could guess the right tune when the music was stopped or started or something or other. Times have changed somewhat, and most of that get-rich-quick crowd have got themselves Geiger counters. They're out searching for uranium. Instead of sitting home waiting for the buzz of their telephones, they're out of doors waiting for the buzz of their Geigers. Personally, I'm all for music while parting with dough. If we have to pay it through the nose, then let us have the opportunity of listening with the ear to our favorite rhapsody, operetta, schottische, or Dixieland band. At least when a taxpayer is asked by his tax examiner, what's the score, he's not going to be referring to the amount due the government. He merely wants to know what kind of music is desired during the conference. I may even get behind this whole musical movement for the peace of mind of the American taxpayer and contribute a stack of my recording. Or do you think that would be adding a pill to the cup of hemlock? Maybe I ought to audition for you. Here's a sample of my work. Let me know if I soothe you, will you?
We meet again. My heart stops a beat, and then goes down to defeat again. In willing surrender, in your eyes I see old memories rise, and on my lips that knew so much of you, I feel the fiery touch of you. Then through the haze I see all our yesterdays. You loved me 1,000 ways, each one I remember. Though I know we met but a smile ago, I know you by heart as though our love had always been. So love me now, for we may never meet again.
We may never meet again, never meet again.
Now, to carry on with that nice thought, I'd like to say that I hope we all meet again. What do you say, right here, same time, the same place tomorrow evening? Good night, and thank you very much.
Be sure to tune in again tomorrow night to Bing Crosby with Buddy Cole and his group, transcribed from Hollywood.
Tomorrow night, song stylist Teresa Brewer will be very foremost singing guest on the very foremost.
And, of course, the Avengers.
It'll be a crime if we don't find a body.
It'll be a crime if we do.
Attack, I fight. Back and forth.
Forth and back.
My legs grip.
A prodigious throw. Fell in with a single blow.
I burst in shooting.
The secret of the double-barreled atomic sock knitter is safe.
The nation is secure.
Right. Back up.
Give me the gun.
Back up.
Give me the gun.
Mrs. Peel, you're remarkable. Oh, I've broken my umbrella.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. Make yourself comfortable for the moment. You know, evil has a vitality that defies time. Its power can be curbed, denied, defeated, but only temporarily. And when it returns, its force is more malevolent than ever. We have all been to dark places and felt the presence of evil. And we have all seen things beyond our power of understanding. But, like Tom Fairley, we feel our explanations for everything. Or are there?
Cold, bitter cold, the smell, decayed.
No, he's unconscious. We'll talk to him later. Folger, did your men find anything else?
Just the grass. It's curious, Tom.
I don't see anything, Klaus.
Yes, you do, Tom, but it doesn't mean anything to you. We weren't here when we found Flip. The area is flattened. And there's a same strange discoloration.
What's all this got to do with Frank here?
I don't know. But I promise you, I'll find out. Our mystery drama, Frankenstein Revisited, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Milt Wissoff and stars Michael Wager and Leon Janney. I'll be back shortly with Act One. From the friendly people who make these broadcasts possible to the monsters who will make it impossible for you to sleep, I hope. Our drama opens on a story conference in a Madison Avenue bar. It will end, I assure you, in terror and fear.
Over here.
You sure picked a great place for a meeting.
Yeah, well, you're late.
If I didn't have to fight my way to the mom at the bar, I might have been here sooner. All right, what's on your mind, Frank?
Well, I've been looking for a special that we can use as a springboard for our new horror series. And what's more appropriate than the old Frankenstein legend?
You mean Boris Karloff and his magic electrodes?
No, Tom. Not the hokey monster brought to life by the mad scientist. That was cooked up by Mary Shelley. It doesn't rate with the Gothic tale everyone in Germany knows about the infamous Baron von Frankenstein and his terrible death. It's got all the elements of a superb spook show. What's more, this is the 400th anniversary of the Baron's death.
So what?
So this, old buddy. The monster is reputed to return every century looking for fresh blood.
It won't work, Frank. I was stationed near Darmstadt, only a stone's throw away from the Frankenstein castle after World War I. I've seen the place. It doesn't look like much. Even the burial crypt has been turned into a potato cellar.
Well, how about the incidents you mentioned at cocktails the other night? That's what really put me onto the show.
Oh, those killings I blabbed about had nothing to do with any monster. The police were satisfied the murders were committed by a fanatical group of neo-Nazis who call themselves the werewolves. Who's going to be interested in a defunct castle on an anniversary nobody celebrates?
Well, they will this year. We're going to billboard the 400th anniversary with a gala festival.
Well, who's going to show? The peasants used to have a fit when I even mentioned the Baron's name. That was almost 30 years ago.
Oh, they'll come. We're going to have sausage and beer, fireworks, and a dandy house of horrors to set the stage for our countdown to midnight.
A fake documentary, papier-mâché, razzle-dazzle.
The storyline is sound. It should scare the heck out of people. Now, if you don't want to direct the special...
All right. Count me in.
Good. Now, come on, square with me, Tom. Why all the bull about the potato cellar? You don't want to go back there, do you?
No, Frank, I don't like the place.
Then why not back out? I don't feel you're leveling.
Frank, I want to keep on directing for the network. I won't let anything stand in my way. Not you, not the gray hairs creeping up on me. Not even Frankenstein and his blasted castle. Just let me leave this one thought with you. We'll see how much you enjoy the scene when midnight approaches. I'd like to hear the tune you whistle when the wind howls.
Mr. Larkin. Mr. Larkin here. Oh, so good to see you again. And you too, Mr. Shelley.
Oh, Klaus, I'd like you to meet our little company. This is Eileen Garrett, who will play the Baron's ward, Laura.
And a charming one, I'm sure.
Him, I like.
And Flip Johnson, also known in the industry as The Voice. He'll do the descriptive background at the festival and the castle. The interviews with the man on the street. He will also double as Rolf, the suitor for Eileen's hand.
That won't take much acting. In that case, you might do.
This is Klaus Folger, our local representative, who will be our strong right hand during the production.
When do we meet Mr. Helmut?
Very soon. You'll find he makes an admirable Baron.
That's very strange. I've never heard of him.
Oh, he's quite a well-known actor, I assure you. Now I think it's time to leave for the castle. It's not the plaza, but I hope you will find it comfortable.
Well, I'm sure we will. Who goes with whom?
Well, there's enough room in the limousine for all of you. The baggage will follow in a small wagon. Truck.
How about you, Klaus? Aren't you coming with us?
No, Frank, I will see that the baggage is not consigned to München by mistake. But I will join you later.
I wonder what Mr. Helmut, the Baron, is like. I have a feeling.
Oh, Eileen, now you sound like Gloom and Doom Fairley. He's probably just another average, run-of-the-mill weirdo.
You've done a great job, Klaus. Even the crew's happy in the trailers.
I like my room fine. It's a bit drafty when the drapes are open, but the comforters will keep me warm, I'm sure.
How about this lunch?
I haven't had wild boar since the last time I was here.
Oh, is that what it was? It tasted like suckling pig.
The secret is in the marinade, Flip.
I see.
Klaus, why don't you get the ball rolling? The details on the Frankenstein legend.
Oh, it's not a complicated story. The hated aristocrat who exercised all the prerogatives of his position in this village almost 400 years ago. Unmerciful beatings, torture, and death for what he considered affronts to his person. This was his home.
Be it ever so humble.
The Baron lived here with his ward Laura, but he was a thoroughly evil man and hardly behaved toward her like an uncle should. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the Baron's death. 400 years ago, the Baron had a spectacular scene in the castle with Laura and her suitor Rolf. He mounted his horse and rode off into the woods. Someone or something ripped him from his horse and tore him to pieces.
And the legend says that every century the monster that killed the Baron returns. That's about it. And we'll be doing this direct from the scene tomorrow night.
We'll have a short run through this evening. Look for places to spot mics and pick out locations.
Flip will stroll through the woods and give us a little ad-lib color.
Will there be a crowd there? Not in the woods, Flip, baby. Just you and the Baron and the other monster. Oh, how come? Because no one in this area will venture into the woods after dark. And tomorrow night, the anniversary eve, they may not even stir out of their homes. Is that right, Klaus?
Possibly. The people here are very superstitious.
Oh, are they? Why don't you explain what happened 100 years ago on the last anniversary?
I was not yet born.
Yeah, but you know what happened.
A man was found dead.
Dead, Klaus? He was butchered, wasn't he? Torn to shreds? And his head was found at the foot of the hill.
Well, Frank, this is it.
Well, I hate to admit it, Klaus, but Tom may have a point about the castle grounds. It is kind of tacky.
Well, I'm not sure I agree. Physically, it's not much, but the decay, the feeling I get, I'm really frightened.
Oh, come on now, Princess. You're letting that creep's tail get under your skin. There's nothing here but battered stone and dirt. Reminds me of my past.
I get bad vibes. It reminds me of a trip I took to Central America years ago. The ruined pyramids, the bloody altars where thousands were sacrificed to bloodthirsty gods. It had the same aura of evil.
You are most perceptive, Miss Garrett. Evil is everywhere.
Who are you?
I am Paul Helmut.
He will play the Baron in our production.
How did you know my name?
No mystery about that. You are the only actress in the cast.
Of course. Oh, forgive me, Mr. Helmut. You came upon me so suddenly.
Yeah, well, where did you come from? I never saw you.
From the Baron's bedroom. A passage leads directly here. The place is honeycombed with such passages.
But there are no other cars around. How did you...
I arrived here several days ago.
You've been here several days alone? Oh, I don't think I'd enjoy that.
I like to get into character, Miss Garrett.
Well, now that we're all together, I'd like Flip to walk through the woods and give us his impressions.
Oh, swell, off the top of my head?
Exactly. Anything you see and feel, don't force it. I want this played low-key, sound natural. It'll help build the finish.
He's all hooked up, Frank. He can start at any time.
Now, listen, are you going to tape this?
Yes, but only so that we have a record of it. Tomorrow is for keeps. Go, Tiger. Get the demons in the woods.
Well, I play the scene better if Eileen kept me company.
No, there's no moon, Flip. And I'd hardly call this a romantic setting.
Romance is where you find it, Mama.
Is everything set, Klaus?
Yes. My assistant is about 100 yards in. Flip should be just about there now.
I don't want to interfere, Frank, but just what's going on?
It's a surprise for our boy. It should make Flip less Flip.
Yeah, we have our men play slightly off the path. You make small noises, sounds, create an atmosphere.
Does Flip know?
Of course not. That would defeat our purpose. Flip reacts beautifully. It will all be a surprise to him.
Frank, that's a dirty trick. Suppose something happens.
Well, now what can possibly happen? It's just a small forest, trees and grass.
Well, I don't like it. Flip?
It's no use, Miss Garrett. He cannot hear you.
Klaus, give your man a cue and bring Flip in.
Well, I'm about a quarter of a mile into Van Frankenstein's woods, and it's pretty much Dulceville so far. I was just thinking how strange it is. Never seen any animals around. Wait a minute. I think I just heard something. Probably a rabbit. I hope. Hey, there it goes again. Weird. Everything's so deathly still, and then suddenly just the faintest whisper of a sound, like Something dragging. Hey, who's there? Do you think you're frightening me? Okay. I'll go in after you. The eyes. I can see them growing. My God, it can't be. Oh, no, it's...
The bard said, some find tongues in trees, books in running brooks, and sermons in stones. Obviously, Flip saw and heard a great deal more in Frankenstein's woods. Or did he? Perhaps we shall know more when I return shortly with Act 2. I'm giving it up.
Giving up what?
Smoking.
Congratulations.
I'm doing it for you and the kids.
For me and the kids? But we don't smoke.
You're wrong. I saw this Lung Association message. You know what? We smokers are making you non-smokers smokers just like us.
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm talking about secondhand smoking. The Lung Association says I'm doing myself in, as if I didn't know. But my smoke is trouble for everybody in my neighborhood. Do you realize every puff I smoke, I'm puffing out a smoke screen of carbon monoxide, nicotine, benzopyrene, to say nothing of hydrocarbons.
You sound positively poisonous.
I feel poisonous. I'm quitting.
For me, darling.
Yes, and for me, darling, I want to be loved.
Your lung association says the smoker who quits for more than one person. He's clearing the air for everybody. You might say it's a matter of love and breath.
Are there more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy? Is there something in Frankenstein's woods that defies rational explanation? Or was Flip Johnson the victim of his own imagination? Perhaps if we push on with our little tale, we shall have the answer.
Flip, are you all right?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I was just strolling along, and wham, the lights went out.
What did you see?
Nothing.
But we heard you, Flip. The eyes, you said. The eyes.
Now, wait a minute. What are you talking about? I saw nothing.
We have it on tape. You complained about the cold.
And the strange lights, the eyes that burn bright.
You said it was impossible.
All I remember is waking up, and there you were. Standing right over me.
What did your men find, Klaus?
Let me show you, Frank. Now, here we are. The point where Flip started to run. And you can see the prints. Now we follow along for a few yards. And here we have
orange circle. In the middle, discolored. As if the grass had been frozen.
Frank, is this something that you...
We had nothing to do with that, did we, Klaus?
That's right.
I admit we arranged a few effects, but nothing more.
No, we would have had to have special refrigerating equipment well below zero to make such marks.
Well, how do you like it, folks?
It's fantastic. Instant Carnival by Frank Rockin.
No, Tom. Give credit where it's due. Klaus engineered the whole setup.
It's not so difficult. We have a long tradition of festivals here.
I could almost enjoy this if only...
Don't forget it, Eileen. Nothing really happened. Flip just got panicky and ran. He fell, blacked out. He'll be all right. And Klaus, are we set in the House of Horrors?
Yeah, we can go at any time.
Good. You all know the routine.
We already have good coverage in town and at the zoo.
Let's zero in on the big scene.
All right. We'll pick up Flip and Eileen as the Baron's ward, Laura. Now, you flip her suitor, Ralph, and you meet her at the House of Horrors. I'll take over, Frank. You don't mind. I'm not earn my credits.
I was just counting on that, Tom. The show's all yours.
You ready, Klaus?
All set, Mr. Fairley.
All right, started, Klaus.
Scene 12, take 1.
And action. The Baron is not expected before tonight, dearest?
Not until quite late. I think I shall stay here forever. It is so enchanting. I'm sick of formality, Ralph. I'm bored with the same walls, the same faces, the same small talk.
And the same guardian?
I feel almost free here.
And then why not leave? Come away with me.
Once when I was a child, my father took me to such a fair. He filled me with cakes and pink drinks.
Yes, and you always got sick.
Oh, but it was worth it. I enjoyed it so.
Oh, look, Laura, look. This is the House of Horrors.
It doesn't look so horrible. All tinsel and paint.
Come inside with me.
All right, cut. Hey, that was right on the nose, kids. It's a perfect first take.
Oh, good.
All right, that's it for now. We'll pick up the woods near the castle at 8 tonight. Just take it easy until then. Klaus, you'll have your crew setting up at 7, right?
At 7, Mr. Fairley.
Honey, you in a hurry?
No, why?
Well, how about a chance for the House of Horrors? Give you the $5 tour?
I could use the exercise.
Good. You pick the passage, we'll follow it.
Let me see. It's the teeth, gibbity, zippity, Zam.
Sam it is.
Oh, this reminds me of my first date.
All first dates are creepy. Mine had a walleye.
And mine took me to the tunnel of love. Our first kiss was an orthodontist's nightmare. Braces rubbing against braces. We sent out sparks that lit the tunnel.
It's too bad we're past the braces stage.
You know, Tom, that's the first time I've heard you laugh since we started this trip.
There's nothing much to laugh at.
Was it that bad?
Yeah. I get the feeling I'm reliving the whole thing. I don't know why.
Well, I'm a pretty good listener, Tom. Want to talk about it?
Well, why not? It was 45 and the war was just over. We'd been through some rough times and we were sent here for R&R.
R&R?
Rest and recreation. Seemed like heaven at first. So peaceful. No noise, no bloodshed. But it turned sour. Some of my buddies got blown away.
Did they ever discover who did it?
Not a clue. The Army command blamed the neo-Nazis, the werewolves. But the townspeople were convinced it had something to do with the Mad Baron. It's a bad scene.
And you?
I believe what I see. But it did shake me. I'm glad Flip is all right.
So am I.
But not for the same reason?
Oh, look, Tom. Flip and I are just friends. Casual friends.
That's the best news I've had in days.
What's right up ahead?
Looks like a treadle.
Well, what are we waiting for? Treadles are for treading. Step on it. Oh!
Disturbed my slumber. I will have revenge.
That's one heck of an effect. The Baron and non-living rubber expanding before your very eyes. This would be sensational at Macy's parade.
Cross didn't overlook a thing. It should go over big with the tourists and the people in the village.
On the contrary, after the first person sees this, it will keep them away.
Thomas, where did you come from?
What are you doing here?
Just visiting.
Oh, you startled us.
I know. I seem to have the same effect on the people in town.
You look familiar to me. I've seen you before, but I can't remember where.
Shadows and half-light make strange impressions. I wonder if you can give me a hand, Mr. Fairley.
With what?
Something I found in a recess back there.
Okay, lead the way.
What is it?
I don't know. Signs of digging. I was about to see what it was when I heard your voices. Here.
Hey, you're right, Helmut. Those are fresh marks. Don't come any closer, Irene.
What is it?
A wild boar, I think.
What's left of it? It's not a pretty sight.
It's literally been ripped apart.
Yes? I understand. It will be all over tonight. No, we'll finish the rest back in the States. You can count on that.
What was that all about?
The town council. They want us out as soon as possible. They were polite but firm. Too many things been happening. Flip and then the dead boar. The word's getting around and is becoming amplified in each telling. Did your visit to town pay off?
I think so.
It was tough getting permission to go through the old records. The clerk at the city hall was the perfect bureaucrat. He insisted on an application countersigned by his boss. I threatened to go to the burgomaster, and he caved in.
Well, how about the newspaper?
They were reluctant, too, but greedy. A few marks in the right palm paved the way.
Well...
All right, see for yourself. Here's a reproduction of the paper's front page 100 years ago. Take a squint at the guy who was separated from his head.
I don't know. It's pretty well faded.
Look at the eyes and the forehead.
It could be, I suppose.
And here's a print of an oil painting of the original Baron von Frankenstein.
I believe Mr. Fairley thinks the picture resembles me.
All right, Helmut, where the devil did you come from?
This old castle is honeycombed with secret passages.
And you just keep wandering through them like you know where you are.
I have been exploring them for days.
You know, Tom, there is a resemblance.
A trick of your imagination.
I knew I'd seen you somewhere before.
You're talking nonsense, gentlemen. I could not possibly have been here a century ago, let alone 400 years.
How about 30 years ago?
I was only a child then.
What about your family?
I have none. They were killed in the war. Does that satisfy you, Mr. Larkin?
I don't know about Frank, but it sure doesn't clear things up for me. Stay inside until midnight, Helmut. You understand?
Perfectly.
And stay out of the passages until the show's been recorded. I don't want any more surprises.
This place is beginning to get me. I'll be glad to get it over with.
Dinner is ready. We'll eat in here tonight. Just as long as it isn't boar. Hey, where's Eileen?
She has a headache.
Well, I'd better go up and see if I can do anything for her.
It's not necessary. I've sent some food up to her. I have some bad news. 3 members of the crew quit. They were all as frightened as the townspeople. Bad news?
That's all we need.
Well, I have replaced them, but with such short notice, I'm afraid I've not been able to run up the most competent technicians.
I don't imagine what's happened today helped much.
Well, that's all right, Klaus. I know you've done your best, and we'll just keep our fingers crossed.
Hey, pass the salad, will you, Tom?
Nothing stops your appetite, does it, Fred?
No, I'm just a growing boy, Tom. I need fuel for my engines.
What's that?
Eileen.
It's just behind that wall. Impossible. There's nothing there.
You keep trying the wall. There may be a passage there. I'm going to a room.
I'm with you.
Look, the place is a mess. Everything's happened to Eileen.
I know, Tom.
Look, footsteps in blood. They lead up to the panel.
All right, let's knock a hole in it.
It's no use. That's oak, several inches thick.
Here. Press this carbon.
Where did you come from, Helmut?
All right, we'll talk about that later. Hey, look, it's moving. And here she is. Eileen.
Oh.
Eileen.
Oh.
Here. That's good. She's coming around. Are you all right, Eileen?
I think so.
What happened?
Oh, I was lying in bed, trying to pull myself together. It was dark and cool. Suddenly I felt something in the room. I sat upright, but I couldn't see anything. I knew it was there. I stepped off the bed, felt something warm and sticky. I panicked and ran. Next thing I knew, I was being held. And then, nothing.
You fainted.
I suppose so. Just as I was going out, I heard my name.
Who was it?
I don't know. It was just a whisper.
A nightmare, perhaps?
A nightmare? With a German accent.
Robert Penn Warren wrote, "The nightmare stumbles past, and you have heard it fumble at your door before it whimpers and is gone. It acts like the old hound that used to snuffle your door and moan. But who, your host inquires, has heard it speak with accent foreign?" We shall return shortly with more on the Castle of Bad Dreams in Act 3.
This is Mel Blanc, and voices are my business.
In Warner Brother cartoons, you probably know me as the crazy little character...
Daffy Duck.
or
Porky Pig.
Or...
Bugs Bunny, Doc.
We all have a voice in matters that affect us in our community, and it's necessary to speak out to get the best possible community services. One community tradition, which really deserves vocal support, is the library. The library has been serving up all kinds of information ever since this country began. After all, you can get thousands of voices in the library's books, on film, records, and tapes, and you can borrow these voices freely. But the library can't give you such good service without a lot of vocal and personal support from you. This means you need to write or call your community officials and speak up for the library.
It's all in the air, folks. At the library.
A public service message from the American Library Association and this station. If you have ever ridden a nightmare, you know what a hellish mount it can make. It carries you unwillingly beyond anguish and terror, through deadly whispers and pools of blood. But oh, the relief when it's over. Let's return now to Act 3 and the end of the ride.
How's Eileen doing, Tom?
Physically fine, but she's as tight as a drum. Now, look, why don't we get the police in, Frank?
No way. We've got 2 strikes against us in town now. Call the authorities in and we're through. We've gone too far.
We certainly have. We're right up against the point of no return.
But the production is almost
Oh,
finished.
damn the production. What does it take to convince you? Corpses?
You're being melodramatic, Tom. Nothing's really happened yet. So Flip saw something and a boar was slaughtered.
Did you see the condition Eileen's room was in? And how did she get into the passageway?
Surely you've heard of sleepwalking.
And I suppose she dreamed up the mangled animal in the blood, huh?
No. But so far, no one's been hurt.
Yeah, so far.
And nothing is going to happen. Well, we've got everybody on the alert. There are guards all around the place. Klaus has brought some extra men in. We've taken every precaution.
Every precaution except the most obvious one. Now, let's get out of here, Frank, before it's too late.
Not until the show's wrapped up. Come in. What is it, Helmut?
Volker says we're ready. Oh, you used the door this time, Helmut. What happened? The passageway blocked?
Why the get-up? You won't be on camera, you know.
Just a few replicas of the Baron's wardrobe to help me get into character. Authentic, I can assure you. You're taking this role quite seriously. I take all my roles that way. And only one way to act. If that's all, I'll be going.
Okay, tell them Mr. Fairley will be right there.
All right, what's up, Frank? I should be splitting too.
Now, look, Tom, I don't feel there are any grounds for your suspicions, but I've had some checks made on Helmut's past. What he's done, where he comes from. I expect a report any moment now. That should clear the air.
Well, I hope so.
Now, all I ask is let's get the job done. Don't let your feelings get in the way.
I won't. But if the news is sour, don't keep it from me, will you? In this case, ignorance can be disaster. Oh, boy, it's getting cold out here, Tom. What's taking them so long? They're almost set. How do you feel, Eileen?
About like Flip. Cold and miserable. Oh, I could use a fireplace and a hot toddy.
That's just what you'll have as soon as we finish this scene. It's short, but not sweet. Now, you and Flip, as the Baron's ward and your suitor, are returning to the castle. You got it? You're frightened, and Flip is trying to comfort you.
Ah, good. That's one scene I'll truly enjoy.
Mr. Fairley, why didn't you answer me on the talk back?
I didn't hear anything.
The equipment must be out. We're set to go.
Oh, good. Where's Frank Larkin?
I thought he was with you. He left us some time ago.
Did he say where he was going?
I assumed he was coming here. He did say something strange.
What was that?
Something about being convinced at last. Does that mean anything to you?
It sure does, Klaus. Send your men through the woods and the castle grounds.
I think we're just wasting our time. Let's go back to the castle and wait. He'll be along.
You can go back, Flip. I'm not going to give up until we find Frank.
Oh.
We shall have the crypto search and Klaus's crew to hear from.
Mr. Fairley, Mr. Larkin. We found him. Come quickly. This way, Mr. Shirley. In the clearing.
Is he hurt?
Yes. I think badly. There.
Frank, are you all right?
I cannot hear you, I'm afraid.
Oh, but he's still breathing. Get an ambulance.
Help is on the way.
Was he conscious at all?
No.
No, don't try to talk, Frank. We're here. You're going to be all right.
Frank, just lie quietly.
Don't come near me. Don't touch me. Don't.
He's shivering. Throw a blanket on him.
Who did this, Frank?
Cold. Damp. And the smell.
Who was it?
Cold. Bitter cold. And smell. Decayed.
Frank. Is he...
No. He's unconscious. We'll talk to him later. Olga, did your men find anything else?
Just the glass. It is curious, Tom.
What? I don't see anything.
Yes, you do, but it doesn't mean anything to you. You weren't here when we found Flip. The areas flattened. The same strange discoloration.
What's all this got to do with Frank?
I don't know. But I promise you, I'll find out. Hello? Listen, I'm calling about Mr. Frank Larkin. The patient in room 305. You understand me? Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout. I see. Thank you.
Tom, what did they say?
His condition is stable. That's what every hospital says unless you're dying.
Do they expect him to be there long?
Just a few days. You know, it's all so strange. So many things have happened. Flip, you, and now Frank. And nobody's been really hurt badly.
There are a few mangled animals.
Yes, well, that's what's bugging me. The animals get slaughtered, but people are more frightened than hurt. Except for Frank's close shave. Well, why? It doesn't make any sense. Anything powerful enough to mash some poor defenseless creature surely could do more damage than that.
Well, maybe there's no connection between any of the things that have happened.
Oh, that'd be piling coincidence on coincidence. I don't believe it, and I don't think Frank did either. After he got that phone call he was waiting for.
Well, then why don't you call the police?
For the same reason that Frank didn't.
But you kept begging Frank to delay the production.
Oh, not now. I'm going to finish it tonight, for Frank's sake. But I'm going to be sure that whoever's behind this pays the price.
And how will you do that, Mr. Fairley?
Oh. I guess you tried the door once and didn't care for it, huh?
It is easier to use the passageway. You didn't answer my question?
I know I didn't. The reason is simple. I don't know yet. But I will before tonight's over.
You mentioned a phone call Mr. Larkin received.
Yes. If only I knew what it was.
Perhaps I can help you.
How?
The telephone lines into the castle were of special installation. An exact record is kept at the company of every call made from and into the building.
Well, then all we have to do is call the company and find out.
Not exactly. They will give it to the police, however.
That's out.
Why?
Please, Tom, call them in. And the next time, whoever's doing this may forget the difference between man and beast.
She's right, Mr. Fairley. You do not know whom you are dealing with.
Do you?
I'll be the same. I will see you shortly, when the fun begins.
Okay, Klaus, let's get some levels.
Get Flip to say a few lines. We need some levels.
Okay. This is Flip Johnson in the burial crypt underneath the Frankenstein castle.
That's enough, fine. Thank you. Now stand by.
See if you can sharpen up the sound, Klaus.
Yeah, I will try.
All right, Eileen. You get to the Baron's room in the castle. Helmet's there already. We'll do your scene first.
Are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine. Don't worry about a thing. We've got everything under control. I'll see you later. Klaus, pick up Helmet. Tell him Eileen's on her way.
Yeah. Helmut? Mr. Fairley would like to speak with you. Get on the talk back. Helmut? Are you there, Helmut? Get to the talk back.
Give me that, will you? Helmut, this is Tom Fairley.
I'm here, Tom, but no sign of Helmut.
Where the devil is he?
I don't know.
Oh, damn. Ask one of the men outside the door to check. You stay put.
He says he saw Helmut heading for the crypt some time ago.
Klaus, see if you can find him. I'll handle things here.
Yeah.
Flip, do you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, Tom. You ready for me now?
Have you seen Helmet?
Nope. He's supposed to be here?
Just stand by. Eileen, have they found Helmet yet?
No. What's going on?
I don't know.
I think we had better go to the crypt scene first. I've seen him through the passageway, but there are no signs of Helmet.
I guess you're right. Flip?
Yeah, what now?
Start your narration, and if you spot Helmet, let me know, huh?
Okay. This is Flip Johnson in the burial crypt underneath the Frankenstein castle. It is said that every century the monster that slew Baron von Frankenstein returns to feed his bloodlust. And every century the Baron returns from his grave to meet his fate again. We are less than a minute from the hour of midnight, when all this is supposed to take place. The question is, what will happen here tonight? In just a few seconds we shall know. This burial crypt is one solid room cut out of deep rock. Behind the crypt is a tunnel leading to other burial vaults and to passages that have never been truly explored. It is reputed that 1,000 years of Frankenstein lie buried here. But, wait a minute, cut it, Tom. I have to stop. Listen, are you picking up any sounds?
Yes, something that sounds like dragging. Do you see anything?
Oh, no, but the sounds are getting louder. Tom, are you trying to pull something?
No, Flip, believe me. Why would I try to pull it?
Something seems to be dragging. I hear breathing. At least that's what I think it is. It's getting cold and damp in here, and I smell something horrible.
Get out, Flip. Get out as fast as you can. All right, close in, men. Get into the crypt as fast as you can. I want every man in there.
I can see them now. Eyes. Evil. Bright as cat's eyes. Glowing. And enormous. Oh, God, help me. I can't move. It's here. It's here. Who are you?
This is the crypt, Tom. Someone's heading into the passageway. Over there, I think it's Helmut.
What about Flip?
It's not good. His throat's been crushed. He's not breathing.
Somebody stay with Flip. The rest of you go after whatever is in that passageway. There. Stop! Stop, Helmut. Don't move.
He's gone.
What do you mean he's gone?
He's disappeared. Vanished. Into thin air. So, this is goodbye, my friends.
Yes, and I can't say I'm sorry to go.
Tell me, what will you do with the tapes?
Oh, make a show out of them. Add a few scenes, and we'll be ready to send some shivers down our listeners' spines.
The publicity should help.
I suppose so. But I can't help wishing it hadn't come at such a price. Poor Flip. It was a costly show.
Klaus, we've been sparring around for quite a while now. Let's stop avoiding the subject. Who was Helmut?
An actor. That is all I know.
But without a past. The report I received was completely blank except for his acting credits. Nothing.
He was just an actor. Obsessed with a role.
Do you really think so, Klaus?
What else can I think?
Then how do you explain what happened in the crypt? After he attacked and killed Flip, you and your men closed in on him?
And he vanished.
Right before your eyes.
But there must be an explanation. You know, every inch of the castle and the grounds, every secret passageway.
Then you don't think he met the fate of the Mad Baron?
There were no signs of his remains.
Just some flattened, burned-out blades of grass.
It's an unbelievable climax for a legend.
Legends have no climax. They go on and on.
Drop us a line when you find out what really happened.
I promise. But if you don't hear from me soon, you may have to wait another century for the facts.
Since we don't have 100 years to spare, we'll just have to make up our own minds about Paul Helmut. Was he the infamous Baron von Frankenstein brought back to life? Or was he, and I don't mean to be redundant, merely a crazed actor? I'll be back shortly. There is no need to look for a supernatural source of evil. has shown himself capable of every wickedness. But regardless of where it arises, evil has a vitality beyond time. Its power can be stemmed, but it will return. Our cast included Michael Wager, Leon Janney, Ralph Bell, E.V. Juster, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
She ran out into the moor without a cloak. But Heathcliff's horse was not in the stable, and no one knew where he had gone. Catherine returned after midnight in the midst of a thunderstorm, soaked to the skin, and coming down with a severe chill. Oh, Miss Catherine, you must let me help you to bed.
He's gone, Nellie. He's gone. And my nightmares are coming true.
You'll feel better when you've had some sleep.
I'll never sleep again. I've been abandoned. Oh, it's just like my dreams. I saw myself tapping on the window, begging, "Let me in, let me in."
Oh, hush, child.
And no one answered. And my hand broke through the glass, so the blood was running down my arm. Oh, get the blood stains off, Nellie. Get the blood stains off.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Everybody loves bacon.
Rate of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Ipana for the Smile of Beauty and Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health present It's Time to Smile.
With Eddie Cantor. Time to smile. Time to wear a grin. That's the style. Put a dimple in your chin. Let your troubles right from your fireside. Through the countryside, cross the great divide. Push your cares aside, find the sunny side. Time to smile.
Von Dell,
What?
where's Mr. Cantor?
Oh, Dinah, since Eddie found that baby, even he doesn't know where he is. The kid is all he's got on his mind, and boy, is he mixed up. The other morning, he put talcum powder on his wheat cakes, hooked them up with a safety pin, picked it up in his arms, and started to sing, "Yes, sir, that's my baby."
He certainly is crazy about that little Joe.
Well, he's certainly... Hey, here's Eddie now. Where have you been?
Well, shopping, Harry. You know, Dollar Day.
Oh, well, Eddie, Dollar Day was last Saturday.
I know, Harry. I just got my change. Children, you've never seen a crowd like the one in that bargain basement. One woman said, "I'll take these pants." Another woman said, "Those pants are mine. I saw them first." They both grabbed the pants and Zippo. They ripped them in half. I certainly gave them a piece of my mind, believe me.
Well, why?
They were my pants. Such rough goings on. I walked into the toy department. A crowd of women came along. I'm in ladies' dresses.
Well, Eddie, what did you buy for the baby?
Well, I went up to one counter and I said, "Pardon me, miss, I'd like to have a teething ring."
Yeah?
She took one look at me and said, "At your age?" I said, "What do you mean at my age? It's for a new baby I got." She said, "That remark still goes." Yeah, but I finally made her give me the teething ring,
Well,
though.
look, I wouldn't call that good service, Eddie.
Well, that was only one clerk. They have a very good service there, Harry, in the main department store. You see, for a dime, you park your baby in a crib. Humphrey Bogart's 3-year-old son was in one of the cribs, and he was so cute. The kid kept tugging at the bars of the crib, hollering, "Goo-goo, get me a lawyer, I was framed."
But, Eddie, you still haven't told me what you bought for little Joe.
Harry, I bought him the cutest talking doll. You'll love it. And I had to pick out the most crowded elevator to see if the doll would say "Mama." I kept squeezing it, and nothing happened. Finally, the elevator girl turned to me and said, "Look, buddy, you squeeze me once more, and I'll bet you're right in the kisser." But the elevator was nothing compared to the crowd in the cafeteria.
Oh, you went to the cafeteria?
Oh, sure. Towards the end of the second day, I got hungry. And, Harry, that cafeteria was so jammed, we were all crushed so close together, one woman smeared mustard on my nose and said, "Hey, waiter, where's the roll for this Frankfurter?"
You mean you had to go through all that just to buy a doll for the baby?
No, Harry. Look what else I bought. Look, the cutest pair of rubber panties.
Oh, well, are you sure they'll fit?
Fit?
Yeah.
Why, fit for the baby? Why, these things stretch so much even I could wear them. Look, I'll put them on.
Oh, Eddie.
There. Isn't that wonderful? Now watch how the rubber gives when I bend over.
Eddie, don't look now, but you just had a blowout.
Oh, shucks.
Hey.
Yeah. Listen, Harry.
Yeah?
The baby, he's awake.
Yeah, boy, let's go in and see him. Come on.
All right. Oh, gee, he's crying.
What do you... Hey, there's the phone.
I'll take it. Hello?
Listen, Cantor. I'm the man who called you last week about the baby.
Yes, I've been trying all week to locate...
Never mind. I just want you to remember this. Don't let that baby cry. I don't like it.
Hello. He hung up again. Harry, that fella means business. We must be extra careful of little Joe.
Yeah.
Let me see. That's why he cried.
What's the matter?
Harry, did you dress the baby this morning?
Yes, why?
Well, what's the idea of pitting him up with a Wilkie button? Tell me now. What is the idea, Harry? Tell me.
Well, how did I know the kid was a Democrat?
Well, you can tell he's got a shirt. Yes, sir. He's got a shirt, and we're going to keep it buttoned up, because there's one thing I always want him to have. That's his health.
Hey, what was that?
The baby. He sneezed.
No.
Did you hear me? He sneezed.
Oh, wait a minute.
He's sick. He's got a cold.
Well,
Help!
Eddie.
Police!
No,
Police!
Now, wait a minute. There's no use of getting excited. Be calm. You look at his pulse, and I'll feel his tongue.
Yep.
Wait a minute.
Are you crazy? Did you hear that? The baby sneezed again. Don't stand there, Harry. Say something.
Gesundheit.
Oh, you're a great help. Yeah. Uh-oh. He's going to sneeze again. Please, baby, don't sneeze. Nice baby. Nice baby. There, that's a nice baby. Oh! Call the doctor. No, we can't wait. We'll do it ourselves. I'll fix the crib. You pick up the baby.
Okay. Oh, the poor baby. He's so warm. And look how red he is, Eddie. He's so red.
Harry, stop walking the floor with a hot water bottle. You can't do anything right.
Oh, listen. The poor kid. Listen to him sniffle. Maybe he hasn't got enough blankets,
He's
Eddie.
got plenty of blankets.
Well, there's something making him sneeze. Maybe it's the draft.
The draft? No.
What's the matter?
They can't take him. He's too young. No. Oh, Harry. My poor baby. I won't let them take him.
Eddie, what's the matter with you?
Take him. What am I talking about?
Now, look, he's crying again.
We've got to do something quick. You know what the man on the phone said.
Hey, perhaps the baby wants a little affection.
You may be right. I'll kiss him. There, baby.
Oh, now what did you do?
Oh, Dinah!
Yes, sir?
Dinah!
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Look, the baby's crying again. I'm afraid if that mysterious man hears him.
Gee, maybe I should...
Yeah, a little soothing syrup. Sing, Dinah. Please?
Sweet and low, sweet and low, wind of the western sea. Low, low, breathe and blow, wind of the western sea. Come to me. Over the rolling waters go. Come from the dying moon and blow him again to me. while my little one, while my pretty one sleeps.
Thank you, Dinah. That was swell. You know, Oh, I'll bet it's him again. Take it, Harry, will you?
Yeah, okay. Hello? No. Oh, no, I'm Harry Von Zell.
Is it him, Harry? Tell me.
Shh, Eddie. Yeah, that's right. Yes, I'm the one who made that statement about sal hepatica last week. Remember, I said that sal hepatica is an ideal laxative, and it helps a person feel better faster because of two fundamental facts.
Is it him, Harry?
No.
Oh.
Yes, that's right. First, speedy, sparkling sal hepatica. Second, sal hepatica also counteracts excess gastric acidity, helps turn a sour stomach sweet again.
And there's further evidence, too. Tell him.
Yeah, I certainly will, yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, and what's more, 3 out of every 5 physicians recently interviewed recommend sal hepatica. That's why last week I also said, ladies and gentlemen, get a bottle of sal hepatica from your druggist first thing in the morning. Then you'll never have to put off till night, taking the laxative you need in the morning or during the day. See how much faster you feel better when you switch to gentle, speedy sal hepatica. Yes, you're welcome.
Oh, Harry.
What, Eddie?
Harry, come here. Let me tell you the cutest thing.
Yeah?
The baby started to cry, and in 1 second I had him laughing.
Oh, good. What did you do, Eddie?
I rolled up my pant leg like this, Harry.
Yeah.
Stood on one foot and flapped my arms.
Yeah.
How he laughed.
No wonder you look like a pop-eyed stork.
Yep. Is that nice?
Oh.
You know, if the baby cries, that man on the phone might come over, and goodness knows what might happen.
Yeah, well, I wonder why the baby cries so much.
We're going to find out in a minute. I've invited a man over here tonight who can give us some expert advice, Dr. M. Sale Taylor.
Dr. Taylor? Say, I've heard him... Isn't he the voice of experience?
You're right, Harry, and here he is. Here he is. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Eddie.
I want you to meet a friend of mine. Harry Von Zell, this is the voice of experience.
Hello, Harry.
Hello, voice. Say, why didn't you answer my letters?
Letters? I didn't know you sent me any letters.
Oh, yes. I'm Heartbroken Harry, formerly disgusted.
Oh, please, go away, Harry. I want to get some advice from the voice of experience.
The voice of experience? Maybe you could help me out, sir. I got a romance problem that's worrying me something awful.
In love? Tell me about it, Dinah. I'm sure I can help you.
Well, I'm in love with a man who doesn't pay any attention to me.
Oh.
He's an orchestra leader.
Oh.
And his name is Phil Harris.
Uh-oh. Do you think Phil Harris is in love with you?
Oh, I know he is. 3 times a week he takes me out to the best places for dinner.
Well, where does your problem come in?
On my salary, how long can I keep it up?
Dinah.
Yes, sir?
My advice to you is forget this man. Go out with other boys.
Well, all right, if you say so. But tell me, should a girl go out with fellas who always want a neck, or the other kind?
Other kind? What other kind?
Oh, Dinah, I've got to... Will you go take care of the baby, please?
Say, Mr. Cantor, if you don't mind, there's something very important I'd like to discuss with Dr. Taylor.
Fine. I bring Dr. Taylor here to talk about the baby, and everybody all of a sudden has a problem, even the sound man.
Well, mister, what's your problem?
I'm in love.
In love?
Yes, sir.
Well, confidentially, tell me, have you kissed her yet?
Have I kissed her? No.
Well, how do you two spend your evenings?
Well, I usually go over to her house like last Saturday. I went over there and sat on the couch and read poetry to her. I like to read poetry to her. While I was reading the poetry, she kind of nestled close to me like and turned out the lights.
Well, what did you do?
I turned them on again. Who can read in the dark?
Oh, please, sound man. I would like to ask Dr. Taylor one little question. That's why... Oh, gosh. Hello? Oh, it's for you, Doctor.
Oh, thanks. Hello? What? Oh, I see. Mm-hmm. Well, now come. You mustn't take it so seriously. It's probably just puppy love anyway. You'll get over it, lad. Forget about her. Bye.
Who was that?
John Barrymore.
Look, Dr. Taylor, you've given everybody advice tonight except me. Ever since you came in, all I wanted to say is 4 little words.
How do you do?
The Mad Russian. Another interruption. Doctor, will you please introduce yourself?
Mr. Russian, I'm the voice of experience, Taylor.
Oh, an experienced tailor. Could you shorten my pants, or should I buy suspenders?
Will you stop that Russian? Show a little respect. This is the voice of experience. He has millions of women listeners. Women writing from all over the country asking him who to fall in love with, who to kiss.
Oh, Voicey, there's one question I would like to ask you.
Go right ahead.
Got any phone numbers?
How dare you? Have you got any phone numbers? A man with Dr. Taylor standing, with his dignity. You ask him, has he got any phone numbers? Has he got any phone numbers? Have you any phone numbers?
Russian, you don't understand. You see, my job is simply to straighten out the love problems of young people.
Sure. Haven't you ever heard the Voice broadcast?
Yes, every Wednesday night at 9 o'clock.
Why, that's when I'm on the air.
That's the Voice broadcast I ever heard.
Oh, what is the use?
Maybe this will clear things up for you, Russian. You see, I look into the personal lives of millions.
Mm-hmm.
I advise them what to do and what not to do. Why, I even read all their letters.
Nosy, ain't you?
Nosy? I want you to apologize immediately to the doctor.
I will. But only if you'll answer one question.
Yep.
Voicey, I know a girl. She's got money. The face of an angel. The figure of Venus. And she's madly in love with me. And there's one thing I'd like to know, Doctor.
What is it?
Don't you think she's a little crazy?
Oh, get out! Get out! Now that the Russian is gone, there'll be no more interruptions. Look, Dr. Taylor, I want to ask you something about my baby. Do you think a child would have a chance in life if it had...
The golden voice of 13-year-old Olive Major singing the Scotch classic, Loch Lomond.
Oh. Doctor, let's go over to some nice quiet boiler factory. I've got to ask you that question, huh?
By yon bonny banks and by yon bonny braes, where the sun shines bright on Loch Lomond, where me and my true love were ever wont to go, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. 'Twas there that we parted in young shady glen, on the steep, steep side of Benlon, where in purple hue the highland hills we view, and the moon coming out in Loch Lomond. Oh, you'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland after you. But me and my true love will never meet again. On the bonny, bonny bank of Loch
thank you, Olive. You know, while you were singing, you should have seen the baby. He smiled and smiled and smiled.
Oh, hey, Eddie, that reminds me. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Well, when you mentioned little Joe's smile, I suddenly remembered that it's our duty to take care of his smile.
Sure, but...
So I'm going out for a toothbrush and a tube of Ipana.
But Harry, look, little Joe hasn't even had his first tooth yet.
Oh, that's right. I'm a little hasty, huh?
Yeah, sure, a little. But don't worry, Harry. When he gets older, you can be the one to tell him all about Ipana toothpaste and massage.
I certainly will, Eddie. And I'll tell him the very same things so many children are being taught in their classrooms. Something many parents have still to learn. How important gum massage is to bright, sparkling teeth. You see, if gums are neglected, they tend to become soft and weak, because today's creamy, well-cooked foods deny them the exercise they need for health. That's why it's so wise for the whole family to adopt this easy, healthful routine.
Brush your teeth regularly with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums. Because Ipana is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it's especially designed to help stimulate and strengthen gums.
And the use of Ipana, ladies and gentlemen, is also the recommendation of thousands of dentists. For a recent nationwide survey revealed this outstanding fact.
More dentists recommend Ipana toothpaste for their patients' daily use than the next 3 dentifrices combined, paste, powder, or liquid.
So get a tube from your druggist and help keep your gums firmer, your teeth brighter, and your smile more sparkling with Ipana toothpaste and massage.
Oh, Dinah, I do appreciate you coming up to help me out. With little Joe and get him ready for his bath, you know?
Oh, I sure adore him.
Dinah, will you help me lift the little fella on the scale?
Okay.
We got to see what he weighs, you know. 8 pounds, 10 ounces. 10 ounces? Yesterday he weighed 8 pounds, 11 ounces. There are crooks around here. Who stole the other ounce? Who did? Police! Call somebody. Where is the voice of experience?
I don't know.
What?
Did you call me, Eddie?
Yeah, look, Doctor. Yesterday, the baby weighed 8 pounds, 11 ounces. Today, he's 8 pounds, 10 ounces. If he loses another ounce, the game warden will make us put him back.
Don't get excited. What time did you weigh him yesterday?
Right after dinner.
Well, you must weigh a baby at the same time every day.
Yeah, but I can't get the scales until the butcher shop closes. That's right.
Eddie, you wouldn't weigh such a precious thing on a butcher's scales.
Precious? What do you think they're getting for lamb chops these days? Look, Doctor, I want to thank you for all the advice you gave me before. Now, while bathing the baby... Dinah, where are you going?
Well, I got to go cook that corned beef and cabbage for Phil Harris. But I'll come up right after little Joe has taken a nip.
That's nap. Thinking so much about an orchestral leader she can't even read. Go ahead, Dinah, go on. Doctor, you know the baby's bath always worries me.
Well, it shouldn't. Just follow the instructions in my book here. For instance, after the bath, you should rub the baby briskly. That'll help the circulation.
Of my baby or your book? I'm only kidding, Doctor. Now for the bath.
Eddie, have you bathed the baby yet?
Why, no.
Oh, thank heavens I'm not too late. Here are the water wings.
Yep. Water wings? Where do you see enough water for a person to swim in?
On any street in Los Angeles.
Now, Harry, that isn't fair. I'll admit we had a little rain last week, but over the weekend it cleared up to a cloudburst. Of course, the sun came out this morning, but I took a look and saw what was happening and said I'll be back in September. That's true, too. Oh, he's starting again.
Eddie, you'll pardon my saying so, but you need a nurse for this baby.
You think so? Maybe you're right. Look, but if I get a nurse, do you think, Doctor, that I've got a good chance kind of to bring him up?
Eddie, with you as its father, this baby would get the best of care, I know.
Thanks.
Every day one reads where some father has squandered his money gambling, and then it's usually the children who have to suffer.
Oh, you're so right. I know a father of 12 who won over $400,000 at the races, and would you believe it, Doctor, today he lives in a barn.
Well, that's too bad, Eddie. What's his name?
Seabiscuit. Told you, huh?
Yes, Eddie. I'll send you a nurse in the morning. Good night, Eddie.
Good night, Doctor. And I want to thank you for permitting us to lower your dignity so as to raise our standard of laughter. Oh, Donzel, come on. We've got work to do. Let's put the baby in the tub.
Well, he's already in the tub.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Harry.
Yeah?
Get a washcloth and let's start.
Yeah.
Come on. Where's the soap?
Right there.
Oh, here we are.
Oh, you scrub the high road, and I'll scrub the low road, and I'll finish his tootsies for you.
Did you hear that, Harry? What? The baby. He's singing, and it sounded just like me.
Eddie, that was the drain pipe gurgling. I removed the stopper.
Never mind. Hold the baby.
Yeah.
I just want to wash his face.
Eddie Campbell, I came to say goodnight to the baby.
Now, Russian.
Don't look at him.
No,
don't look at him,
stop it.
Russian. What's the matter? If he cries, that man on the phone, I don't know what he'll do. Russian, make yourself useful. What? Hand me that soap.
What?
Soap. Soap, you know. You use it with water, it forms a lather and keeps you clean.
What won't they think of next?
Listen, Russian, will you get out? You have to go now. The baby will never go to sleep.
Oh, yes, he will. A baby like this ain't got no worries. He should drop off to sleep in a second.
In a second? How?
Just lay him on the edge of a bed. He'll drop off.
That's a fine way to speak about an 11-week-old baby.
Oh, he must be older than that.
What do you mean?
Look at all the wrinkles in his face.
Wrinkles?
That's not his face. You're looking at his foot.
I wondered why he had 5 noses.
Harry,
Yeah?
hand me that nightgown and his booties.
Let me put these things on,
You?
please.
What do you know about putting clothes on a child?
You never heard of Russian dressing?
I came back to help you bathe the baby.
Oh, well, that's been taken care of. Now, Dinah, you'd better stay out.
Yes, the baby, he's got to go to sleep.
Certainly. The sandbag is coming.
Sandman. Oh, come on, little fella. You've got to go to sleep. You've got to get some shut-eye. You've got to hit the hay. You've got to grow up big and strong and be president someday. Early to bed, early to rise. If you want to wind up healthy, wealthy, and wise. If you wake up with rings under your eyes, you can never match your wits with live wire guys. No big business tycoon stays in bed until noon. When the dawn comes up like thunder, he forgets those blankets he's been under. Early to bed, early to rise. If you want to wind up healthy, wealthy, and wise.
The bugler at conscription camp gets up at the break of morn.
They'd never get their breakfast if he didn't blow that horn.
The milkman comes at dawn and brings the milk the baby drinks.
He'd never make it if he didn't have his 40 winks. The rooster rises early with a cock-a-doodle-doo.
But I am there ahead of him to say, how do you do?
It's early to bed, early to rise. If you want to wind up healthy, wealthy, and wise, you gotta get shut-eye.
If you wake up with rings under your eyes, you can never match your wits with live wire guys. No big business tycoon stays in bed until noon. He gets richer than the Dickens, 'cause he raises with the chickens.
Early to bed, early to rise.
If you want to wind up healthy,
wind up wealthy, wind up healthy, wealthy, and wise.
Eddie, look. The baby's fast asleep.
We better go.
Good night, Dinah.
Good night.
Good night, Russian.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, kid.
Good night.
Gee, doesn't he look like an angel?
Gosh, he's so pretty.
Uh-oh.
I'll take it. Hello?
Cantor, I don't hear the baby. What happened?
Why, nothing. He's asleep.
I'll be right over there, Cantor. You got something coming to you.
What? What do you mean? What?
What's the matter, Eddie?
He hung up again.
Well, look, Eddie, I'll stick here with you.
No, Harry, I'm not afraid. Go get a policeman. Get a couple of them. Go ahead. Go on.
Well, Well, what about you? What do you...
I'll be all right. I'll nail up the windows and bolt the door.
Well, look, I'll be right back, Eddie. Now, remember, be calm about it. Just don't keep a lip up or stiff.
There, that's good. Little Joe, they're not going to get you. No matter what happens. Who's there? As if I didn't know.
Open this door. I want to see you. Open up.
I can't. You'll have to wait.
Wait. How long?
Until next Wednesday, till next Wednesday. Toodaloo, toodaloo. Don't forget to listen, don't forget to listen. NBC, NBC.
Remember to listen to Eddie Cantor same time next week with his special guest, John Barrymore. And in the meantime, remember the two products which make this program possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. Within the next few minutes, you may join your Mr. District Attorney who is about to begin a most baffling robbery case, the Cape Town Lights. Stay tuned to this station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Burger toppings are
into Dimension X.
Wheaties presents Dimension X. Adventures in time and space, transcribed in future tense. Dimension X. On stage tonight, Dimension X, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations.
Just about the time you're getting up tomorrow morning, you know what's happened? You've been without food for so long that you gotta get more if you're going to get your work done. That's why first you need your Wheaties. Sure, Wheaties. Because when you dip into those golden flakes, you're getting real whole wheat. Yup, every single Wheaties is a kernel of wheat. And you know what that means? Vitality for working well, feeling well, looking well. Whole wheat energy, whole wheat vitamins. All the goodness of plump whole wheat in crisp little flakes that are mighty nice to meet any morning of the week. So be good to yourself. Tuck into the Wheaties at 7 a.m. and see if you don't feel the difference. Have yourself breakfast of champions and see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Come on now, try them.
What will happen when man, finally conquering the galactic distances of interstellar travel, finds life on the strange worlds across the universe? Will he discover civilizations of incredibly advanced scientific knowledge, or primitive cultures deep in a stone age of savagery? Here is a story of the relation between men of our world and beings from beyond the stars. On the desk stood a yellow bowl, the profile a simple curve, clean and sharp. The body was thin without fragility, and the beauty of its shape was matched by the glowing intensity of the glaze, a glorious transparent yellow, soothing as sunlight, yet glowing with the fire of a volcano's core. The desk belonged to Michael Tom, Regional Administrator for the Department of Interplanetary Affairs.
That bowl? Why, it's a souvenir. I got it many years ago on the planet Fursk. I'd been out on the Channel Planet in the Frontier Service for 19 months. When my transfer came through to Fursk, I was surprised to see that I'd been promoted 3 grades. and my orders read to report to the regional office as assistant resident. My ship came in at Penolpon Spaceport, and I was met by the office car and chauffeur.
Mr. Tom? That's right. I'm Wirachek, sir. Welcome to First.
Thanks. Well, I didn't expect to find a 1992 Rolls here.
The resident had it shipped out in parts. Mr. Koval changes every year for the new model.
Pretty smooth. Hey, this is certainly different from the Channel Planet. Nothing there but ice, frost fleas, and the dullest aborigines in the system.
Well, you won't find the aborigines very dull here.
What kind of people are they?
The Metoon? Well, they're humanoid. Very close to us systemically. Tall, sort of amber-colored and graceful.
Oh, is that one, the girl balancing the bowl on her head?
Yeah. Yeah, she's a Metoon.
Uh-huh.
There isn't a very big human population at First.
Well. Looks like Mike Tom has found a home in the service.
You haven't met Mr. Koval yet, have you?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing, sir, nothing.
Look, Wirachek, if there's anything wrong, you'd better tell me.
Well, there's nothing, sir. Nothing you won't find out. It's just that Mr. Koval is a very forceful personality. Very forceful.
We drove through Penolpon, threading our way through narrow streets between rows of low houses of reed, parchment, and wood. Canals of green water laced the city, and the bridges trailed ivy and orange flowers. Suddenly, we turned a corner, and there on the bank of the main canal was a large concrete and glass building, Earth-style. This was the district office, and in a room that gleamed with black plastic and glass, I found George Koval, senior resident.
You're Tom? Michael Tom?
Yes, sir.
My last junior took off for the hills with a dancer from a Me Too and grog shop. If I have any trouble with you, I'll ship you back to Earth with a -50 efficiency rating. That clear?
That's clear, sir.
And don't get edgy with me. Sit down. Now, listen, Tom, I'm easy to get along with. I like things done right the first time. Got to give a good example for the gooks.
Gooks?
Yeah, the natives. I don't know what's good for them. I brought in a high-grade silica yarn to replace the root fiber they were using in fish nets. Took me 3 months to talk them into using it.
I thought the Bureau policy was to avoid introducing Earth technology to stable cultures.
Yeah, that's what those boneheads at the main office say. They don't have to live here. Have you seen those pigsties they live in? There isn't a concrete building on the planet.
The Metoon delegation, Mr. Koval.
Tell them I'm busy for 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll be going along then, sir.
Why?
Well, if you're busy.
Forget it. I always let those gooks wait at least 15 minutes. Softens them up. They're not hard to handle, if you know how.
I was assigned to pest control, a duty Koval considered beneath his dignity. In the next few weeks, I carted rat poison and insect spray through the poorest sections of Penolpon, where the trees ended and the plains stretched out to the Cookmank Mountains. It was there that I first heard of the potters of First. I had found a pottery bazaar, long shelves of jars of every size and shape, crocks, paper-thin vases, bowls, demijohns, tankards. The glazes were remarkable, deep, glowing colors. And yet, something was missing. I looked up and down the shelves.
Mr. Tom, is anything wrong?
No, it's just, Oh, I've got it. There isn't any yellow.
Yellow?
That's right. There are no yellow glazes at all. They have every other color. Ruby, green. There's a jar that's translucent, but no yellow.
Well, maybe it's a superstition.
Could be. Yellow might be connected with death or disease.
Well, you can find out, Mr. Tom. Here comes a Me Too, and she probably runs the place.
May I help you, sir?
Oh, you speak English.
I must. We trade with the Earth colony.
Your wares are very beautiful. For example, how much is this bowl?
75 credits.
That much?
They are our ancestors. And to sell them as cheaply as wood or glass would be irreverent.
Your ancestors? You mean the bowls?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Tell me, where's the pottery made? In Penolpon?
No, back there.
In the mountains?
There our ancestors go and the pots are brought back. Aside from this, I know nothing. The Meatuan fear the Potters.
Why?
No one knows what lies beyond the first hill, Earthmen. Sometimes we see the glow of furnaces. And when there are no dead for the Potters, they take the living.
Living?
There are the Potters now.
What are they shouting?
That they have sold all their wares. That they will ride back to the mountains now.
Hey, big devils, aren't they? Red hair.
They are very strong.
I think I'll visit the Potters one of these days.
No, Earthmen.
No? Why not?
It is dangerous for you. They have guarded their secrets from all Penorpan. They are very fierce.
Tom, where the devil you been? I told you to get the estimates for that power plant.
I put them on your desk, sir.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you did.
Say, what do you know about the Potters back in the Cookmanks, Mr. Colville?
Huh? Oh, they're a tribe of bandits or something. Why?
I was at the bazaar today. A girl called the vases ancestors. It seemed strange.
Ancestor? Well, it probably has something to do with religious death rites. They take away the dead bodies and cremate them for a fee or trade goods.
The girl said that when they don't get the dead, sometimes they take the living.
What? Well, so that's it.
What, sir?
Raiding. About every month or so, a couple of Me Too and turn up missing. The whole city clams up like tongue-tied parrots. For 2 years, I've been trying to track it down. Tom, these Potters must be behind it. Raiding, huh? Well, we'll see about that.
No, we don't know anything definite.
Well, we will. Get Weircheck to roll out the copter. We're flying out to those mountains. I'll put a stop to this if I have to blow them clean off the planet. We'll never find a village in that mess down there. Look at those cliffs.
There's a smoke trail over there to the right. Potters need kilns. Kilns need heat.
That's a volcano, not a chimney. Let's try out along that ridge, then we'll go back.
Wait, I think we found them.
Where?
At the base of the volcano. Look close. You can see buildings.
Yeah. Set her down.
Should we land, sir? They're supposed to be pretty rough on home ground.
We're official representatives of the system. Remember that.
That might not mean much to a tribe of mountaineers.
Don't argue with me, Tom. Land. Get your pistol ready.
I don't see anybody. The village is deserted.
They're hiding.
It's the Potters, all right. There's a heap of old broken jars. But I don't see the kiln.
We'll stay here till something moves. What's that?
One of the Potters. Wait a minute. Here they come. 3 of them.
You cover them, Tom. I'll do the talking. Hey there, you!
What brings strangers to the village of the Potters?
I'm Colville, chief of the Planetary Affairs Bureau in Penolpan. This is an official visit to see how things are going with you.
We make no complaints.
Oh? I've heard reports of you Potters kidnapping Me Too. Is there any truth in that?
There is an ancient agreement. The Potters are granted the bodies of the dead, and occasionally, when the need is great, we do anticipate nature by a year or 2.
You mean you admit it?
The soul lives forever. In the bowl, it's beautified.
What do you mean? Look here, just what do you do with the corpses?
Our glazes require lead, sand, clay, alkali, spar, and lime. All but the lime is at our hand, and this we take from the bones of the dead.
I see. Well, we don't want to interfere in any native customs or rights. Corpses, that's between you and the Me Too. If you need lime, I can ship you in tons of it.
Natural lime is a poor substitute for fresh, live bones. The spirit of the person is in the bones, and it passes into the glaze and gives it an inner fire.
Well, you listen to me. I don't care what you use as long as there's no kidnapping or murder.
Tell me, Potter. I don't see any furnaces. Where are your kilns?
Our firing is done by the great monthly burn.
You mean the volcano?
Yes, Earthman. Once each month, the heat roars up white and glowing.
I see. Potter, why don't you ever use yellow glaze?
Yellow glaze? We have no metal to give the pure, rich yellow, the color of the sun. It is strange, Earthman, that you talk of the yellow, for my people have sought the sun glaze for thousands of years.
Listen, if there's any technical help you people want, that's my business. But there'll be no more murder. If necessary, I'll put a stop to the potting altogether.
Your words are not friendly.
Don't think I can't do it. I'll drop an atom bomb down the throat of your volcano and cave in the whole mountain.
We'd better pull out, Mr. Colville.
Shut up, Tom. You understand? My job is to protect everyone on this mud-hole planet, and that includes the Me Tour.
Get back in the copter, Mr. Colville. They're getting ugly.
Fire over their heads. Keep them back.
Quick, get in, sir. They're scared now, but in a minute they may jump us.
All right, let's go. Don't worry, Tom. Now those cooks know who's boss. No, sir, we won't have any more trouble from the Potters.
Colville kept me pretty busy the next few weeks, but I got to spending a good deal of time at the Pottery Bazaar with the girl. Her name was Sue Then. She was interested in everything I had to tell her about the rest of the galaxy, and I was lonely, so I got to looking forward to my visits there. I was on my way there one evening when suddenly I heard shouts down the side streets. I hurried toward them, pulling out my gun. And then I heard the deep cry of the giant potters and the crack of hooves on the cobbled streets. Suddenly, a group of riders burst around a corner and charged down on me. When they were gone, I hurried to the Pottery Bazaar. Sue Then was gone.
Earthman! Earthman! She's not here. They took her.
The Potters?
She has gone to her ancestors.
Did they kill her?
No, they have taken her to the hills. But soon she will live forever, her spirit wrapped in the glorious glaze.
Sue Then.
There is nothing to be done. When the Potters take you, it is the end.
They've been raiding again, huh?
Pour me two in tonight.
Bring the copter around in front.
It's ready.
Tom, I'm going to break out the atom bomb from the arms locker. You fly out there and drop it down that volcano crater. I'll teach those murdering devils a lesson they won't forget.
But the Me Too
They'll
and
come crawling to the city on their hands and knees. I know how to run this planet.
Dimension X will continue in just a moment. Friends, this is Frank Martin, the Wheaties man, and I want you to know an associate of mine, Ed Prentice. Okay, Ed.
Folks, I'd like to have you meet a good friend of mine and a prominent member of a fine little organization known as the Chicago White Sox, Mr. Lucius Benjamin Appling.
Ooh, Ed, don't say it like that. Whoever heard of a ball player named Lucius? What if I went around calling you Paul Edward Prentice? Let's just make it Ed and Luke, huh?
All right, Luke. Say, just how long have you been with the White Sox?
Over 20 years, Ed. Golly, I played in darn near 2,500 games. Been at bat almost 9,000 times. Man, I'm from way back.
Well, Luke, you don't look it. How do you keep up the pace anyway?
Well, Ed, I sleep good. I eat good. I eat mighty good. Wheaties about 4 mornings a week. Those little old flakes put a lot of snap, even in an old-timer like me. Must be because they're 100% whole wheat. I sure like Wheaties and milk and fruit.
You know, Luke, that's exactly what I hear from a lot of ball players and plenty of other people, too. No wonder they call Wheaties the breakfast of champions.
Thank you, Mr. Prentice and Mr. Luke Appling of the Chicago White Sox. Mighty nice of you to say those good things about Wheaties. Now, folks, you and I may not be playing baseball for a living, but we can use those whole wheat Wheaties, too. Step around to the grocery tomorrow yourself for Wheaties, breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you.
There's the village window, Chick. Swing over it.
Shall I pull the safety on the bomb?
No, hold it.
But Mr. Colville said
I know what he said. But they got a girl down there, and I'm going to get her out alive. And I'm going to start by trying to talk with that 7-foot red-headed Potter. All right, we're a check. Set her down right in the middle of Main Street. Have your gun ready, we're a check.
Here they come.
Tall one, the chief.
So, this is the insolent lordling again.
Come on, out of the copter.
Good. We are in need of bone lime, and yours will suit us well.
They're closing in, Mr. Tom.
Prepare your soul for the great burn.
Stand back. I'll kill a lot of Potters, and you'll be the first. I've come for the 4 Me Too that you took from Knoll Farm. You don't seem to understand that we can punish.
Aye, 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 aye. We can kill you before you can do much damage. We potters do not fear death. Death is merely eternal meditation from the glass.
Potter, listen to me. I didn't come here to threaten, but to bargain. You have a Me-Too'ing girl. Is she still alive?
She still lives?
Chief Colville gave me orders to destroy your volcano. We can do that easily. If I'm harmed, the next bomb will drop on your village. I've come down here against his orders to bargain.
Bargain? With what? We care for nothing but our craft.
Potter, I can give you the secret of the yellow blaze.
Empty words.
No, the truth. In exchange, I want the girl and the other Me-Too'ing you've stolen, and your word not to raid again.
How would we get lime?
We've told you we can ship it in. Pure lime, as good as yours. Do the Potters of Persk want the yellow glaze?
Why, that has been the goal of the tribe of Potters for 1,000 years.
And if I show you the yellow glaze?
Earthmen, if it comes clear through the burn, I agree to your bargain. If it does not, your spirit will be lodged forever in the ugliest bowl we can spin on the wheel.
It's a bargain. All right, Wiracek. Disarm the bomb.
Disarm it? Mr. Tom, you crazy? They'll kill us. There'll be nothing left to stop them.
Nothing but the yellow glaze.
Yeah, but do you know how to make it?
We'll soon find out. I've been doing a little reading on the subject lately.
Reading? Holy smoke.
Enough, Earthman. I will take you to the potter's shed. If your glaze is the bright yellow of the sun, you live. If not, you die.
Come on, Wiracek. Let's get to work.
With what? You never made a glaze in your life. What are we supposed to work on now? Our last will and testament?
Who's that?
Suzanne.
Are you all right?
Yes. Why did you come? They will kill you too, Earthman.
Maybe. How did you get in here?
When I heard that you were here, I asked the Chief Potter to come. He said it would not matter. They would have all our bones soon.
Cheerful soul. Hey, stir this, Wiracek.
Yes, sir.
They said you were trying to make the yellow glaze. Oh, Earthmen, we will die.
This goo may turn out yellow. It had better.
No one on Persk has been able to make it.
But I'm not from Persk. Hang on, Suthan. We're not dead yet.
Earthman, I am glad you came. Although I wish you had not.
Suthan. All right, Wiracek. Call that redhead. Tell him I got his glaze ready.
Hey! Hey, you out there.
Earthman, are you ready?
Here's your glaze. Test it.
You have 6 bowls of glaze.
I'm no potter. This stuff ought to turn out yellow, but I can't be sure in one mixture.
We will coat 6 tablets, one with each glaze. Then we will fire them.
How long will it take?
20 hours before you know if the burn has brought you life or death.
How long can they keep that up? It's been hours.
Tiles ought to be done soon.
Earthman, here comes the Chief Potter.
It must be time.
The tiles are cooled. It is time now to open the kiln and test your glaze. A bargain has been made. The glaze is yellow, or you die. I will open the kiln.
How are they, Mr. Tom? Mr. Tom?
I can't see inside. It's dark. All right, Potter, pull them out. What are you waiting for?
I will remove the first tile.
No.
A dull, dirty brown, Earthman.
Pull out the next one.
The color of mud.
Now, wait a minute.
What is the use? There is no yellow glaze.
Get that next tile out. We made a bargain.
Mr. Brown, your glazes are worse than the feeblest work of our children. Prepare your spirits for the great burn.
Now, wait. Look in there. The next tile. Get it out here.
Earthman, you waste time.
Well, I'll get it out myself. There. Look at it.
Yellow. Bright, shining yellow.
There it is. The yellow glaze.
Tom, where in thunder have you been?
Mr. Colville, I've been
I
trying
sent you out on business which should take 2 hours, and you stay 2 days. Why?
I got the 4-me-2 back, and I made a contract with the Potters. No more raiding.
You what?
I made a deal with them, and it turned out to be a better idea than yours.
You disobeyed. You deliberately... Tom, you're through here. Through with planetary affairs.
Listen, Mr.
If a
Colville.
man can't be trusted to carry out orders, he's not worth a lead nickel to the Bureau. Get your gear together. Leave on the next ship out.
Yes, sir.
Wait. You're on company time till 4 o'clock tonight. Until then, you obey my orders. Take the copter back to the hangar. Bring the atom bomb back to the armory.
I can't.
What?
I've been trying to tell you. There's only one way I had to make that yellow glaze.
Tom, what the devil have you done with that bomb?
I gave it to the Potters.
What?
It was the uranium salt that made the yellow glaze. The Potters didn't have any, so I gave them the uranium out of the bomb. That was part of the bargain.
What? You gave that murdering tribe of crooks that uranium?
You heard me. And if you think you could have used it better by blasting them out of that mountain, you're crazy.
Why, you abysmal, blasted imbecile. That's the only bomb we had. Those Potters could tear Penalpan off the face of the planet.
If you want that uranium, Colville, you can go out and get it. And if I'm fired, I'm through now.
Why, you fresh smut, you yellow-livered louse. I ought to
If you
kill
asked
you.
me, I'd say it'd be dangerous business trying to get that uranium back now.
Where a check? Where a check?
Yes, Mr. Colville. Yes, sir.
Get the copter fuel. Get me a double holster and a full bandolier of ammunition.
Yes, sir.
Tom, when I get back, I'll see that you rot in the deepest cell in the Gallatin Tower. I'm going out now to those hills. I'm going to bring in that uranium myself.
2 days later, Wiracek came into my office. His face was pale, his hands shook with excitement.
He's here, Mr. Tom. He's here.
Colville?
No, the Chief Potter.
The Potter. Bring him in.
Should I call the guard?
Just bring him in. Well, Potter, I was just going to the mountains to see you.
Earthman, does that bargain we made still stand?
Just a minute. First, I want to know what happened to my chief. He has not returned.
A madman came to the village of the Potters. He said you had no authority. He said he could not allow the Potters to keep the heavy metal that makes glaze like the sunset.
What happened to Colville? Tell me.
There was violence. He killed 6 good wheelmen. He was captured. I come to find whether our contract is good.
Captured. All right, Potter. The contract is good. It is bound by my word and by the word of my great chief back on Earth. But only if Colville is returned. He must be brought back.
Good. Then to seal the bargain, I have brought you the first bowl made with the new yellow glaze.
It's a beautiful vase, Potter. And now, about returning Colville.
It is done. The madman is a lucky man indeed, for his spirit dwells in the brightest glass ever to come from the great burn.
You mean that Colville...
Here, I return him to you. The fiery soul of the madman has given luster to an already glorious glaze. He will live forever in the shining light.
On the desk stood a yellow bowl, and the beauty of its shape was matched by the intensity of the glaze. A glorious, transparent yellow, fire of a volcano's core.
Tonight, Dimension X has transcribed The Potters of Fursk, written by Jack Vance and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Carl Weber as Michael Tom, Wendell Holmes as Colville, and Raymond Edward Johnson as the chief of the Potters. Your narrator, Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman. Engineer, Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by Van Woodward and directed by Edward King. Tomorrow, hear Sam Spade. Now, it's Truth or Consequences on NBC.
Alright, it is time for the question of the day, which you can answer in the comments below. And today's question is quite simple. Has a book ever caused you to have nightmares? I can say safely that there's only one book that ever actually gave me nightmares, and that was H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds. And in particular, the segment in it where the narrator is trapped in a house underneath a Martian war machine. He's right in the basement, but he can't really move because, not only because of the debris, but because the fear that his sound will alert the Martians who he can hear moving above him. I had a ton of nightmares when I was a kid about being trapped in small spaces with something dangerous just out of eyesight, but within earshot, so I couldn't move. For some reason, I found that very frightening. But has a book ever given you nightmares? Let us know in the comments below, and now let's get back to the shows. Take a trip back and pay a visit to Fort Laramie. Coming up next.
At the gallop!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Mr. Syberts! Mr. Syberts!
Yes, Captain.
We're wasting our fire at this range. Pass the word. Men are to flank the canyon, dig in, and hold their position.
And their fire, sir?
Cease fire.
But they'll think we've quit, sir.
I hope they do, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir. Captain, what about your leg?
It's fine. Now pass the word, Mr. Syberts.
Right away, sir. Cease fire. Cease fire. Flank the canyon, dig in, hold your position. Cease fire.
Gorse! Sergeant Gorse!
Yo!
Right here, Captain. Give me a hand. Behind that boulder.
Yes, sir. Can you bear weight on that leg?
I can get behind that boulder.
Are you easy now, sir?
Don't know when I've been more comfortable.
If you're dry, I got part of a canteen here.
No, save it. You'll need it.
Captain, there's a clearing about 100 yards back. We got the horses back there. Harrison and me together get you there.
I'm fine here, Sergeant.
Well, you'd rest a mite easier there, sir.
Maybe you ought to take up nursing, Gorse. You're developing a fine manner for it.
Well, sir, I reckon it's all this easy living. It's kind of got me soft.
Go back to your position, Sergeant, and dig in.
Flanking the canyon this way, you must be figuring them Injuns will try another run-through.
No use 40 men spreading thin against 200 or 300 Arapaho.
Yes, sir.
Go on back, Gorse. Send Lieutenant Syberts here.
Right, sir. Lieutenant Syberts. You set for me, sir?
Men have their orders.
All down the line.
How about ammunition?
We've enough, sir.
What's enough?
Well, sir, I
Enough
think...
to lead a charge down the canyon and run them off?
No, I don't believe so.
Enough to hold our ground here and stand off an assault?
That would depend on the size of the assault.
Mr. Syberts, there are at least 200 Arapaho firing what's left of our camp down there. I want to know if we can hold these positions.
Not long, sir. Not if they turn on us full force.
Then we don't have enough ammunition, do we, Mr. Syberts?
No, sir, I guess not. What do we do, Captain?
Sit here. Hope they think they wiped us out in their last run-through.
That why you ordered the men to hold their fire?
That's why.
They're riding off, Captain. Don't look like they counted us too important, Captain Quince.
That a complaint, Sergeant?
No, sir. I was born plain insignificant. I mean to stay that way. Help me get the captain back to the clearing, Sergeant. His leg needs
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Syberts. We can't waste any more daylight. You have 6 hours of good riding left before nightfall.
Well, sir, you can't ride hard. You've lost a lot of blood.
The patrol's going back to the fort under your command, Mr. Syberts. Harrison and I'll take it in easy stages.
We can't leave you here, sir.
Mr. Syberts, you'll reach Fort Laramie tomorrow night, if you're lucky. Major Daggett needs a full report as soon as possible.
Captain Quince, sir, we could strap you in your saddle.
No need for that, Sergeant. I'd slow you up, and Major Daggett needs that report. Now, send Harrison to me. Prepare to move out.
I know this country better than Harrison, Captain.
Mr. Syberts will need you, Gorse. This will be good experience for my orderly.
Yes, Captain.
Patrol, report to the clearing. Check your mount.
Well,
Prepare to move out.
good luck, Mr. Syberts.
All right, all of you, patrol.
Thank you, Captain.
Report to the clearing now.
Good luck to you, sir.
You're all played out, aren't you, sir?
There's fresh water ahead. To the left there. That clump of trees.
You can't go on just water, Captain.
A little help. We can water the horses, too.
Not much sunlight left. I hoped we'd find a settler where we could bed down for the night.
This is Arapaho country, Harrison. They routed out most of the settlers.
They sure got away acting like they own the place, don't they? Running off white men.
They were here first. I guess they got a funny idea that makes it their land.
If we'd have had the whole company back there, we'd have run through them, sure. Showed them whose land it is.
Well, it would take an awful good company. Those were dog soldiers leading that raid.
Dog soldiers?
Toughest fighters in the tribes. Hand-picked for their daring. Hote Mintanio.
How's that, sir?
That's the Cheyenne name for dog soldiers. But most Plains Indians have a select band like them. Sioux and the Arapaho.
Oh. Guess we were smart to take cover in that canyon, Captain.
Yeah, I guess we were. In through the trees, Harrison. Good grass there by that stream.
I'll be right there to lend a hand, sir.
Stand to steady me as I come over on this leg, Harrison. It won't bear weight.
Yes, sir.
All right. Guess I'm weaker than I thought.
Now, don't you worry, Captain. I got bull strength. Here, let me help you. Now, you just sit back against this tree. There. How's that, sir?
All right, Harrison. Thanks.
I'll get you some fresh water. You going all white.
No, I'm all right. I'll ease those cinches and lead the mounts down to the stream and water them. Go on. I just need to catch my breath. Rest a bit.
I sure wish I could make you right comfortable, sir. In bed with food and all.
I know. Mind the horses.
Yes, sir.
Harrison?
You awake, sir?
I shouldn't have gone to sleep.
You just didn't have no choice, Captain. Once you drank that cool water, you was plumb through.
What's that? Horses?
No, they're not making a sound, sir. I hobbled them before I set up.
Wait a minute. There's horses, all right. Sounds like they're riding this way.
Well, I sure don't hear a thing. Could be you got some fever, Captain Quince. Some folks hear things when they got fever.
You keep listening, you'll hear them.
Yes, sir. Well, what I was going to say was, while you was resting so easy like, I set out and took a look around. There's a cabin, sir, not more than a couple of 100 yards away.
They're coming from the north.
Yeah, I can hear them now. Could be cavalry, Captain. They move south long ahead of us.
Not cavalry. Look through the trees.
Indians.
Dog soldiers.
Captain, we better make for that cabin.
No. We're better off here. Trees will hide us. Unless they already know we're here. Lie flat, Harris. If they start through the trees, fire.
Can you handle that carbine, sir?
Yeah, I can.
They're making for us, sir. Sure sin.
Now, wait them out.
They're right at the tree, Captain.
Easy.
I'm sure not keen on them seeing me first.
Shut up, Harris. They're riding right along the tree line. Going on south.
I can't make them out anymore. You see them?
Now, they've gone on past the thicket. I can't see them.
Man, that was closer.
Still close. They stopped.
You want I should get our horses, sir?
I do not. Can you hear them?
They ain't moving as I can tell. I counted 6, Captain.
6. That cabin, where is it?
Near as I can tell, that's where they are, sir. It's that direction, not more than a couple 100 yards away. Oh, I tell you, sir, that's a welcome sound.
You were talking about a deserted cabin, Harrison?
Not a living thing around. Likely been that way for years.
You'll have to near carry me. I can't mount again.
Just you don't worry yourself, Captain. I'll take right good care of you. Not 10 more steps. You can make it, sir.
I don't know, Harrison.
You just lean heavy now. We'll get there. You make out fine.
You come no closer.
Well, ma'am, there's no cause for shooting. We're your kind, white folk.
I'll judge about the shooting. What ails him?
He's all shot up and weak. Ma'am, I'm not even asking for a hand, but I got to put him down inside.
Army?
The 2nd Cavalry, Fort Laramie.
Harrison, I think
Captain Quince. Captain, you all right, sir?
Is he dead?
No, ma'am, not yet. Would you just try to help? Put that shotgun down and help a body?
How are you on food?
Oh, 10 of jerky, maybe.
Blankets? Shot? You got anything?
I got an awful sick captain here, ma'am. That's what I got. And I'm lifting him up right now and taking him in there.
How much money you got?
I don't know. A little.
Hand it over.
Once we inside...
I tell you, son, I'd as soon shoot the both of you as jaw this way. I want your money and your guns.
I don't rightly know how you stand yourself.
His money, too.
I'm bringing him inside now.
Not for long. For this little bit of money.
Open this door for me.
You're another weak one, are you?
My arm's full of logs.
Put them by the stove and quit your whimpering. Soft bellies, the lot of you.
How is he?
Ask him. He's only pretending to sleep.
Captain?
You can't fool her, Harrison. Don't try.
Oh, you gave me a fright, sir. I wasn't sure you was going to come around.
I'll be all right.
She get the bullet?
Yeah. Yeah, she got it.
I seen new cubs are tougher hide.
Captain, she took everything we had. Jerky, guns, money. What kind of white woman is she?
Best quiet him. I've buried 4 husbands, 20 children. A couple of strangers don't faze me.
Better get some sleep, Harrison. She says you watched me all night.
You sure you're all right?
I'm fine. Now go to sleep. That's an order.
Yes, sir.
Four husbands, ma'am?
Outlived them. But they was men, regular men. Didn't go around sirring every other man and mamming women folk.
Yeah, they weren't in the army.
Indeed they wasn't. No call for the army in those days. Mr. Pelfrey and me lived as peaceable as could be with the Indian folk. We come here peaceable, me and Mr. Pelfrey.
When was that?
In the 30s.
Things are different then.
No different than with Mr. Griffith, Mr. Albright, even later on with Mr. Netherton. Yeah, there was lessons to learn in the West in them days. Eat the porridge.
Much obliged, ma'am.
Hattie.
How's that?
Hattie, I say. Hattie Pelfrey. I go by that. I can't abide being called ma'am.
Oh.
I lean toward Hattie.
Hattie, you live alone, middle of Arapaho country. How do you manage?
I come by your guns. Such little money you had. Sometimes it's food, sometimes robes. I'll take what I can get. No matter to me if it's settlers or scouts or army folks.
Or Arapaho?
Folks don't find Hattie less than they lost, or half dead. Yeah, it'd open your eyes to see what they part with.
You always greet 'em with a shotgun?
If need be.
Before we came here last evening, a band of Arapaho braves stopped here.
I got good arrows, strong bows, rifles. Even a couple of buffalo guns off a hunter broke his leg down the canyon.
They got a camp near here, the Arapaho?
You got something more to give me?
Oh, Harrison said you cleaned us out.
You're getting full measure.
What's going on? My ring. Hey, you can't have that.
But I got it. Well, I ain't had a pretty for a spell, and that's a fact.
A man ain't safe sleeping here. I bought that ring myself in St. Louis.
Oh, it'll fit fine once I wrap some twine around it. Body's fingers thin with age.
Next you'll be picking my bones, you old buzzard.
Mind your tongue!
Give him his ring back, Hattie.
Not likely.
Captain Quince, what says you can't hit an old woman when she's so contrary?
Oh, for one thing, she's got a shotgun.
I'd soon use it as jaw with you.
You take his ring, you give us something, Hattie.
I do admire a pretty. Clean forgot the bright feeling they give you.
Our guns for the ring, Hattie, that's fair.
I come by your horses down the creek this morning. They're grazing on my grass, swilling my water. The pretty's to pay for that.
Captain, I better see to them mounts.
You'll stay with the sick and ailing. I'll see to the horses.
You saying he can't leave the cabin?
Not alive, he can't.
Why, you...
She means it, Harrison.
I do that. Now, I've got tending to do. Outside. No need peering around for your rifles whilst I'm gone. You won't find them.
Captain Quince, we gotta move out of here.
Well, we need horses to do it. Here. You steady me.
You ain't fit to stand yet, sir.
Just you stand still. Yeah. We'd have to crawl once we're outside anyway. I can manage to the door.
Like as not, she's just crouched out there waiting for us.
It's worth a chance. You may not get another.
Yes, sir.
Get the door. Get on your belly. Move small through this brush. Toward the stream. Can you see her?
No, sir.
Stream. How far is it?
A good 50 yards. Maybe more.
I don't see the horses.
Not yet, sir.
Flatten, Harrison. It's Arapaho.
She come out of those trees by the water, sir. She's talking to them Indians.
Don't even breathe. She's going back toward the trees.
Yeah. But there ain't a sign of our horses, sir.
No sense trying to go it without them. We'll have to go back.
To the cabin?
Without guns or horses, we're no good out here, Harrison. Come on.
What you reckon? She's done with them, Captain.
That woman, she might have eaten them.
I'll steady you for the walk, sir.
I'd give a lot for some of her strength right now.
You think I could find them alone?
Get yourself killed doing it? It's no good, Harrison. We'll have to wait.
You're just about as foolish as can be, ain't you? Crawling around in the brush out there. What's ID?
Fresh air, Hattie.
Got no guns, no food. There's Arapaho all around. You don't think too good of your hides, do you?
Where are the horses, Hattie?
Your color's coming back some.
You heard the captain. What about the horses?
They come right high in these parts, youngin. Yeah, I could get me a passel of things. Trading horses.
You're real friendly with the Arapaho, Hattie.
They treat me good. Of course, they know Mr. Pelfrey and me come peaceable to their country. Not to run 'em off what rightly is their land.
You never seen 'em at the killing? White women, babies, no matter to them.
You ever ask yourself who started it all? I seen it happen. The whites and their guns moving in. Wasn't pretty work they did. Women and children, too.
They let you live here. It's got to be a reason.
He come here like you, full of shot, ailing. White men's doing. Mr. Pelfrey and me, we took him in, tended him. He was a young chief then. But Standing Bear never forgot. Not in all these years. He's as near to a relation I got.
You're from another age, Hattie. You and Standing Bear.
You got anyone? A wife?
No wife.
Mother, then?
I got her memory. Pair of her earrings, that's all.
Not on you. I'd have found them.
They're back at Fort Laramie.
Oh, that's a pity. Yeah, that's a pity.
Think you can get the guns without waking her?
I can't make out good with no light. But I can fight an old woman in the dark.
Not long till sunup. This may be our last chance. Easy now.
Now, that's just close enough. Stealing up on an old woman. What kind of men are you? I don't mind shooting. A bit.
You're a witch. That's what you are. Seeing in the dark, hearing. You no kind of woman at all.
Maybe not now, young'un. But I was once. More woman than you could imagine.
Now, shut up, both of you. Someone's coming.
Come earlier than I said.
It's probably them same engines again, Captain.
Yeah.
Now get. Back where you belong. Over there, to your beds. Welcome.
Captain, I had my gun, I'd blow us all up before I'd let them take us.
I know. Maybe that'd help you.
She's out there right now, trading for us. You know that.
Get ready. Someone's coming.
Now, that side of beef will last me the winter and more. Gift for my friend Standing Bear.
For us, Hattie?
Now then, you're worth a sight more than that.
They're riding off, Captain.
You sparing us, Hattie? For what?
Sparing you?
You didn't tell them about us.
They didn't ask.
You acting human so sudden-like. After near scaring us to death.
I ain't gonna miss this, young'un, that's a fact. I'd soon keep company with a bawling calf. I tell you, I'm bone brittle with you two around.
Well, we'd be glad to get out of your way. Trade for guns, our horses, and a cut of your new beef.
Been thinking about them ear bobs.
I've been thinking about our guns.
Under my bed. These two horses saddled at the spring. Now, them ear bobs.
They're back at Fort Laramie, Hattie. You mean to ride back with us?
I gotta watch who I'm seen with.
Yeah. Well, I might get back your way someday. If I do, I'll bring them to you.
For these old ears? Yeah, here, young'un. Pretties ain't for me, not no more.
I'll take my ring, ma'am. And thank you. But I ain't even pretending to understand you.
If you was regular men, you'd find yourself a woman. Pretties don't belong on a man's hand, locked up at no fort. Now, us women folk, it gives us that bright feeling, having a pretty.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Sam Edwards, and John Daner.
Company, attention! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Anyone who has ever been helped by the Red Cross can tell you how important help is when the need arises. And everyone who is a member of the American Red Cross can tell you how much deep satisfaction comes with knowing you have helped provide aid in an emergency. Make your investment in humanitarianism soon. CBS Radio urges you to join and serve your local Red Cross chapter. Your membership and your contributions make all Americans neighbors in a time of need.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Your kitchen linoleum probably gets more steady wear than any other floor in the house, and yet it's so easy to keep it looking beautiful. Just use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Your linoleum will be brighter and cleaner, and your kitchen will be a more cheerful place to work. The new glow coat shines nearly twice as bright as ever before, and as you know, the brighter the shine, the cleaner the kitchen. Glow Coat makes floor cleaning problems simple, too. Dust, dirt, and spilled things can be whisked off a glow-coated surface with just a wipe of a damp cloth. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat protects your linoleum from wear and scuffing. That shining coat of hard, gleaming wax actually keeps your feet off the floor. You walk on Glow Coat, not on the linoleum. No wonder it makes the linoleum last longer. Make your kitchen brighter, more cheerful. Use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat to bring out the beauty of your home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Did you ever get a circular in the mail that said, and I probably misquote, "We pay big money for old books"? Well, it's that sort of thing that has sent our Mr. Magee of 79 Wistful Vista pursuing many a wild goose. Listen to him now as we join Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Hey, Molly, did you see this circular that just come in the mail? It says there's a fortune in books.
I don't believe it. Uncle Dennis ran one for several months, and he spent all his profits bailing himself out of jail.
Oh, no. Oh, I don't mean handbooks. This guy ain't a bookie. He's a collector.
So was Uncle Dennis. He'd collect $100 and hand it right over to a bailiff. I told him 100 times he shouldn't be...
You don't understand, kiddo. Neither do I. Look, this circular says thousands of people who read this circular have books in their attics and basements which are eagerly sought by collectors.
Oh, books.
Yeah, books. I wonder if we got any book in the attic which would be eagerly sought by a collector. It would have to be kind of rare, I suppose.
Well, we've got some up there by Mary Roberts Rhinestone, and, yes, and there's some by Earl Stanley Gander up there.
Gardner, Snooky. A gander is a buck duck. Besides, by rare books, I mean books that are scarce, old books that you can't buy anymore. Them are the ones that are eagerly sought by collectors. For instance, this circular says there's a great demand right now for Horatio Alger books.
Oh, Horatio Alger.
Yeah.
Heavenly days. Who'd want to read that stuff now?
Yeah.
Phil the Fiddler, Paul the Peddler, Bill the Butcher. Which reminds me, did you pay the butcher bill?
Yeah, but listen, I got an idea.
I found $5 in an old sugar bowl today.
Oh, good for you. Now, my idea is that
you can have it if you'll forget this idea you have.
Well, but you don't even know what it is.
No, but you never had one yet that cost us less than $15, so we'll save 10.
But this will make a wad of dough, kiddo. Listen, the circular says that Horatio Alger books are eagerly sought by collectors. You see where it says that right here? Eagerly sought by collectors.
Yes, but...
I know where I can lay my chubby little mitts on 50 of them today, in half an hour.
What good is a project to us that lasts more than a half an hour?
Now, get this, baby. I happened to drop into the book nook next to the Bonton this morning, and on the shelf that says any book here for 25 cents, there were dozens of Alger books.
Did he write that many?
My gosh, he must have wrote 100 of them. All with the same plot, too, practically.
Really?
There's always this poor but honest lad, disgustingly wholesome, who saves a banker's daughter from a runaway horse. He refuses to accept a gold watch as a reward, so the banker gives him a job as messenger boy at 50 cents a week, out of which Thrifty Joe saves 37 cents. In 110 pages, he saves up enough money to marry the banker's daughter and gets the gold watch for a wedding present. The snide little twerp plays it smart all the way.
Sounds a little dull, doesn't it? Didn't he ever write one where the boy saves a horse's daughter from a runaway banker?
Huh?
Or a banker's horse from a runaway daughter?
No, but in Tom the Bootblack... Now, not a word about this to anybody, Snooky. This is my private gold mine, and I don't want any claim jumpers.
I'll be Mum Chum. Come in. Oh, hello there, Mr. Oldtimer.
Oh, hi, Oldtimer. I'd ask you to sit down, but we're on our way downtown to the book nook. Gotta buy some books.
Good for you, Johnny. Nothing like reading good books. I'll never forget what one of my old teachers said about reading.
What did she say, Mr. Oldtimer?
Well, sir, daughter, she just stood there with the sun streaming in the schoolhouse window, casting a kind of a soft glow over her head, and says, "You little whippersnapper, you will finish reading A Tale of Two Cities, or you'll be in the 6th grade for the next 10 years.
Did you, or were you?
I was. But since then, I'd done a lot of reading, kids. Just last night, I was sitting in my room, reading to myself in the dark, and all at once...
Wait a minute now. How can you read in the dark?
Why, that's simple, daughter. Just turn on the light.
But if you turned on the light, you weren't in the dark.
Oh, yes, I was. The bulb was burned out, Johnny.
Well, if you turned on the light and it was burned out, how could you still read?
Had a flashlight.
Oh. Well, that's different.
Nope. The batteries was dead.
Now, this is nonsensical, Mr. Oldtimer, sitting there reading in a dark room. What were you reading?
A neon hosiery sign across the street, daughter. I love neon. Ever stop to think what neon spells backwards? It spells knowing. And no one loves neon like I do. Why, some of them colors...
Now, if you'll excuse us, old-timer, we got to go down and buy some books.
Aye, certainly, Johnny, and I'm proud of you for doing it. Though I don't care much for books myself. Started one last week and just had to quit it.
Why?
Too much printing in it. The pages was all full of words.
Well, some books are like that, old-timer. You ought to try a book of cigarette papers.
Well, this was the most mixed-up yarn I ever read, kid.
Yeah?
Started out with a character named Aardvark and a feller named Ab, and just went no place from there.
Well, who wrote the book?
Oh, some fella named Webster. He'll never get any place, though. He'll never get any place. His plots don't hold up.
That was Noah Webster, old-timer. He quit writing books after that and started a dance band.
He did?
Haven't you heard of Noah's Ark?
Oh, dear.
Noah's Ark?
Yeah.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it.
I didn't think it would be.
Nope, the way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, he says, what do they mean when they say a man is presidential timber? Well, says t'other feller, they mean he can look green and act grown. He ain't too sappy or shady. He don't mind getting the bird. He knows when to bow and leave, and he can bark when necessary. Spends a lot of time on the stump, keeps his trunk packed, and falls the right way where they give him the axe. Well, so long, kid.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and now is the hour.
Now, look, Snook. When we get in this book nook, we got to play it kind of cagey, see? We ain't the least bit interested in buying any old Horatio K. Alger books, see?
Why, we are, too. That's why we came down here, to buy up all the old Alger books he had.
Yeah, sure. That is what we come down here for, but we don't want the guy to know it, see? He'll hike the price on us. We got to act like we're not interested.
Well, all right, but it seems a little dishonest.
Huh?
I'll probably blush every time he looks at me.
You do that. You look pretty when you blush. That'll distract his attention off of me. Well, come on, let's go in.
Heavenly days, look at all the books. Who writes all those things? We certainly haven't had that many secretaries of state.
Now, let's just pretend we're browsing, kiddo.
Why pretend anything? The proprietor isn't paying any attention to us.
Oh, no. You slip a $10 book under your coat and start to walk out. He don't know we're here like MacArthur don't know he's being mentioned as a candidate. You try to take a book
Oh, Magee, look who just came in. Mr. Williams, the weatherman. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Oh, hi, Foggy, old man.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. If you'll pardon my saying so, it's lovely weather we're having, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Mr. Williams.
You a book lover like us, Foggy?
Yes, in a way, McGee. I'm also an author of sorts.
Heavenly days, an author.
Well.
You mean you wrote a book, Mr. Williams?
Yes, I did. It was about an expedition I made 4 years ago to the interior of Africa, studying equatorial weather. Very adventuresome trip, too.
Any trouble with natives, Fog?
One of our members was boiled and eaten by cannibals.
Oh.
Yes, we buried his sun helmet and put a simple little marker over it. Stuart Jones, that was.
How terrible. What did you write on the marker?
Just one word. Stew.
How about wild game, Foggy?
Oh, we had some splendid ones, McGee. One night I was holding a full house, aces over kings.
No.
Oh, you mean animals. Well, one day in the dense jungle, I was taking humidity recordings when I was charged by an enraged bull elephant.
Boy.
I fled for my life, but tripped over a pygmy, fell, and fractured my hygrometer.
Oh.
Yes, I did. As I lay there helpless, I saw this huge bull loom over me, ready to stamp out my life.
Well, I'd have grabbed his tusks and tried to throw the bull.
I'm sure you would.
Oh, my goodness. What happened, Mr. Williams? What'd you do?
Well, suddenly a strange look came into the elephant's eyes.
Huh?
Gently, he wrapped his trunk about me and carried me tenderly back to camp.
Ah.
He put me lightly down on the grass, and before he left, he stood over me a moment with tears in his eyes. And with the soft tip of his trunk, caressed a dewy button I happened to be wearing.
A darn good thing for you, Foggy, they didn't have wild donkeys in Africa.
Yes. Well, I must be getting along. Good day, probably.
So long, Foggy. I could have told that yarn a lot better. I'd have made it a laughing hyena instead of an elephant. Oh, here comes the proprietor, Molly. Now play it cagey.
All right.
Hi, Bud. Mind if we just browse around a little?
No, it's quite all right, mister. Look around all you like. You interested in fiction or non-fiction?
Whichever Horatio Alger is, we're not interested in that.
Oh.
Am I being cagey enough, Magee?
She likes detective stories, Bud, but she always shuts her eyes when she comes to the murder part, so she never does seem to find out.
Oh, excuse me, folks. There's my telephone.
Now, go ahead, Buster. We'll just browse around.
Book Nook. Yep. No, ma'am. It ain't a cookbook, and it ain't Crisco. It's the Count of Monte Cristo. Now, don't mention it, ma'am. Sure get some dumb questions from folks.
I'll bet you do at that, Bud. Hey, are all these books down on this table selling for 2 bits?
Well, to tell the truth, they're not selling at all. But I'm asking 2 bits for them.
Oh.
Well, if you folks want anything, now you just call.
We will.
Yeah.
Oh, look, dearie, here's a whole pile of old Horatio Alger books, but who'd want any of those old things? Not us, I'll bet.
No, we wouldn't want any of those
Well,
old
hello there, pal. Hi, Molly. Thought I recognized those voices.
Oh, hi, Omaha.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. What are you reading?
It's a Western story. It's called Roaring Six Guns by Ramrod Riggs. You ever read it?
No, I don't believe so, Junior. I got a new one last week, though, but it wasn't what I wanted.
He bought a book called Longhorn Steers, Mr. Wilcox, and it turned out to be a book on how to play the trombone.
Well, this Ramrod Riggs really knows the Old West. I just got to where Tex Vanguard, the hero, knocks a man down for insulting the new school teacher in front of the Last Chance Saloon.
Yeah, they all start out like that. He'll marry her on page 248.
I doubt it very much. This is a man teacher.
Oh, no.
Town was too tough for decent women.
I see.
Shall I read you some of it?
Well...
No, thanks, Omaha. I don't
Hey,
think...
just listen to this. This is real literature.
Yeah?
The motley crowd cowered before Black Pete's menacing guns as he shot two faro dealers and leered at Klondike Kate, the gambler's daughter. Suddenly, a calm, gray-eyed figure sauntered up to the bar, and a hush fell over the room.
I know, Martha Graham.
It was Tex Vanguard, U.S. Marshal from Dodge City, the terror of evildoers and bringer of law and order to the raw frontier.
That's Randolph Scott. I'd know him any place.
Suddenly, Black Pete's gun barrel rose, and Tex Vanguard found himself staring into the small, black, deadly tunnel which had snuffed out the life of your kitchen linoleum, can be preserved and beautified so easily with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
What?
Hey, wait a minute. Is that in there?
Huh? Oh, excuse me. I'm using Johnson's glow coat circular for a bookmark, and I must have jumped over to that.
Oh.
Anyway, the book says there was a blur of action as Vanguard went for his gun.
Yeah.
4 shots roared, and the lifeless figure of Black Pete slumped to the floor coverings of linoleum, which are protected by Johnson's glow coat, are so much easier to keep clean because spilled things are easily wiped up with a damp cloth.
Mr. Wilcox, the story.
Oh, yes. Well, just at that moment, Tex Vanguard felt a gun muzzle prodding him in the back. And with no rubbing and no buffing, glow coat dries to a handsome mirror-like polish in 20 minutes or less.
Hey, Waxy.
Yes, pal?
Just read quietly to yourself for a while, will you?
Sure. We may want to read that book ourselves sometime.
Yeah.
And we want it to be a surprise when Tex Vanguard traps the rustlers in their hideaway and cleans them out with a damp cloth after shooting them full of glow coat.
Why, of course. Here, you take the book.
But you haven't finished it, Waxy.
No, I don't want to. I'd rather read the Johnson's glow coat circular. To me, it's a lot more exciting.
Oh.
See you later, folks.
Hey, Molly, I got an idea.
Yes?
Look, you go to the other end of the store and start talking to the owner, see? Distract his attention so I can look over these algebra books.
Too late, dearie. Here he comes.
Huh? Oh, hey, Bub, these old algebra books are pretty junky looking. How much are they? Nickel apiece?
Nope. 10 cents, mister.
Oh.
Frankly, they ain't worth it, but I can't handle them for any less.
Hey, Molly, how about some of these old algebra books for a dime apiece?
No, we wouldn't want them.
I should say not.
Well, who would?
Not me. But I'll take them just to give you more room on the shelves, Bud.
Well, now, that's mighty neighborly of you, mister. Let me see. There's about 108 of them up there. You can take the whole lot for $10.
$8.
$9.
$9.50.
10.
$10.50.
$11. And that's my last offer.
Okay, $11. But you drive a hard bargain, mister. Well, I'll get some cord to bundle them up.
The King's Men and 2 things to worry about.
Worry, 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 worry. I've got me double trouble. Worry, 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 worry. My cares all come in bear. I got 2 things to worry about. Either you're mine or you're not. And if you're mine, I haven't got to worry. But on the other hand, if you're not, I got 2 things to worry about. Either you change or you don't. Now if you change, I haven't got to worry. But on the other hand, if you don't, then pity me, watch me sink till I'm hanging on the brink. But before my worries all are over, I got 2 things to worry about. Either I live or I don't. And if I don't, I haven't got to worry. But on the other hand, if I do, there's 2 things to worry about. Me and you, just 2 little things to worry about. Either you're mine or you're not. Now, if you're mine, I haven't got to worry. But on the other hand, if you're not, then there's 2 little things to worry about. Either you change or you don't. If you change, I haven't got to worry. But on the other hand, if you don't, then pity me, watch me sink till I teeter on the very brink. And then before my worries all are over, there's 2 little things to worry about. Either I live or I don't. Now if I don't, I haven't got to worry. But on the other hand, if I do, I've still got 2 things to worry about. One's me, the other is you. Worry, 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 worry about me. And you.
boy.
Well, now that we're home with these books, what have you got?
A sore arm from lugging these books. You'll find out what I got, though, when that book collector gets here. I phoned him from the drugstore and told him I had a collection of algebra books that was a collector's dream.
I think you got your money's worth all right. The titles alone, you see.
Oh, now stand back, kiddo. Here comes opportunity. Come in.
Oh, it's Dr. Gamble, Magee. Come in, Doctor.
Hello, Molly. And good day to you, drumhead.
Hi, pill pitcher. I thought you were somebody important, but come on in anyway.
If I were somebody important, why would I be calling on you, Pop-Up?
We thought you were a book collector, Doctor. He was expecting one.
And why not? He's had every other kind of collector on his trail. Why, Hey, where'd you get the pile of penny dreadfuls, Dreadful?
I bought them, Fatso, at the Book Nook, next to the Bonton. There's a guy coming over here to buy
Let me see
these.
those. Horatio Alger.
You betcha.
Great Scott, I haven't seen books like these since my kid days.
You never had any kid days, and you know it. You were born at the age of 42 with a gold probe in your mouth, and you've been...
Aren't these titles wonderful, Molly? Look at this. Do or Die, Paul Pearson's Pluck, Boot Black to Banker.
Oh, that's a great title. All a boy had to do to get rich in those days was invest in a box of shoe polish and a brush and wait.
What's so different about that? Doc Gamble started out with a $1 watch and a calomel tablet, and look at him now.
Oh, Magee.
That's not true, and he knows it. I had a thermometer, too, when I started out.
I'll say you had a thermometer. The only thermometer I ever saw that had 3 degrees of fever painted right on it. You got rich with that thermometer.
Now, Magee, stop it. Dr. Gamble isn't rich.
Certainly not. Just handsome and talented.
Oh.
Say, look at this one, Molly. Ned the Newsboy. There's the book that changed my whole career.
Changed your career? What happened? You cut your thumb turning the pages and decided to take up medicine?
No, I was working as a fire watcher for the Forest Service, and while I was reading this book, 300 acres of timber burned up.
Well, Magee expects these books to change his career, too, Doctor. We're going to be rich any minute now.
Oh, I hope not. I like Magee just as he is.
Do you really, Doc?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do, Magee. Dumb, floundering, inconsistent, rude, and uncouth.
I'm as couth as you are.
When I think what you'd be like if you had money, I shudder. And when I shudder, walls crack for miles around.
Oh, now, you wouldn't mind if we got wealthy, Doctor. We'd still come to you with our trouble.
Yeah, and speaking of troubles, I never will forget the time I was working in that clothing store back in Peoria. I had more...
You never told me you worked in a clothing store, Magee.
I never told you about that.
You never did, no.
Well, sir, I was a clerk in this clothing store, see, specializing in sweaters and sport coats. I sold a guy a cashmere sweater and a check coat one day, and he gave me a check for the check coat, but he paid me cash for the cashmere. Well, sir, when I give the cash to the bank cashier and chuck this chap's check on the counter for cashing, the cashier checked the cash in his check cashing account and double-checked the check against the check stubs and found the check checker had failed to check the exchequer and there wasn't enough cash to cash the check I got for the check coat, so the chump chucked the check back to me and checked out the door. This must be the guy. Remember now, we don't want to part of these books, Molly. Make him bid 'em up, see?
All right, come in.
Good day. I'm looking for a Mr. Fibber Magee, incredibly enough.
Come right in, Bud. I'm Fibber Magee.
Thank you.
And this is my wife, Mrs. Magee.
How do you do, I'm sure.
And this is Dr. Gamble, Bud, in case you ever want your appendix taken out and a scar left on your tummy that looks like you've been hit by a road scraper.
How do you do, sir?
I've heard a lot about you, Doctor. I'm K. Stanley Flyleaf, the book collector.
Oh, yes, I've heard of you, too. One of the country's leading bibliophiles.
Let him show you his bibs and files later on. We got business here.
You are the gentleman who called me and said he had a selection of algers?
Oh, yes, he's the one, all right, sir. There they are, right there on the table.
Ah, yes. If you don't mind while I...
Oh, sure, help yourself.
Oh.
Huh?
These are not first editions.
What?
In fact, none of them is.
What's that got to do with it? They're Horatio Alger books, aren't they?
Oh, certainly, but I can pick algers like this up in any bookstore for 3 cents apiece. These are worthless.
Oh, but he thought...
I rather doubt it, madam. And I'm sorry we wasted each other's time. Good day, sir. Good day, Doctor.
Good day. Been nice knowing you.
Hey, watch out for that doorstop, Bud. It's right in the door. You fall. Doorstop.
Heavenly days. I'm so sorry, Mr. Flyleaf. Are you hurt?
No, he isn't hurt, are you, Flyleaf? Are you hurt, Flyleaf? What's he staring at?
That old book we've been using as a doorstop. What's wrong, Bud?
I say, why didn't you show me this?
Why?
This is a first edition of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Harriet Beecher Stowe. Very rare. Will you sell me this?
Sell that? Of course not, Bud. We need that book. We lean it against the door to hold it open whenever we don't want to...
Oh, but it's worth $200, McGee.
What? $200? Oh, just make out the check to F. McGee, Bud. For that kind of dough, I'll lean against the door myself.
I suppose I'm a little prejudiced, but I just don't understand how anyone could permit her kitchen linoleum or other floors to be anything but clean and bright and shining. It's so easy to make floors glow and gleam with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. There's no rubbing or buffing. All you have to do is apply and let dry. You'll be proud of that rich, new floor beauty every time you walk across it. A shining coat of glow coat makes your floors easy to keep clean, too. Dust, dirt, and spilled things can be whisked away with just a wipe of a damp cloth. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat also protects your floors from wear and scuffing. That glowing protective wax coat can take an awful beating and still come up shining. Think about it for a minute, and then make up your mind to give your floors the added shining beauty that comes with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Try glow coat and enjoy the easy way to bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Oh, these algebra books are wonderful, McGee. Here's one about a boy who rescued a millionaire's baby from under the wheels of a horse car.
Oh, that stuff's dated, Molly.
You think so?
Why, certainly. That rescue stuff's no good anymore. My gosh, I yanked a guy out from under the wheels of a 10-ton truck one time, and what did I get? A poke in the nose.
A poke in the nose?
Yeah.
Heavenly days, why?
Well, he was trying to change a tire, and I was the third guy that rescued him.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The makers of Johnson's Wax products, Racine, Wisconsin, bring you Fibber, Magee, and Molly every Tuesday night. Be with us again next week, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
TurboGrafx 16.
CounterSpy next.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents CounterSpy.
Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy. Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy.
Harding, CounterSpy. Calling Washington.
United States CounterSpy. Especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the Flatbush Fagin. Another CounterSpy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot.
That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glassful. And what a delicious glassful. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big, big bottle saves you money. Goes twice as far. Pepsi's America's big, big favorite. And America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, to CounterSpy. Unfortunately, it is happening almost every day and night. In Detroit, the darkened windows of a store, the stealthy figures of two boys approaching, then hands reaching in among the goods on display, and escape. Or, in Los Angeles, late at night, a suburban resident nears his home, when suddenly from behind... Young lawbreakers seem to be everywhere, in St. Louis, Boston, Philadelphia, and in Brooklyn, where juvenile gangs are organized on the highest level.
Wait a minute, gang. Hold it. Hold it. Before we go out on the rumble against the Crescent, our president, Whitey Benson, wants to say something to you members of the Blue Jays.
Now, Chris told you guys how some of them characters from the Crescents pushed one of our boys around this afternoon again. This is the last time they get away with it, see? Tonight, we're putting them Crescents out of business. Like I told you when I organized the Blue Jays, you leave everything to Whitey Benson. We're going places, see? And we ain't going to be in this crummy cellar for long, neither. Soon we're going to have a real classy clubhouse, pool tables and all. Us Blue Jays is going to end up the top dog outfit in Brooklyn. Pipe down! Pipe down! Pipe down! I ain't through yet. Steve?
Yeah, Whitey?
You and Chris take your boys and brief them for the rumble like I laid it out.
Gotcha, Whitey.
Okay. Now, all you guys will get your instructions from my two ace men. We move in on a Crescent's clubhouse at 10:30 tonight.
It's 10:28, Whitey.
All set, Steve?
Yeah, all set. My boys have their bats and axes ready.
Now, quiet, you guys. We'll march on them in a minute. Steve, what about Chris?
Don't worry about Chris, Whitey. He'll be on time with his guys. He's not due at the corner down there until 10:29. There he is now.
Yeah. He's signaling us. Now, remember, Steve, if the cops come before we finish those Crescents, scatter. I'll meet you and Chris back at the clubhouse after we tie this up.
Right. 10:29, Whitey. Should I give Chris the signal?
Yeah. Let's go. Come on, gang. This is it.
Hey, come on! All right, give it on, guys! Show them who our Blue Jays is! Give it to them! Give it on good!
You two ace men of mine done a swell job tonight.
And that finishes the Crescents for good, huh, Whitey?
Yes, Steve. For real.
Now they ain't got no more clubhouse, they'll come around begging to join us Blue Jays.
That was the main idea I had, Chris. Before we're finished, we're taking in every club in his territory. Now, the reason I had you and Steve meet me here at the clubhouse is extra special.
What's up, Whitey?
Tomorrow night I got a little caper planned for just the three of us.
What kind of caper?
Something real special. Pull up chairs and listen close to what I got to say. Tomorrow night, I'm breaking you two into the big time. You got everything straight, Steve?
Yeah, I think so, Whitey. I stand here in a corner and keep my eyes open. If I see a flatfoot coming, I give the signal to Chris in front of the store.
That's it, Steve. Chris, let's go.
Whitey,
Listen, Whitey.
What are you shaking in your pants about, Chris?
I never did nothing like this before. Weren't you scared the first time?
I was never scared. Not my whole life.
I just hope there won't be no trouble.
Didn't I tell you the old dame who runs the store, she's got one foot in the grave already? She'll take a squint at my zip gun and do just like I tell her.
Oh, you won't have to use the gun, will you,
Now,
Whitey?
look, Chris, stop acting like you was just out of kindergarten. Here's the store. Don't forget. Keep a watch for Steve's signal. I'll be out in less than 5 minutes.
Here, young fella. What can I do
Get
for
back at the cash register and open it.
What?
This is a stick-up, Mama. Do like I tell you.
You don't scare me, you rotten little hoodlum. You hoodlum,
Mama, you got just 2 seconds to open that cash register.
That toy gun you got? I'm not scared.
You'll see what kind of toy this 22 is if you don't get started. Go on, move.
I'm not moving an inch. I know kids like you. Sneaky cowards. Dirty little hoodlums. Bluffers.
Hoodlum. Bluffer, huh? Bluffer, huh? I'm sure you is.
Whitey, what happened? Whitey, you shot her.
Sure. You got her alive.
She's waking up. Whitey, I thought you killed her.
Get out of my way, Chris.
What are you gonna do? Why are you loading your gun again?
Let go. The old dame's got too good a tag on me. You know I'm on probation. They'll send me up for 20. Now look out.
Whitey, don't do it, please.
Come on. Let's get out of here.
Mr. Harding, there's a Miss Catherine Griffin waiting to see you by appointment.
Oh, yes. Come in, Miss Griffin. Well, Miss Griffin, nice to see you again.
Here, let me move this chair closer.
Thank you. Mr. Harding, you recall our talk last year during the National Police Conference in Washington.
Oh, of course, Miss Griffin. Are you still attached to the juvenile court in Brooklyn?
In charge of the probation section now.
Oh, and having a rough time.
Very rough. I learned you were here in the New York CounterSpy field office, and I realize, Mr. Harding, you're a busy man, but I hoped you could spare me a little time.
Why, certainly, Miss Griffin.
Of course, Mr. Harding, juvenile delinquency in Brooklyn doesn't come under CounterSpy jurisdiction.
Well, Miss Griffin, juvenile delinquency has ceased to be a local problem. Besides, we're always ready to lend a hand wherever we can, and from all reports, you people in Brooklyn have a big problem.
Mr. Harding, we estimate there are at least 70 juvenile gangs with a membership of over 6,000.
Not a pretty picture, is it?
It gets uglier every day, Mr. Peters. Their numbers are increasing and their crimes get worse. They've gone from gang wars to thievery to murder. Why, just 2 days ago, a store owner in the Red Hook section was shot by .22 caliber bullets. His gun was later found in a vacant lot, a homemade weapon. Zip gun, they call it.
Yes, I think we have one of those right here. Sent to us for inspection. See, made out of a block of wood, antenna wire, a door lock, and spring.
And a lethal weapon it is. In the last month, we've arrested 5 boys carrying guns like that. Each boy was under 17. One was only 13. Our main problem is the unhealthy fear these boys have for officers of the law.
Miss Griffin, that unhealthy fear you mentioned interests me.
When a boy joins a gang, he's taught to hate and fear policemen. They immediately become his mortal enemies.
And naturally, the kings of the underworld become his heroes.
I call it negative hero worship. That's one of the big obstacles in our path. The moment these boys see a police uniform, they run.
Well, Peters, Miss Griffin has just given me an idea. Let's take advantage of this negative hero worship and prove to these youngsters there's a difference between a hero and a heel.
Traffic light just changed. There's the sucker walking toward us. Get ready, Steve.
Right, Whitey.
Bump him so hard he takes a good flop. Chris,
I'm listening, Whitey.
no matter what, you stick here in the doorway.
Right.
Watch how this sucker is handled.
Oh, gee,
Gee, mister, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
Look, we were gone. You wouldn't have to be sorry.
Steve, I told you to watch out, didn't I?
Oh, yeah, Whitey, but...
Mister, don't mind this jerky pal of mine. He's always bumping into somebody.
I told the man I was
Shut up.
sorry.
Here, mister. Let me give you a hand.
Thanks, kid.
You ain't hurt, are you, mister?
No. Gotta tell your little pal to keep his eyes in front of him. Someday he'll bump into the wrong guy.
Someday he'll bump into the wrong guy. Hey, you characters, how you like that for a laugh? Pretty good, huh?
Hey, with some of that dough, we can fix up this clubroom, huh, Whitey? How much in the wallet, Whitey?
$80, Steve.
80? You sure done it smooth,
You
Whitey.
gotta have the touch to roll a sucker smart, Chris. The touch. Light and easy, so he never knows what hit him. I can pick him, huh? Just the way the schmo was dressed, I could tell he was loaded. It's like a talent. Gotta be able to spot...
Whitey, they only knocked twice.
They didn't give the right high sign.
Hey, maybe it's the cops, Whitey. What are we going to do?
Pipe down, bossy.
Come on, open up.
Whitey, it is the cops.
Told you to pipe down.
I know you're in there. Open up or I'll bust the door down.
You guys keep buttoned. I'll do the talking.
I'll give you one more second. Open the door.
Okay. Keep your shirt on. I'm coming.
All right, smart guy. Let's have the wallet.
Wallet? What wallet you talking about, mister?
I suppose the next thing you're going to say is you don't know me.
That's right. Never saw you before.
What about your pal here, this one?
Me? You mean me, mister?
I don't mean your grandmother.
We never saw you before either, mister. Did you, Steve?
No.
You're the two little punks who rolled me on 12th Street 15 minutes ago.
Us? Roll? Got us mixed up with somebody else, mister. This here is the Blue Jays club room. We was having a meeting. We've been here all the time. Right, Chris?
Oh, sure. We've been here all the time, Whitey.
You see, mister?
Come on, hand over the wallet.
I told you, mister. We...
Hand it over.
My arm!
The wallet, honey boy, with the $80.
Arm, you busted my arm. Stop, will you?
When I get the wallet...
Stop, look.
Well...
Okay, only let go, will you? Let go.
It's more like it.
Back pocket, right here. The wallet ain't there.
Because I got it right here in my hand.
What?
You gotta have the touch to roll the sucker smart, Whitey. The touch. Light and easy, so he never knows what hit him.
Whitey, he was outside all the time. He heard.
The next time you and your boys try a roll, you better be sure of the mark you pick out. For all you chumps know, I might have been a cop just laying for you.
Then you're not a cop?
I look like one.
No.
Who are you? If you looked at the cards in my wallet, you'd know who I am. Dutch Malloy.
Dutch Malloy? You hit Dutch Malloy from that Chicago mob?
Is there another one?
Dutch Malloy.
Chris, how you like that? Of all the guys to pick, Dutch Malloy.
Out of everybody walking the streets of Brooklyn, Whitey picks Dutch Malloy to roll.
Of all the guys, Dutch Malloy.
Cut it out, help me! I'll beat your head in! What's the matter, Whitey? No sense of humor?
So I make one mistake. So what? Anybody can make a mistake, can't they?
You want to stay in this business, you don't make no mistakes. Not even one.
Hey, Dutch, what are you doing here in Brooklyn?
You gonna be around long, Dutch?
Couple of weeks, Chris. Why?
Well, if you had some extra time, maybe you could come around and give us some pointers, huh?
Some tips on the ins and outs of the business.
Hey, what do you want to bother Dutch with this kid stuff for? Dutch is a busy guy. Ain't you, Dutch?
No, Whitey. Not too busy. You got a lot to learn, a whole bunch of you. And I'm going to take personal pleasure in teaching each of you how things should be done right. Okay?
In just a moment, we'll return to CounterSpy, brought to you by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more, among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question, why take less when Pepsi is best? No budget, no allowance ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste, twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi's best? Yes, families like yours and mine, families all over America, they're all saying, why take less when Pepsi's best?
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot, tastes terrific when you're hot, more and better than the rest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshments, remember,
why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, back to CounterSpy. 2 weeks later, a man cautiously enters an all-night drugstore and heads for a phone booth to make a call.
This is Dutch Malloy. Listen, 8:30 tomorrow night. Bench at the front end of the DeKalb Avenue subway station, downtown side. Got it? DeKalb Avenue station, 8:30 tomorrow night.
Hello, Dutch. How's my undercover man?
Mr. Harding, this is one assignment I'm not enjoying, not the least bit.
What's wrong, Peter?
Well, it's the way that whole gang, especially those two kids, Chris and Steve, look up to me. Dave, honestly, it makes me sick inside the way they think that Dutch Malloy is such a hotshot.
Well, that's why you're there, Peter.
I know, but they're not really bad kids. It's the leader of the Blue Jays who's all the way off the track. That Whitey Benson is the rotten apple in the barrel.
Yes, our files show Whitey has a bad record.
He sold all the other kids a bill of goods, made them cop haters. He gets the others to follow him either through admiration or strong-arm tactics. Till I came into the picture, Whitey's word was law, but I know the punk is yellow.
Well, then your work's cut out for you, Peter. Show Whitey up to the others for what he really is.
That's not going to be such a cinch.
Well, first you'll have to win the complete confidence of all the other boys.
If I can, in time. Whitey has planned a job for them to pull in another day or so.
Oh?
A bicycle shop on 10th Street. Whitey has it set for them to steal 3 of the bikes that the owner of the shop has displayed on the sidewalk outside.
Oh.
See the spot I'm in, Dave? I can't let those kids steal the bikes.
No, of course you can't, Peter. But maybe there's a way of out-masterminding Whitey Benson at bicycle stealing.
What's the matter, Whitey?
Nothing, Dutch.
Maybe you don't like the way I'm handling this operation, huh?
No, only me and Chris and Steve could do it without bothering you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just lending you guys a hand. Of course, if you want me to step out...
Oh, no, Dutch. We don't want you to do that. We're all for what you're doing for us, huh, Chris?
Sure, Steve. How many chances do you get to learn from a real professional like Dutch Malloy?
Okay. Now remember, watch me through the store window. You know the signal.
Yeah. When you wipe your face with your handkerchief, we grab the bikes and start pedaling.
I'll see you back at the club room later.
Well, mister, how can I help you?
Good evening.
Evening.
I'm, interested in some bikes.
Oh, yes, sir. Any particular type? I got all types here.
Well, I saw those 3 that you have on the sidewalk outside the store. Hot tonight, huh?
Yeah, mighty muggy. Yeah, I guess we'll have some rain. My corns are acting up.
Yeah. Soak this handkerchief right through.
Yeah. You were talking about bicycles.
Yeah. What's the price on all 3 of them?
All 3. Well, now I'm trying to clear out my stock, and I can I can let's have all 3 for. Hey, those boys out there!
What's the matter?
They're getting away with my bike.
Now hold it, buddy. Hold it.
Let go of me! Let go of me! What are they stealing my bike?
Now take it easy.
I gotta stop.
They're not stealing those bikes. I'm buying them.
What?
Those kids are friends of mine. I'm buying those bikes for them.
What holy junk?
How much are they?
Oh, how much? That's different. Well, they're 30. $5. apiece.
That's $105 for all three, right?
Yes, sir, that's right. For 105 skins.
See? 105. Here you are.
Thank you, mister. You know, those bikes are a real bargain at that price.
I know. They're practically a steal.
Good work, Peters. You must have convinced Chris and Steve all right.
$105 is a high price for being convincing, Dave.
Put it on your expense account.
Under what? Petty theft?
By the way, how is Whitey Benson taking it?
Like a slow burn, Dave. If you ask me, I don't think Whitey's going to be satisfied with sitting on the sidelines much longer.
Your job then, Peters, is to expose Whitey as a coward right in front of his ace man.
Right, Dave. But I'll have to wait for just the right setup.
There, you two. Take a look at that.
A rod. A real one.
Yeah, 38.
Where'd you get it, Whitey?
From a friend. Picked it up in Germany. I bought it from him.
What do you want a gun for, Whitey?
For our next job.
But, Whitey, Dutch says only a sucker carries a gun.
Remember? Dutch says if you're caught with a gun...
Dutch says. I'm sick of that Dutch stuff.
Oh, but Dutch knows, Whitey. He's been around.
Well, I've been around, too. Plenty. And I was okay with you guys before he come in the picture, wasn't I? Now I'm going to show you guys how I can handle a heist as good as he can. Better. Anybody here say I can't?
We're not saying you can't. Whitey,
Well, button up and listen if you want to stay being my ace man. There's a warehouse across the street from Pier 13. They got a bunch of radios piled up in there, and it's a pushover to get in through a side door. We're pulling that job at 11 tonight. Got it?
Oh, yeah, Whitey. Sure.
Steve?
All right, Whitey. Whatever you say.
And get this to your heads, both of you. Dutch is out of the picture. If either of you let on to Dutch about this job tonight, so help me, I'll take this gun, I'll blow your heads off. All right, you two. Follow me. Radios are piled over the other end of the warehouse. Hold it.
What's the matter, Whitey?
The watchman, Chris. Coming this way.
You better beat it before...
I'll take care of the watchman. Come on, behind this crate. Here he comes. I'll get him from the back when he goes by.
You reach, Bud. Now, fold your hands on top of your head. Keep them folded.
Okay. Now, turn around.
Hello, Whitey.
Dutch.
You can put your gun away.
How'd you get here?
Didn't I tell you only a sucker carries a gun?
What are you doing here? Who told you? Oh, Steve, Chris, they told you, huh? You monkey told them, didn't you?
Whitey, we thought we better.
Dirty, stinking double-crossers.
Don't take it out on them, Whitey. Tackle somebody your own size.
Them to cross me up, the little yellow bellies. Some stunt to pull on a pal.
What do you mean, pal? You're nobody's pal, Whitey. You're strictly out for yourself. You're just pulling this job tonight to prove you're a big shot, but you're just a cheap little four-flusher.
Yeah?
Yeah. You even told these kids you're only 18, but you're 21, 5 years older than any of them. You didn't have the guts to go up with the big boys, so you got yourself a bunch of kids to use to push around.
Huh? Shut up.
The truth dig too
Shut
deep,
up,
Whitey.
I set her up. Fill your face with lead. Right here.
You haven't got the guts to tackle me. I know you haven't.
Yeah, well, ask Steve. Ask Chris. Ask him how I drilled that dame last month without even blinking an eyelash.
Talk, Whitey. That's your idea of guts, killing an old lady who couldn't fight back. All right, drop the gun. I'll kill you. Drop it or you end up flat on your face.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
All right, we'll do it the hard way.
I'll get his gun, Dutch.
We'll take care of the gun, Griff.
What? Dutch?
These are friends of mine, Steve. Come on, Whitey. Up on your feet. Here he is, Mr. Harding, all yours.
Harding?
That's right, David Harding, Chief of the United States CounterSpies.
Cops. CounterSpies.
Conway,
Yes, Mr. Harding.
take Whitey Benson along.
Right.
Turn him over to the police to be booked for murder.
Yes, sir. Okay, big shot. Get moving.
Why don't you pinch him? Dutch Malloy. He's a guy you want to grab.
Never mind that, squealer. Okay, Conway.
Give me a break. Give me a break. I didn't do nothing to you.
Dutch, I don't get this.
You're in with the cops, Dutch.
Fellows,
you've just had one surprise. Your hero, Whitey Benson, turned out to be a heel. Now, here's another surprise for you. Your friend Dutch Malloy isn't Dutch Malloy at all.
Not Dutch.
He's my assistant, Harry Peters. The real Dutch Malloy's been in our custody for a month.
A cop, Chris. And we thought he was the right guy.
A cop?
So now you two know what I am. You put me down as the wrong guy. That it?
Well, we didn't know a cop who could be...
A right guy? Is that what you're trying to say, Chris?
Yeah, I guess so.
The cops are just like anybody else once you get to know them.
The trouble with you boys is you never gave yourself a chance to know them. They're more on your side than hoodlums like Whitey Benson. You found that out tonight, didn't you? If it hadn't been for Peters here, you'd have ended up in real trouble. And behind bars.
You mean you're not arresting us?
No. But you two still have some things to settle. Those bicycles.
We still got them.
Yeah, Mr. Hardy. But we'll give them back.
You can't do that now. Dutch, or rather Mr. Peters here, paid for them. You two boys are going to keep those bicycles. But you're going to work to pay for them.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Hardy?
You're both going to get straightened away with the law. And then I hope you can prove to other kids like you that a cop isn't such a bad guy after all.
Gee, thanks.
You're a swell guy, Mr. Hardy.
When your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glassful, but two. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to CounterSpy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting CounterSpy case of the Hot Car Killer.
From a hideout high above New York, a master criminal brain moved human beings and stolen automobiles like pawns in a chess game of life and death. For the blazing facts in this case, I invite you to tune in on Thursday, day after tomorrow,
for the case of the Hot Car Killer on CounterSpy. Tonight's CounterSpy program originated in New York, was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Edward Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. CounterSpy is a Philip H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi, ice cold tonight.
Go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Seven is a significant number for a variety of reasons. One highly entertaining reason we'd like to remind you of is the magic number of top daytime dramatic serials only the CBS Radio Network sends your way each Monday through Friday. No less than 7 of America's longtime favorite dramas. Comedy abounds with The Couple Next Door, and drama with the light touch on The Second Mrs. Burton. Other top CBS Radio dramas enjoyed by millions include The Romance of Helen Trent, Whispering Streets, and The Right to Happiness.
Hours of absorbing entertainment every weekday come from these top dramas, presented exclusively by CBS Radio and brought to you as an important part of the different sound of this station.
Come on, Rad. I got the horses out here. Let's get moving.
I'll be along, Bone.
No, even that rot gut they call whiskey is gonna... What you doing?
I'm changing my shirt.
Changing your shirt?
You ever think you're doing that, Bone?
Not for going into Dodge City, I can tell you. Be a waste of time.
Gals might think different.
Hey, not them gals, Rad. All they're interested in is your money. They don't care if you smell purty or not.
You sure don't have to worry about that, Bone.
Besides, if they want a slicked-up dude, they can make eyes at that Easterner blew in a few days ago. What's his name?
Scott.
Yeah, Scott. I'm kind of interested in your little gal out at the Long Branch, ain't he?
He better not be.
Well, I seen him with her last night when I was in town. He'd be a tough man to beat, right? I bet he changes his shirt every other day or so.
I'll change it for him if he ain't careful.
And I hears Daddy's rich. Now, there's a tough hand to beat. Money, good looks.
He's going to lose them both if he don't stay away from Miss Laurie.
Miss Laurie?
Yeah.
Ain't we getting polite now?
Shut up, Bone.
Now, you sure you got yourself fixed up purty enough for her?
Bone, you start
now,
riding...
Don't you worry none. Because you have any trouble with that dude, you just come to old Bone.
I won't need no help. I thought you was in a hurry.
Well, I am. I'm dry.
Then stop talking and let's get going.
Well, this may not be the best beer in the world, Kitty, but it's a lot better than that stuff they serve up at Hayes City.
Well, thanks a lot.
Yeah, Kitty, this saloon, bad as it is, looks mighty good after some of the places I've been in on this trip.
Now, look here, Matt. You get as good a run for your money here as any place in Kansas.
Well, I was just saying, Kitty, that I'm glad to be back.
You better be.
Excuse me, Miss Kitty.
Oh, hello, Andy. You know Marshall Dillon?
Marshall?
This is Andy Scott, Matt.
Glad to know you, Andy.
Andy's on a visit from back east.
Oh, business trip?
No, it's a graduation present from my father, Marshall. This trip out here, I mean.
Ah.
When I get back home this fall, I'll be going to work.
Sounds like you better enjoy yourself while you can.
Yes, I guess that's right. Miss Kitty.
Yeah?
I was looking for Laurie.
She ought to be here any time.
Oh, well, I'll,
Andy, if you have a minute, why don't you sit down? I'd like to talk to you about something.
All right.
You want a beer?
No, thank you.
Kitty, I'll be over at the bar.
Well, you can stay if you want. It's not private.
Oh, I know that, but Mr. Hightower just came in. He has some papers for me, so I'll see you later.
What did you want to talk about?
Laurie.
Oh? What about her?
She's very young, you know, Andy. She's just 18.
Yes, I know.
And I wouldn't want to see her hurt.
Neither would I.
If her parents were alive, she wouldn't be working here at all.
Miss Kitty, Laurie and I have become good friends, very good friends. And she's told me a lot about herself.
I'm sure she has.
She was stranded. She needed money and a place to stay and people to be around. I don't think it's been hurting her. Working here, I mean.
I don't either.
Then what you're saying is that you don't want to see her hurt by me.
That's right.
Neither do I.
You're seeing an awful lot of each other. She's pretty fond of you.
I hope she is.
But with you, this whole thing's just part of your trip west, your big adventure on the plains. It's after you leave that I'm worried about.
When the time comes for me to leave, I hope Laurie will leave with me. Come back to Philadelphia to stay.
You talking about marriage?
Yes, I am.
I see.
Now, if you'll excuse me. I'll see you later, Miss Kitty.
Sure. Well, I sure solved a lot that time, didn't I?
Just swing them doors open for me, Rat. I'm a thirsty man.
Well, you swing them open for yourself, Bo.
Ooh-wee. Well, come on, Rat. I'll buy first round. Hey. What? Look at there. Looky. Just like I told you. That clean shirt ain't gonna do you no good. That dude's already beating your time.
Yeah. Well, you order up some beer. I'll be back.
All right. Hey, Sam.
Yes. Miss Laurie,
Oh, hello, Rad.
I want you to come sit with me.
Rad, I'm sorry, but I'm engaged for the evening.
You are, huh? A young wet-eared dude comes to town, moves in on all the gals.
I'm only interested in one of the ladies, Dawson, and she accepted my invitation first.
Well, don't that sound pretty now?
Rad, please don't make any trouble.
What? I ain't gonna make no trouble, Miss Laurie. Not tonight.
Rad.
But I tell you how it's gonna be. I'm coming to town every night from now on, and all them engagements is gonna be with me.
It seems to me that's up to Miss Laurie.
Well, sure enough. It's up to Miss Laurie. And if she wants you to be able to get back where you come from in one piece, schoolboy, she'll see it my way.
You get out of here.
Sure I will. I'll go right now. But you better not let me catch you near this gal again, schoolboy. I'll teach you a new kind of lesson.
Sociable, up-to-date, debonair.
What's this, a new word game?
No, I'm just mentioning the qualities that people admire in other people.
Oh, I see. If you're sociable, up-to-date, and what was that other word, debonair?
Yes, debonair. But listen to it this way. Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Notice how many of your friends are serving Pepsi-Cola these days. It's the up-to-date refreshment.
Be sociable, serve Pepsi.
Gracious, I hope that offer don't look like it usually does. Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Oh, what's on your mind, Chester?
We got to get cleaned up.
What's happened? Cleaned up for what?
Why, she's coming to see you. That's what's... Excuse me, Mr. Dillon. I got to get things picked up.
Chester, will you leave those papers on my desk alone?
Well, all right, but it looks awful tacky.
Now just stand still and tell me what this is all about. Who's coming to see me?
Why, that pretty little Laurie Benson, Mr. Dillon. I just seen her having dinner over at Delmonico's, and that's what she said. She said she was coming right down here. That's what... Oh, my goodness, there she is.
Just take it easy, Chester. I think we can handle it.
Well, I surely do hope so. How'd you do, Miss Laurie? Come right in.
Hello, Chester. Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Laurie.
Marshal, I don't know if I should have come here or not, but... Well, I need help.
Oh? Well, why don't you sit down?
Let me dust off this chair for you.
Well, thank you, Chester.
Now, Laurie.
We surely would be glad to help you, Miss Laurie.
That's very kind of you.
All you have to do is just say the word, and we'll be there fixing up anything that you need fixing up. Ain't that so, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I think we ought to know what it was first, Chester, don't you?
Well, yes, sir, of course. We'd have to know what it was first. Now, all you need to do is just speak right up, Miss Laurie.
Well,
That's right. Now, you just
Chester.
tell us. Mr. Dillon?
Weren't you on your way over to the livery stable to see how that sore-legged horse was getting on?
Well, yes, sir, I was.
All right.
All right. Excuse me, Miss Laurie.
Certainly, Chester.
Now, Laurie, what's on your mind?
Marshal Dillon, can one man keep another man from seeing somebody?
Oh. Well, I'd say that would depend on the men, Laurie.
I have a friend named Andrew Scott.
Oh, yes, I met him.
Well, do you know Red Dawson?
Mm-hmm. I know Dawson.
Well, he seems to like me. He's always been, well, very nice until Andy came to Dodge. Now Rad says he'll hurt Andy if Andy and I see any more of each other.
That's not too surprising, Laurie.
Andy's stubborn, Marshal. I'm afraid he'll get hurt. I don't want him to get hurt on account of me.
He seems to have a mind of his own.
But, Marshal, they mustn't fight. I thought you might kind of talk to them.
Well, I tell you, Laurie, stopping a couple of men from fighting over a pretty girl is something that I can't do much about.
You're laughing at me.
No, Laurie, I'm not laughing at you. I'm very serious. It's just that, well, this kind of thing isn't exactly in my department.
Then you won't help me? You won't talk to them?
I'll do anything I can, Laurie, to help you, but there's just one thing.
What's that?
I can't promise that either one of them's going to pay any attention to what I say.
I'll say this, Rat, it's mighty interesting coming to town every night, but I sure don't know how long money's gonna hold out.
I ain't begging you to come with me every time,
No,
Bo.
but it just don't seem right for me to let you come here alone. Hey, look at there coming out of Delmonico's. Don't seem like you scared that schoolboy so bad after all.
You shut up.
Little gal hanging on his arm, so nice and pretty. Thought you wasn't gonna stand for that no more, Rat.
I ain't, Bone, I ain't. Now, come on. You, schoolboy, turn around.
Andy, don't do it.
You calling me?
Hey, he's wearing a gun, Rat.
He better be. I warned you, schoolboy. I told you to stay away from her.
Get back, Laurie. Get back in the doorway.
Andy.
You'll have to do more than warn me, Dawson.
I'm a-going to.
Andy.
Get him, Bo. Get him.
All right, that's enough. Now drop your guns, all of you.
He shot me, Marshal. I got a right to protect myself.
I saw it, Rad. You drew on him first. Now go on, drop your guns right now. All right, Andy, get Laurie away from here.
I'm not afraid of him, Marshal.
Do what I said.
Yes, sir. Come on, Laurie.
Well, seem to me you're letting the wrong man go, Marshal. That kid shot Rad in the shoulder. It might be a pretty bad wound. You ought to lock that boy
You
up.
listen to me, Bone. If you want to help Rad, you get him up to docks, then you get him out of Dodge, and you keep him out.
Well, ain't no law says he can't come back here.
There is now.
How you making it, Rad? Shoulder hanging together all right?
It ain't my shoulder that's eating at me.
Yeah. No account Marshal sure talks mighty big.
That ain't the Marshal neither. I gotta get me that Andy Scott. I gotta get him good, Bo.
You ain't got no chance to do nothing. That Marshal see you in Dodge again.
He ain't gonna see me.
What you figuring on?
I'll lay low till it's dark, and hide out near the Dodge house. That's where he lives.
Gonna ambush the kid?
When he comes back from seeing Laurie, I can jump him real easy.
Figure on killing him?
I don't much care what happens to him. But I'll tell you true, I'm going to give that kid the beating of his life.
Hey, Rad. Why don't we bring him out to our place?
Why bother carrying him way out there?
Well, no, that kid, he's got a rich daddy, ain't he?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, make us a pile of money, and you could teach that kid a lesson same time.
How?
Well, his daddy paid good money to have us turn him loose.
How would he know?
We get the kid to write him a letter, telling him to.
Well, I don't know. Main thing I want is for him to leave Laurie alone.
Well, you do whatever you want after we get the money.
You know, you might just be right at that, Bone. After all, a little money never hurt nobody.
Here comes Elmer Blurt, world's lowest pressure salesman.
Nobody home, I hope. It says here, J.P. Pullum, dentist. You wouldn't want to buy a new 1959 Rambler, would you, Doc?
You are a lucky man. I just happen to have a vacancy. Sit down.
Yeah, but Doc...
Open wide. Oh, that's right. You know, you don't have to sell me on the 59 Rambler. It's first in economy, first in sales gains, and no wonder. Rambler has the best of both. Big car room, small car economy.
Yeah, but Doc...
Oh, relax. Can't you salesmen ever stop selling? You know, Rambler's got quite an idea with that personalized comfort. Independently adjustable front seats, adjustable headrests, easiest parking and handling in America. Now, that 59 Rambler is so terrific it makes you want to put your foot right down on the accelerator. No, that didn't hurt, did it?
Oh, gosh, Willikers, no. That's my lower plate you've been drilling.
Rambler outsells all 6 of the best-selling foreign makes combined. 59 Rambler sales are nearly 2.5 times greater than a year ago. See the success car at Rambler dealers.
I'm going downstairs, Laurie. I'll look in on you again a little later.
Oh, I'm all right, really, I am, Kitty. I'm ashamed I gave way so, but... Well, I just couldn't believe Andy'd go away like that. That he'd run. I'm sorry.
Honey, this wasn't his world. You mustn't blame him too much.
I know, Kitty, I know. I shouldn't have expected anything, but... Well, I did think he'd at least say goodbye.
That wouldn't have hurt him, I'll say that. But you might as well learn this lesson while you're still young enough to get over it.
Learn what lesson?
That the less you expect from a man, any man, better off you are. I'll see you later, Laurie.
Sure.
Well, you better answer me, boy. You better speak up.
You're wasting your time, Bone.
Not my time, schoolboy. Yours. Get up off of the floor. Come on, get up.
Oh.
Now, I'm telling you true. I'm your friend. Old Rat, he'd shot you right off.
He had his chance.
Well, he'd have shot you last night if I hadn't argued him out of it. Now, look, all you have to do is just tell me how to write your daddy. That ain't so much, is it?
I'm not going to tell you.
No! You're going to tell me. Well, it might take a little time, but you'll tell me. All right, you just lay there while I'm figuring on it. I'll be back.
It won't do you any good to kill me.
No, you got us all wrong, schoolboy. We ain't going to kill you. No, sir. Of course, you ain't going to get no food or no water till you tell us how to write to your daddy.
You won't get anything from me.
Well, then, you might be running the chance of starving to death, but that'd be up to you.
Get out of here.
I think I'll do that for now. But I'll be back, schoolboy. And next time Rad may be with me, I tell you true, he just don't take kindly to you. He don't take kindly to you at all.
Can I sit down with you, Mr. Dillon?
Sure, Chester. I was beginning to worry about you. It's not like you to be late for a meal.
I sure do hope there's some of that pie left. I declare I could have wrung his neck.
Oh, wrung whose neck?
Old Dobie or the Dodge House. I just couldn't get away from him, and I knowed it was dinner time.
What was Dobie ragging you about this time?
Well, he's awful upset over that young fella, Andy Scott.
Scott? Is he back in town?
Well, that's just the trouble. He ain't. He left without paying his bill. He left his stuff strewn all over his room. Well, Mr. Dobie's fit to be tied. He's acting like an old maid about it, if you ask me.
Wait a minute, Chester. Dobie didn't see Scott leave?
Well, he ain't saw him since that day you stopped the shooting out in the street.
And Scott hasn't been back to his room?
Well, if he has, Dobie ain't saw him. It don't seem nobody has.
I'm afraid somebody has, Chester. And we better find out.
You sure they drugged that boy way out here, Mr. Dillon? It don't make good sense to me.
I'm not sure, Chester, but I don't expect a thing like this to make sense.
I guess you're right. Yonder's your house.
Yeah. Let's leave the horses here. Just keep your eyes open. Dawson, Bone, open up. Come on, it's Marshal Dillon, open up.
What do you want here, Marshal?
I got a few questions to ask you.
We ain't got no time to answer. Look, you ain't got no...
Wait a minute, Rad. Don't want the marshal to think we got something to hide.
That's right, Bo. Well, what do you want to know, Marshal?
Where's Andy Scott?
How should I know?
Yeah, how should we know, Marshal? You run us out of Dodge your own self.
Yeah, and the boy hasn't been seen since you left.
Is that a fact? Well, he probably skedaddled back home to his daddy.
Look in the other room, Chester.
Yes. Now, listen here.
Just stand easy, Rad.
Ain't nobody in there, Mr. Dillon.
Of course in there ain't. Not like I
Mr.
told
Dillon,
you.
look out the window. There's smoke coming out of that shed.
What? Come on.
Marshal, you ain't going nowhere.
Don't try it, Rad!
You killed him.
You want to argue anymore, Bone?
Not like that, I don't.
All right, then drop your gun on the floor and come outside and be mighty careful how you move.
Sure.
Bust open the door, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Why, it's Scott, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Are you all right, Andy? Here, untie his arms and legs, Chester. I'll get this rag out of his mouth.
Thank you, Marshal. It's a lot better.
Stop that fire out, Chester.
Yes, sir, it ain't got a very good start.
All right. Here, Andy, let me help you. We'll get you out of here. Come on.
Thanks.
Now, did you kick that lantern over?
When I heard somebody ride up, it was the only thing I could think of.
You took an awful chance of burning yourself up.
Well, my chances weren't too good, anyway I looked at it.
Yeah. Fact is, I'm surprised to find you alive at all.
Oh, they weren't going to kill me, Marshal. They were just leaving me here to die by myself.
Is this true, Bone?
Mm-hmm. The marshal was his own fault. All he had to do was just tell how to write to his daddy.
What?
Well, sure, Marshal. I kept Rad from shooting him. We were just trying to get us some money. All that boy had to do was talk. We'd have let him go.
Sure you would. Just like I'm going to let you go.
Well, you don't want me, Marshal. You got Rad. He's the one that started it.
Sure, Bone. But you didn't stop it. Now, come on, let's get going.
Coming up to 10 gallons, Mr. Johns. There. Check your oil filter and air filter might pay you $1,000.
How's that?
Well, haven't you heard about Fram's big silver treasure hunt?
Oh, yes. Heard something about it over my car radio this morning. What's it all about?
Well, a regular filter check is so important that Fram Corporation is paying $60,000 to get car owners to check their filters now.
$60,000 in cash?
Yeah, this is Fram's silver anniversary. Last year, 10,000 secretly numbered Fram filters were distributed all over the United States and installed in cars during regular servicing. You may have one in your car and not even know it. A Fram filter cartridge worth 1,000 silver dollars. And if you do, I get $1,000 too.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's check those filters now.
Hurry, folks. You could win up to $1,000 in cash. Join the big Fram treasure hunt. Check your car filters now.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Eleanor Berry, Vic Perrin, and Lawrence Dobkin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Everyone loves butter, but getting it out of the fridge, out of the wrap?
Next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny. There's a tough job ahead of us in winning this war, and millions of more whacks are needed to help win it. This need is real. It's crucial. And if you have menfolk overseas, this is your way of speeding their return. Enlistment in the whacks means many unusual opportunities for women. There are 239 different jobs to choose from. And as a whack recruit, you can select the Army Air Forces, Ground Forces, or Service Forces. Your pay as an enlisted whack or an officer is exactly the same as Army pay. You'll lead an interesting life. You may get a chance for service overseas. The uniform you wear will win attention and respect. It's the uniform of your country. You are eligible for the whacks if you're an American citizen between 20 and 49 years of age with no children under 14. And you can apply at the nearest U.S. Army recruiting office. Remember, this is invasion year. As a whack, you can share with our brave fighting men the responsibility and the honor of winning this war.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from the Army Airfield at Lemoore, California, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Look, folks, the crops are good this year, and there's enough food to go around if we all do our part and back up Uncle Sam's no-point, low-point food program. That means if we all eat plenty of the swell foods we can get for few points or no points.
Now, one of the foods we're asked to eat more of are cereals with whole grain food values because they're plentiful, thrifty, wholesome, and they cost no points at all. Well, malty-rich Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes are two delicious cereals that are crackling full of all-around whole grain nourishment, including proteins, iron, niacin, and vitamin B1. And don't forget that cereals with whole grain nourishment, like Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes, are a must for that adequate breakfast you should eat. Yes, doctors and dietitians say you should get at least 1/4 of the entire day's nourishment at breakfast. So start the day right, folks. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and enjoy nourishing no-point Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're broadcasting from the Army Airfield at Lemoore, California. And now, folks, I don't mean to brag, but I've been a radio announcer for 15 years.
And a mighty good one, too, Don.
I know. And of those 15 years, 11 have been spent in introducing Jack Benny.
How proud you must be, Don.
11 long years. 572 weeks of introducing Jack Benny. Benny, nothing but Benny, Benny, Benny.
Don.
Awake or asleep, it's Jack Benny, Jack Benny, Jack Benny.
Donsy boy.
It's driving me mad.
Don! Donsy, kiddo, what's come over you?
I can't stand it any longer, I tell you. I can't stand it.
Quick, somebody, hand me a wet towel. Don.
Where am I? What happened?
Don, we're at the Army Airfield at Lemoore, California, and you were introducing me.
Oh, yes, I remember. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce America's best-loved personality, a man who is everybody's friend, Jack Benny. Thank you. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I was surprised, really amazed at the way you broke down during my introduction. After all, you've been with me for 11 years. I couldn't help it, Jack. It was just something that's been pent up inside of me, and I've been fighting against it.
Oh. Well, how long has this been bothering you?
11 years.
11 years? Why, Don, I remember the day you came to me and auditioned for the job. You were so eager and enthusiastic.
Well, for heaven's sakes, that was 11 years ago. When's the audition over?
What?
When are you going to hire me?
Don, are you trying to force me into making a snap judgment? After all, I've got to think it over. That's only fair, you know.
Well, I'm giving you my ultimatum, Jack. Either you'll have to start paying me right now or I'm walking off the show.
Well,
I'm waiting for your answer.
Don, don't rush me. My goodness. After all, I can't say...
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. You're just in time. Well, am I glad to see you.
Oh, Jack, what were you and Don talking about?
It's not important, Mary. Well, how do you like being out here at the Lemoore Airfield, Mary?
Oh, it's all right, but as I was walking over here from the PX, one of the cadets grabbed my hat as a souvenir.
Well, why didn't you grab it back?
I couldn't. He was in a BT-15.
Oh, Mary, they don't fly that low.
They don't, huh? All I know is when they have a date with a girl, they pick their flowers on the way.
Really? How do you know so much about these boys?
Well, when we got here this morning, one of the cadets told me he'd show me how to fly an airplane. So we went up for 2 hours.
Did you learn anything?
No, I knew how to kiss that way before I went up.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. The cadet didn't take you up without an instructor, did he?
That guy didn't need one.
Oh.
Well, what do you say, Jack? I'm waiting for your answer.
I'll be with you in a minute, Don. Tell me, Mary. Mary, are you as popular here at Lemoore as you were at the other camps we visited?
Well, I don't know, but that handsome cadet who took me up in the airplane went for me in a big way.
Really?
Yeah. He wants to impress me and show me how sophisticated he is.
Uh-huh.
So tonight he's going to take me to the El Patio.
El Patio?
Yeah, that's Spanish for lift your feet a little higher. You're stepping on my face.
Is it, oh, fella, you should see this gang. Is the El Patio crowded? Huh?
Crowded?
Yeah.
A private walked in there one night and came out wearing a second lieutenant for a hat.
Well, what do you know? What do you know, a brass hat? Well, that's very good. That's good.
Jack, I'm still waiting for an answer.
Don, don't be such an eager beaver. What's the matter with you? A fat one, too. Don, can't you see I'm talking to Mary?
But you've already talked to Mary. Now, I want a decision or else.
Jack, tell me, what's this all about?
Mary, it's nothing.
Well, I don't know. Every time you say it's nothing, somebody sues you for it.
Well.
Now tell me, what does Don want?
Well.
Go ahead, tell her.
Well.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, how are you, kid? Well, if it isn't Dennis Day.
If it isn't, his underwear fits me perfectly.
No, Dennis. When I say if it isn't Dennis Day, it's just a figure of speech. It's like a sight for sore eyes.
My underwear?
No, forget it, kid. Well, anyway, Dennis, I'm glad you're here. I really am.
Thanks.
Yes, sir, I'm sure glad to see you. You know, kid, I've always had your interest at heart.
Gee, Mr. Benny, do you really mean that?
Of course I do.
And my mother said you were a louse.
Your mother certainly doesn't like me, does she, Dennis?
No, every time I mention your name, she calls you a louse.
Well, then why do you keep mentioning my name?
She tricks me into it.
Oh.
Anyway, Mr. Benny, I don't care what my mother says. I like you.
Well, thanks, Dennis. And now, fellas...
You've always been okay with me.
Well, thanks, kid, thanks. And now, fellas, before
You know, Mr. Benny, sometimes I wish you were my father.
You do? Well, that's nice. And now, fellas...
So does my father.
Well, I don't blame him, kid. Say, Dennis, when your mother and father have those arguments, whose side are you on?
I don't know. They keep shoving me back and forth.
Oh, well, you must have quite...
Jack, I'm waiting.
What did you say, Mary?
I didn't say anything. That was Don.
Oh, yes, Don. Say, Dennis, it's about time for your song. What are you going to sing for the boys?
This is a lovely way to spend an evening.
Good. Well, go right ahead.
Jack, I've waited as long
Don,
as
Dennis is going to sing. Please don't interrupt him. Go ahead, kid. Take your time, Dennis. Take your time.
Never, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you. Just the way you look tonight. This is think of anyone
think of anything that I'd rather do. A casual stroll through a garden, a kiss by a lazy lagoon, catching a breath of moonlight, humming a favorite tune. This is a lovely way to spend an evening. I want to save all my nights and spend them with you. 'Cause I love you just the way you look
This is a lovely way to spend an evening dedicated to the El Patio and sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis, very good. There's nothing better than listening to your voice. And now, fellas...
What else can you do with it?
I wouldn't know. And now, boys...
Say, Mr. Benny.
What?
Did you hear Fred Allen's program last week?
No. I never listen to Allen. Every time he's on the air, I put my radio out in the garden to get rid of the Japanese beetles. You know?
Gosh, does Mr. Allen's program kill the Japanese beetles?
No, but after 10 minutes of listening to it, they tap on my window, I hand them a knife, and they commit hara-kiri. You know, Allen's a sort of a coast-to-coast flit gun, you know?
You know, Jack, I heard his show last week, and you know what Alan called you?
I don't care.
He said you were the Surrey with no fringe on top.
Well, now, isn't that clever? The Surrey with no fringe on top. Oh, hubba, hubba, hubba. Isn't that...
Jack, you're just sore because Fred Allen is funnier than you are.
Listen, Mary, I played in vaudeville with that guy, and I know just how funny Allen is. He'd start off his act by laying an egg, and for an encore, he'd hatch it. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack.
Why, when he played a theater, it was so empty, the balcony came down and sat in the orchestra. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack,
And
all
what
right.
a ham he is for applause. In one theater, a mousetrap happened to snap shut, and he took 4 bows. Tell me about it. You know that. Don't tell me about Allen. I know. You said it. And now, fellas,
The Surrey with no fringe on top. Oh, boy, that's terrific. Oh, that's my idea of comedy.
How do you like an ungrateful guy like that? Oh, well.
Hiya, Jackson. What's all the excitement about?
Oh, hello, Phil. Hello.
Say, Jackson, what's the Wilson laughing about?
Who knows?
Go ahead, Don. Tell Phil a joke.
Okay, get this, Phil. Last week, Fred Allen...
Don, hold your stomach still. You're air conditioning the theater. Please.
Well, come on, Don. Lay it on me. Let me hear it.
Well, Fred Allen called Jack the Surrey with no fringe on top. Isn't that terrific?
What's a Surrey?
There you are. It's supposed to be a gag, Phil.
Gag? Why, my baby can think of better jokes than that, and she's only
2
years old.
Remember, I figured out her age for you last week, remember?
Oh, yeah. And you know something, Jackson? Alice knew it all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, hubba, hubba, hubba. Well, Phil, it's a shame. You know, Phil, it's really a shame. You know, You're such an intelligent-looking fellow. It's too bad you didn't have better schooling.
Well, it ain't my fault, Jackson. You see, my folks wanted me to be a great musician.
A great musician. Phil, it took you 5 years to learn how to put a nickel in a jukebox.
Well, Jack, I've never seen you put a nickel in a...
Maybe not, but I know how. Anyway, look who calls himself a great musician.
Oh, what are you talking about? I'm getting along all right. I'm doing as well as Harry James.
You're doing as well as Harry James?
Certainly. Alice is just as pretty as Betty Grable.
Oh, I see. Well, looking at it from that angle, I must agree with you. Oh, by the way, Phil, you say you're a great musician. Just what instrument, of any, do you play?
Are you kidding? I played drums for 12 years.
Oh.
Say, Phil, if you played drums for 12 years, how come you became an orchestra leader?
I lost one of the sticks.
Well, I'll give you the address of Uncle Dan's flop house in case you lose the other one, you know? Anyway, Phil, I'm a better musician than you are. At least I'm not afraid to play my instrument.
No wonder. You've got the only violin in the world with a built-in foxhole.
Built-in foxhole.
When Jack plays, the fox comes out and takes up a collection.
Mary, I had to let the fox go. He wanted a 10% cut. I can go along with the gag. Say, I'm kind of foxy myself.
You're too old to be Wolfie.
Dennis.
Don't be mad. I don't know what it means.
Well, if you don't know what you're talking about, be quiet. Now, Phil, as long as you've got one stick left, how about shaking it at your sad sack musicians and see if a band number comes out?
Okay.
Wait a minute, Phil. I'll take the phone. Hello? Oh, how are you? Yes, I'm broadcasting from the Lemoore Airfield today for the soldiers. What? You'd like to entertain at a camp, too? Oh, sure. You needn't be afraid. Soldiers are wonderful audiences. Of course they'll laugh at you. Sure. Now, you go right up there and don't be nervous. You're welcome. So long.
Who is that?
Bob Hope. Go ahead, Phil. Let's have a number.
One more time. Just one more time. Let me do the things that I used to do. Let me sit down to some people too. One more time. Just one more time. You can bawl me out, you can call me names if you let me play those parlor games. One more time. Just one more time. Eating all alone, being all alone's making me lazy. Walking all alone, talking all alone's driving me crazy. One more time. Just one more time. You can call me names, you can drink my gin if you snap that lock and let me in one more time. Lazy, walking all alone, talking all alone's driving me crazy. One more time, just one more time. Let me touch that skin I love to touch that I didn't think I'd miss so much. One more time. That was Just One More Time, sung and played by Phil Harris and his Makes You Want to Go to Hanford Orchestra. And now, kids, before we go any further, in fact, I meant to tell you about this at lunch. I had the funniest dream last night. It was so realistic, and all of you kids were in it.
We were in your dream?
Yes, it was the strangest thing. You see, I dreamt I was an air cadet here at Lemoore. And Mary.
Yes?
You were my girlfriend. And Phil.
Yeah?
You were my flight instructor. And Don.
Yes?
You were my pal. And Hetty. Oops, wrong dream. Anyway, last night I was so tired I thought...
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm not going to be your pal even in a dream unless you give me your answer.
Are you starting that again? Don, if you've waited 11 years, you can wait till the end of the program. And incidentally, you've got a commercial to do, so let's have it.
Until you give me your answer, I'm not doing any commercial.
Oh, you're not, eh? Well, let me tell you something, Don. If you think you're the only one that can do it, you're sadly mistaken.
What do you mean? It takes years to become a good announcer.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll just pick anyone here. Hey, wait a minute. There's the bus driver, the guy that drove the boys in the band up here. He can read it. Hey, driver, come here a minute.
Yes, sir?
Now, driver, take Mr. Wilson's script and read what it says near the bottom of page 10.
Okay.
I'll show you, Wilson. Now, go ahead, driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you get up in the morning and want a good breakfast, why don't you try grape nuts or grape nuts flakes? They're malty rich, sweet as a nut, and both have whole grain nourishment.
Very good. Very good.
Grape nuts are delicious and
Tricious.
Grape nuts are delicious, new and tricious.
No, it isn't new and tricious. It's nutritious.
Oh, you know I drive a bus.
I know. Continue.
Grape nuts are a mighty thrifty buy in the Big 12 Oz.
That's ounce.
Oh. You know I drive a bus.
I know you do. I know. Now go ahead. Huh?
In the Big 12-ounce package. They're delicious with sugar and...
Well, what's the matter?
I gotta turn the page.
All right, driver. What's taking you so long?
I always stick out my hand before I make a turn.
Oh.
They're delicious with sugar and cream. They're not ration, and they're very you know, I drive a bus.
I know. Now finish it.
Economical. So remember my motto, eat a good break, fast and do a better job.
Look, jerk, that's eat a good breakfast and do a better job. Anyway, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Hey, you know, Mr. Benny, back there where I stuck my hand out to turn the page?
Yes?
That was a joke.
Well, it was very clever, very clever. Now go over there and sit down.
Say, Mr. Benny.
What, kid?
If you ever want a singing commercial, I can do it.
A singing commercial? You can?
Sure. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I've got a beautiful feeling that grape nuts and grape nuts flakes with sugar and cream are coming my way.
George Burns can sing it that good. Hey, that's kind of cute, though. Huh?
You think it's too subtle?
No. We'll use it sometime.
Hey, Mr. Benny, why don't you tell me you wanted a song? I can do that, too.
Well, look, it may be some other time, driver.
Mercy, don't send it. A lambs eat grape nuts. A kettle eat grape nuts, too. Wouldn't you?
That's fine.
With cream and sugar.
That's enough. Look, that's enough.
They're so delicious.
Now cut that out.
Why, what's wrong with grape nuts?
Nothing. I don't want to hear any more singing. Now, as I was saying, I'll get it.
I hope it's a sponsor.
Quiet. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, you were supposed to be here 2 hours ago. Where are you?
Stuck on the road. I'm out of gas.
Out of gas? Are you sure?
Yes, sir. I just looked at the gauge.
Oh. Well, where does the needle point?
To the nearest gas station.
Well, get some gas and pick me up after the broadcast.
I got bad news on that, too, boss. I left in such a hurry this morning, I grabbed the wrong ration book.
The wrong ration book? Well, there must be some way you can get the car out here.
Not unless it'll run on hamburger.
Never mind that and get started right away. I want you to be here when the program's over.
Well, you better sit down, honey. This is going to take longer than I thought.
Rochester, who are you talking to?
A lady who's having car trouble, too.
Oh, sure. Sure, I suppose she also ran out of gas.
Uh-huh.
And at the same time.
Uh-huh.
I suppose she even ran out of gas in the same place.
In fact, in the same car.
That's what I thought. Rochester, you know you shouldn't be driving around with girls when you're supposed to be working.
It was purely accidental, boss. I was getting into the car
Yes?
when I noticed in the car parked behind me the most beautiful girl I ever saw. She was a humdinger from Coalinga.
Well?
So I immediately organized a carpool.
Well, I'll be... Rochester, you fall for every girl you see.
But this one's different. She's gorgeous.
Oh, stop exaggerating.
No, really, boss. It's just like looking through Esquire with smoke glasses.
Now stop that and get here right away. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Rochester, where are you calling from?
I just stopped in a place here to have a Thomas J. Collinsworth.
A Thomas J. Collinsworth? What's that?
A long Tom Collins.
Well, get out of there and be quick about it. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What are you laughing at?
A Surrey with no fringe on top.
Darn that, Rochester. I can't see how he ran out of gas. Play, Phil. He couldn't have used it for a chaser. I don't know.
Say, Mr. Wilson, you know I'm a bus driver.
Yes, yes, my good man. We all know that. And now, friends, just a word about delicious grape nuts.
Hey, Mr. Wilson, could I read the commercial?
Now, look, you've had your chance. Now I'm doing
But
it.
this time I can do a better job.
Oh, well, just what makes you think so?
Because I just ate a good breakfast.
What? Well, you can't eat breakfast at this time of day. It's supper time.
Oh, gee, I never thought of that.
Well, now, you think of it tomorrow morning. Then eat a good breakfast and do a better job. And be sure to include grape nuts.
Naturally.
For grape nuts, with that sweet-as-a-nut flavor, that distinctive texture, provides all-around whole-grain nourishment. One type of nourishment recommended by nutrition experts as a daily breakfast must. Yes, grape nuts are delicious, nutritious, thrifty. So, friends, if you want to be able to read commercials, eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And feature tempting, malty-rich grape nuts, an American favorite for over 40 years.
I want to thank Colonel Maughan, Captain Blair, Captain Laughlin, and all the men here at the Lemoore Airfield for their wonderful hospitality. Good night, everybody.
B. DeMille hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Edward G. Robinson, Claire Trevor, and Edmund O'Brien in Key Largo. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeling.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's recipe for your enjoyment is melodrama. That spine-tingling compound of mystery, murder, and romance, Key Largo. It brings back to this theater a famous star of melodrama on both stage and screen, Mr. Edward G. Robinson. And Key Largo gives Eddie the kind of part he made famous in the days of Little Caesar. Co-starring with him are Claire Trevor, who repeats the brilliant performance which won her an Academy Award in the picture, and Edmund O'Brien, an actor with a fine talent for action drama. Anderson was the author of the stage play, and Warner Brothers repeated the Broadway success with their screen version. You know, it takes just the right ingredients and the playwright's know-how to make a successful drama. And it takes just the right ingredients and scientific know-how to make a product like... But women everywhere recognize its quality. And like 9 out of 10 screen stars, choose Lux Toilet Soap as their own complexion care. It's curtain time, and here is Act 1 of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmund O'Brien as Frank. At the southernmost point of the United States are the Florida Keys, a string of small islands connected by a concrete causeway. Largest of these remote islands is Key Largo. Key Largo has very few visitors this time of year. It's midsummer, and the old wooden hotel is drowsing in the heat. But there are guests in the hotel. A few men and a girl gathered at the little bar just off the lobby. And now, a newcomer walks in.
Okay, Jack, what do you want? I just got off the bus. Is the proprietor around, Mr. Temple? He ain't here. The hotel's closed. When'll he be back? I don't know. Oh, it's awful hot. How about a beer?
Bar's closed. That's right, Jack. Everything's closed in the summertime.
Give him a drink. You heard me. Give him a drink.
Well, thank you.
Oh, please. Think nothing of it.
Wake up, Toots. The buzzer.
I hear it. Mr. Brown wants his drink.
Oh, his drink. He does. Oh, put plenty of ice. Plenty of ice. Listen, I'll take it up to him.
When he wants you, he'll send for you.
I know he will. I know that. Well, turn on the radio. It's almost time for the races. You just wait and see that first race. This, Fancy Freak. That's the one. He'll just walk away with it.
Yeah, sure.
You know why? They've been holding him back his last two. Today he wins. Hey, fella, what do you think? You play the ponies?
Me? No.
Why not?
Well, I haven't got the money.
This is what I want to tell you. I play the long shots because, you see, well, betting on a favorite, what do you win? Now, for instance, take this Fancy Free. You know the odds? 20 to 1.
A real long shot.
Say, what's her name?
McLeod, Frank McLeod.
Oh, I'm Miss Dawn. Miss Gay Dawn.
Okay, Miss Dawn, he wants you upstairs.
Oh, he wants me. I better, excuse me, please.
Look, mister, if you're thinking of putting up here, the hotel's closed.
Well, I don't plan to stay here. I just want to see Mr. Temple.
Oh, why'd you say so? He's outside down at the dock.
Yeah, by the boathouse. Thanks. I'll go see him then.
That's right, brother. I'm Mr. Temple.
My name's McLeod, Frank McLeod.
McLeod? Frank? Major McLeod? Nora, come here. When'd you get here?
A few minutes ago. I'm on my way to Key West.
Nora, look who's here. This is Major Frank McLeod. And this is Nora. This is George's wife.
Your husband and I were in the same outfit overseas.
As if she didn't know.
I wrote you a letter, Major, but it came back.
Well, I haven't been staying put very long.
Ever been down here before?
No, sir.
She cools off some come November. Right livable then for about 3 months. How long you going to be with us?
Oh, for an hour or so till the next bus.
An hour? Why, you could spare us more time than that, surely.
Well,
overnight at least. Sure you will. He can have George's room, Nora.
Yes, Dad, of course. Oh, it looks as if we have more company. Hi.
Local police, Major. They're looking for a couple of Indians.
Afternoon. Any sign of the Osceola brothers?
Sorry, Ben. No sign of them around here. I want you and Clyde to meet my son's commanding officer. This is Major McLeod.
Nice to know you, Major.
Hi, Major. If you don't mind, Mr. Temple, we'd like to have a look around.
Was I you, I'd save myself the trouble. They'll give themselves up by morning.
Well, Clyde and Mr. Temple says they ain't here. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Temple.
Such a fuss over a couple of harmless Indians.
Nora's right, Major. They just got a little snootful and started to take Florida back for the Seminoles. Well, I sent word for them to come here and give themselves up. Not that I'm supposed to know where they are, you understand. Well, let's get inside and cool off. You mind giving me a hand?
Be glad to. George told me how you were sort of crippled up.
Yeah, my legs. Tree fell on them 8 years ago. Hurricane. Been no good for anything ever since.
I'll go on and see about your room, Major.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Hiya, Mr. Temple. I see the fellow found you okay.
Major McLeod here. He was my son's commanding officer overseas.
Yeah?
Yeah, they were in the Italian campaign together. My boy George was killed at Casino.
Yeah?
What's going on up there?
Nothing, Mr. Temple, nothing at all.
Nora, what is it?
It's Miss Dawn.
Hey, one's too many, Pop. Miss Dawn drinks too much.
You had no right to hit her.
If you people can't behave yourselves, you gotta leave.
Don't worry about her, Pop. She'll behave.
You got the room ready, Nora? Maybe the Major'd like to wash up.
Yes, it's ready. This way, please. Up the stairs.
Thanks. Say, these other guests, How long have they been here?
3 days. That's their yacht you saw off the pier. Mr. Brown's yacht.
Which one is Mr. Brown?
Oh, he's in his room. Rich, I guess, from the way they all jump when he lifts a finger. He's a lady killer. Or he thinks he is. Anyway, they'll be leaving soon. Well, here's your room. Major, were you with George when he died?
Yes, I was.
Did he suffer a lot?
No. No, he never knew what hit him.
I was afraid he might.
Can I come in?
Yeah, sure. Come on in.
Come down to Dad's office when you're ready, Major.
So you're staying the night, huh? I'm Curly Hoff. I hope you're not sore. I mean the way we handle you downstairs.
No, I'm not sore about anything.
I guess you're wondering what we're doing here, huh?
I don't suppose it's any of my business.
We come down from Milwaukee, the four of us, deep sea fishing. More than a year we've been planning this trip. So what happens? The blonde shows up. If she isn't drunk and crying, then she's got a hangover and arguing. Now I ask you, can you blame us for not being nice and polite?
No, I don't blame you.
You're going downstairs. Let's have a little drink.
Well, not right now, thanks.
Well, come on, Jack. Just to show there's no hard fit. Hey, miss. Was you just talking on the telephone?
Yes, the Coast Guard called.
Oh. I thought maybe it was for one of us.
The storm signals are up. Hurricane's on its way.
You see what I mean, Mr. Hurricane? Yes.
Dad's in here, Major, in the office.
Sit down, Major. Sit down.
The war's over, Mr. Temple. I'm not a major anymore. Well, guess you want to know about George. He's a good soldier, Mr. Temple. You can be proud of him.
I always was.
George was a born hero, I guess. It's a wonder he lasted till Casino. But when you believe like George believed, maybe dying isn't very important. Well, he talked a lot about both of you. You'd be surprised how much I know.
What's it like where George is buried?
Sort of pretty and peaceful. Crosses on a slope, and high up what's left of a church. You can see a river from where George is.
I'd like to pay a visit to that place.
Maybe someday we can, Dad.
Go to Italy and see where George is buried.
Dad, there's a storm warning. I'd better see to the boat.
Maybe Frank would like to go with you.
Yeah, sure.
Tell me something. What brought you down here?
Oh, I like the sea, and I thought I'd like to make my living at it.
Doing what?
Doesn't matter. Life on land's getting too complicated for my case.
What'd you do before the war?
Circulation manager for a newspaper. Good job.
Didn't you go back to it?
Yeah, but I couldn't stick to it. I've done a lot of things since. Anything to make $1.
Well, this is our boat to Santana. Not much you can do when it starts to blow like this. Just hope for the best.
How's your ground tackle off stern?
Oh, plenty heavy.
I'd better double up in these bow lines.
Where'd you learn about boats?
Oh, my first sweetheart was a boat. Say, that yacht out there. That's his, huh, Mr. Brown?
I think he chartered it.
You'd better get away from the reefs.
Oh, there's a skipper aboard. He ought to know what to do.
Hello, Miss Nora.
What? Tom. Hello, and John. Well, come here. Frank, this is Tom and John Osceola.
How do you do? We're bad Indians, huh, Miss Nora? Well, we give ourselves up to police.
I'm glad, Tom. Dad says it's the best thing.
We do whatever he says. He's a good friend.
Oh, did you come here alone?
Oh, no, miss. All Indians on Clawfish Island come. Best thing when hurricane blows.
It's all right, Miss Nora. The family stay on hotel porch, not make any bother.
Of course it's all right. Where are they all?
At Cove, miss. We'll go tell them.
Well, I'll tell Dad. He'll telephone the police.
Yes, miss. Very good.
They'd do anything at all for Dad. As far as they're concerned, he's the United States of America.
You're very happy here, aren't you?
Very.
Never lonely?
No, not anymore. Before George, my life hadn't made much sense. I never had much of a home and didn't like what I had. Well, George gave me roots. When he went overseas, I came down here to stay with his father, and the roots took hold. Now I'm like one of those men.
Well, I guess that answers my question. Oh, here it comes.
Come on, before we get soaked.
Well, I just talked to the Osceola brothers. We're going to wait out there on the porch.
I thought you said the police had come back.
Car's down the road, all right, but no sign of Ben or Clyde. Wonder where they went.
Where'd those people go, Dad? Up in their room?
They're all in the bar. Well, this is going to be an experience for them. Real Florida hurricane.
I'll get it, Dad.
It's okay, miss. I'll take it.
But
I said I'll take it. Hello? No, Mr. Temple's not here now.
Of course I'm here. Who is it?
Me? I'm a guest at the hotel. No, we haven't seen him.
Give me that phone.
You heard her. Give her the phone.
Take it easy, soldier. Put down that gun. What do you think you're doing here?
Shut up, all of you.
Okay, Sheriff. If Sawyer shows up, I'll have him call you right back.
That was Ben Wade.
Yeah, I guess it was. He's looking for his deputy.
Then Clyde Sawyer must have come here alone. That's his car down the road.
Is it?
Well, I'm calling Ben right back.
You're not phoning anybody, Pop.
Who are you? Pack of thieves? Put that gun away.
Come on, Toots. Let's take him upstairs and see Mr. Brown. Angel, keep your eyes open.
Curly's got him across the hall, boss. The old man, the girl, and the soldier. Well, what happened? Who's on the phone? The law, sheriff. Looking for the deputy. Well, that means it won't be long, then. Oh, you think this rain will cool things off, but it don't. Gonna have a hurricane, huh? Yeah, that's what they say.
I want to talk to you, Mr. Brown. Open that door and come out here.
Well, now, what's all this about? Good evening, Mr. Temple. Who's the young man? My name's McLeod.
I want some answers, Mr. Brown. You want money? Is this a robbery?
Now, look, Pop. Let's be nice and sensible, huh? Now, forget the questions. What you don't know won't hurt you. I'm expecting a friend. He ought to get here in a couple of hours now, and then we'll get out of here. Now, try and put up with us that long, huh? Well, sister, what are we going to eat tonight? Pompano, maybe?
Am I to understand we're prisoners?
Well, put it this way, Pop. You're going to be my guest for a little while. Back in Chicago in the old days, we used to pay $8 or $10 for an order of Pompano. Used to fly it in. And the way they served it. Yes, sirree. All done up in a brown paper bag. Oh, got any champagne, miss? No champagne, boss. I looked before. Oh, well, that's too bad. Champagne and Pompano. They really go together.
Hey, boss. The cops starting to come around.
Sawyer. You've got Sawyer in there.
Yeah, that's right, Pop.
Mr. Temple, call Ben Wade. Tell him I need help.
I happened to run into him, Pop, about 10 minutes ago down on the beach.
Well, look at him. He's all beaten up. Why did you hurt that boy?
He's a cop, that's why.
And who are you? Answer me, who are you?
He's Johnny Rocco, Mr. Temple. Yeah, that's right. Johnny Rocco.
Please, let me help Mr. Sawyer. He's badly hurt.
Okay, go on in. Curly, let her help him.
Rocco. I know that name.
Johnny Rocco, the gangster. The one and only Rocco.
But they threw you out of the country.
Yeah, that's right. After living in the USA for more than 30 years, they call me an undesirable alien. Me, Johnny Rocco. Like I was a dirty red or something.
Well, how can you be here?
Well, maybe I'm not, Pop. This ain't real what's happening. You're having a dream.
Yeah, wake up, Pop. You're snoring.
All right. You shouldn't have been deported. You should have been exterminated.
I'll show you.
Rocco.
I apologize for Mr. Temple. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Or who to. Sir, Johnny Rocco was a king, an emperor. His rule extended over beer, slot machines, the numbers racket, and a dozen other forbidden enterprises. He's a master of the fix. Whom he couldn't corrupt, he terrified. Whom he couldn't terrify, he murdered.
You filth. You city filth.
Mr. Temple, please. Welcome back, Mr. Rocco. It was all a mistake. America's sorry for what it did to you.
Hey, on the level, boss. Were you that big?
Yeah, that's me, sure. I was all of those things and more. When Rocco talked, everybody shut up and listened. What Rocco said went. Nobody was as big as Rocco. I'll be back up there one of these days, and then you're really going to see something. Now, what's with you, wise guy? Well, give. You were in the war, huh?
Yeah.
Get any medals?
Couple.
Brave, huh?
No, not very.
Why'd you stick your neck out?
No good reason.
Frank, what are you saying?
I believed some words.
Words? What words?
Well, it went like this, Mr. Rocco. But we are not making all this sacrifice of human effort and human lives
to return to the kind of world we had after the last World War. We're fighting to cleanse the world of ancient evils, ancient ills. Now, what's all that about?
I remember those words.
That makes two of us.
We rid ourselves of your kind once and for all, Rocco. You ain't coming back.
Who's going to stop me, old man?
If I wasn't all crippled up...
You wouldn't be talking this way. Right, Pop?
Filth, you filth!
Yeah, that's it, Pop. Go on, get him. Go on, stick him.
Go on, keep swinging, Pop. Come in, hit me, will you? Oh, you're not quitting, are you?
My boy George never quit, and I ain't quitting. I ain't never...
Dad! I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Little wildcat, huh? I like that. Yeah. Got claws, huh? Want to scratch, huh?
Hey, boss, telephone. Miami wants you on the phone.
Okay. You stay here, sister. I'll be back for some more in a few minutes.
It's all right, Nora. He won't touch you. Not as long as I'm alive.
Ah, you're a real man, Pop.
Boss, there's a whole bunch of people out on the porch. Look like Indians.
What do they want?
They want in the hurricane.
Well, keep them out. Where's the blonde? How come she's missed all this?
I guess she's still in the room sleeping it off.
Yeah. Hand me the phone. Hello? Yeah, this is Mr. Brown. Oh, hello, Ziggy. How are you? yeah. Well, it's well hearing from you again. Well, how's every little thing? Who's at the door? What'd you say, Ziggy?
Maybe it's the law.
Well, show him in. Look, when you coming down here? What hurricane? Is that right?
Hey, it's the guy from the yacht, boss, the skipper.
Well, so what, Ziggy? You're only a couple of hours away. No. It's got to be tonight. Well, that's more like it. Yeah, see you in a couple of hours. How you doing, Skipper?
Storm warning. Big blow on way.
So what?
If this reef not safe, senor, got to make for deep water right away.
Well, the boat stays right here.
No, too dangerous. Boat bust up on reef.
I tell you when to move that boat.
I am skipper.
Now, you want your dough, you do as I say.
Please, senor, I got to move my boat.
Angel, give me your rod. See this? Now, you try to move that boat, and I'll blow your brains out. Now, we'll be out of here in a couple of hours.
Si, senor.
Now, get back to the boat. Angel, that cop's car, drive it off the road. Bring it around back.
Sure. Hey, boss, Ziggy's coming, huh?
Yeah. Just 2 more hours.
Then what, huh? Then what?
Then Johnny Rocco is back in business.
In a few moments, we return with the second act of Key Largo. And now, our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, with news about the stars.
Isn't it good to have Betty Hutton back on the screen again, Mr. Keeley, after a 2-year absence?
I should say so. You know, Betty is just the girl to put over a madcap musical like Paramount's Red Hot and Blue.
Oh, there's no one quite like Betty. She's her own slam-bang self once again. Victor Mature plays her boyfriend in the picture, and I must say they make a wonderful pair.
There's also a new twist, Libby, having the villain of the picture played by Frank Lesser, composer of the 4 song hits in Red Hot and Blue.
You know, it's his first screen role, and he enjoyed it as much as he did hearing Betty sing his song.
Looks lovelier than ever, doesn't she?
Oh, yes, indeed. Of course, you know she's now the mother of a second adorable daughter.
Well, that makes 3 beauties in the family. All Lux girls, I'll bet.
Yes, John. You can be sure those little girls will get the right start on complexion care. Betty has used Lux soap for years to protect her lovely complexion.
You know, Libby, Lux toilet soap just has to be good. When 9 out of 10 famous stars depend on it for daily beauty care.
There couldn't be a finer soap. Women love the softer, smoother look Lux soap facials give their skin.
And these facials do make skin lovelier. Tests by skin specialists prove it. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, complexions improved in a short time.
A Lux soap facial is so quick and easy. Just smooth the creamy, fragrant lather well in. Rinse, pat with a soft towel to dry. That's all. But it works.
Why not take a tip from Hollywood? Try this fine product of Lever Brothers Company, the gentle complexion soap that screen stars recommend. You'll be delighted with the fresh new beauty Lux toilet soap gives your skin. Now, here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmund O'Brien as Frank. Just a few minutes later, on the porch of the modest hotel, a cluster of Indians patiently observe the increasing fury of the hurricane. Inside, the lobby and bar are deserted. Johnny Rocco is going up the stairs.
Can you talk, Clyde? Are you feeling better?
Well, I guess I'm all right now, Mrs. Temple.
What happened? Go ahead, Copper. Tell him.
I drove back here alone. I was sure those two Indians were around here somewhere. I was near your dock when somebody slugged me. Whose room is this?
A very famous man, Johnny Rocco's.
Rocco?
You heard him, Deputy.
What did Miami have to say?
They're on their way. Well, how you feeling, Copper? You give your left eye to nail me, wouldn't you? Local deputy captured Johnny Rocco. The picture in all the papers, huh? Well, listen, Hick. That was too much for any big city police to handle. They tried, but they couldn't.
That's right, Mr. Sawyer. It took the United States government to get Johnny Rocco.
Yeah, and I'm back again, ain't I? They threw me out, but now I'm back. And before you know it, I'll be pulling the strings again. I'll be electing mayors and governors before you ever get a $10 raise. Yeah. How many of those guys in office owe everything to me? I made them. I made them like a tailor makes a suit of clothes. I take a nobody seat, teach him what to say. I pay for his campaign expenses, dish out a lot of groceries and coal, get my boys to bring the voters out and then count the votes over and over again till they add up right, and he's elected. And what happens? Does he remember when the going gets tough, when the heat's on? Oh, no. All he wanted was to save his own dirty neck. Yeah. Public enemy, he calls me. Me, who gave him his public all wrapped up with a fancy bow on it. What am I getting mad about? Billy, lay out my clothes.
What suit, Johnny?
What gray on and a white shirt. Nora, huh? Your name is Nora, huh? That little wildcat. What are you sore about, honey?
Keep away from me.
Wait till I'm dressed up. You like style, I can tell.
Keep away from me.
You know, I knew one like you a long time ago. Scratched, kicked, bit, even stuck a knife in me once. Little and kind of skinny she was, with a real fireball. Her name was Magee Mahoney. And then, for professional reasons, I had to change her to Gay Dawn.
She was sure some knockout in those days.
Yeah, just like this one, eh, Curly? Just like this one, huh?
Look at him. The great Johnny Rocco, slapped by a girl.
Shut up, old man. You hillbillies. There's nothing to stop me from wiping you all out.
Give her a smack. Get it out of your system.
That might be right for you, Curly, but not for Johnny Rocco.
I need your advice, soldier. I asked for it.
No, smacking her isn't enough for such an insult. He'd have to kill her. And he'd have to kill the rest of us because we witnessed it. But he needs your help. So he's going to forget it.
Wise guy, huh? Regular wise guy.
Unlock the door! Unlock this door! I want out!
It's the blonde, Johnny, sounding off again. Now, let her out. Get out, all of you. I'm going to get dressed.
I'd take off my hat to you, soldier. It's a good thing you said what you did. I know Johnny. He'd have started shooting.
Where is everybody? Downstairs? Oh. Hi, everybody. Where's Johnny?
In his room.
I need a drink. What's everybody doing upstairs? Miss Temple. Hey, what's wrong, honey? You've been crying. Has somebody been mean to you? Oh, him, huh? Did you make her cry?
I may be partly responsible.
Well, you ought to be ashamed.
Come on, downstairs. Downstairs.
Come on, let's go to the bar, honey. Have a little drink. It'll chase the blues away. No, thanks. I think I'll have one.
The boss said that...
I don't care what he said. I need a drink. I don't feel well. How many times do I have to tell you?
Johnny says no more drink.
This is a free country. If I want a drink, I can have one. I can buy my own. See? Yeah. Well, it's money, isn't it? Take it.
Sorry, baby. The boss
The boss. Tell the boss he can... Hello, darling.
How come it's hotter at night than in the day? When it's raining than when it ain't. Well, wise guy?
I don't know.
You don't know? I thought you was a wise guy from way back. You got $1 million?
No.
How much?
Nothing.
But you're a wise guy.
Johnny, why don't you talk to me?
Well, wise guy?
You see, Mr. Rocco, I was educated only in impractical things. With you, it's just the opposite.
I am afraid of the storm. I hate thunder.
Say, Pop, this is a hurricane, huh? A real thing.
It's the beginning.
Oh, I'm afraid.
Can cars get through during a hurricane?
Maybe, maybe not.
I think I'll have a scotch and soda, please.
No.
Oh, please,
No.
darling.
You, McLeod. Yes, sir. You know, I can see right through you. You're saying to yourself, I'm better than Rocco. He's felt. Like the old man says here. Right?
Right.
You say to yourself, Rocco's got a gun, and I haven't. You figure it's a gun. Well, listen, soldier. Thousands of guys got guns, but there's only one Johnny Rocco.
How do you account for it?
He knows what he wants, Mr.
Sure. What do you want?
Tell him, Rocco. Well, I want, He wants more. Yeah, that's it, more. I want more.
Will you ever get enough?
Well, I never have. No, I guess I won't. You. Do you know what you want? I had hopes once, but I gave them up. Hopes for what? A world in which there's no place for Johnny Rocco. Okay, soldier. Here's your chance. Give me a gun, Curly. Now you take mine, soldier. Go on, take it. That's it. All right, you can make your hopes come true. But you gotta die for it. See where I'm aiming? Right at your belly. Go ahead, shoot. You got a gun now. You gonna use it or not?
Kill him, Frank. Kill him.
Yeah, kill him. Go ahead now. Show him how you're not afraid to die for your hopes. No. One Rocco, more or less, isn't worth dying for.
Give it to me. Give me the gun and the same chance.
Oh, no, Pop. I'm afraid you'd use it. What's the matter? What's the matter, Nora, honey? You look like you lost somebody near and dear. A live war hero. Well, now I know how you did it. Hey, Curly, Gay, anybody want a hero? Here's one for sale, cheap.
All right, Rocco.
Let you and me play that game.
He got the gun. Clyde got the gun. Kill him, Clyde. Kill him.
You can stop me from going out that door, Rocco. But I'll shoot you first. If your friends shoot me, you'll still get it. Now then, stand away from that door. I said to stand up.
The gun wasn't loaded. He didn't have a chance.
Murderer.
I had to do it, old man, or he would have been out that door and gone.
Hey, sure gone now, Johnny.
You were right, little lady. That gun wasn't loaded, but the brave deputy didn't know it.
But you knew the gun was empty, didn't you, Frank? You could tell by the weight.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, but you were smart, fella. I always say it's better to be a live coward than a dead hero. Oh, excuse me. I guess I was talking too much.
You weren't afraid, son. We know that.
I was afraid. That's not why I didn't pull the trigger. What do I care about Johnny Rocco, whether he lives or dies? Rocco wants to come back to America. Let him be president. I fight nobody's battles but my own.
No, Frank, no.
Yeah, say, that's good. Rocco for president.
If I believed your way, I'd want to be dead. It's true you are a coward.
Hey, Toots, get rid of the deputy. You and Curly, get rid of him. And as for you, sister, I want something to eat.
Our best is none too good for Johnny Rocco.
Yeah, well, now you're talking, sister. Only, you go to the kitchen with her, Angel. I ain't ready to die yet. Not from cockroach poison.
He's on the phone, boss. Ziggy, why ain't he here? Why ain't he coming?
Oh, he's coming, all right. Give me that phone. Hey, what's the idea, Ziggy? Why ain't you started yet? Well, we got a hurricane here, too, so what? Now, look, wait a minute. Now, keep quiet. Look, I make the run from Cuba. I risk my neck, and you won't come out in the rain. I'll give you 2 hours to get here. You ain't here by 10, the deal's off. Hello.
Well?
Phone's gone dead. So what? You heard what I had to say. Gay. Didn't I say no drinking?
Oh, please, honey, just one.
There are some people at the door, Mr. Rocco. They want to come in.
It's them Indians, boss. Getting kind of blowy out there, I guess.
I'll send them away. Get rid of them.
No, you have no right.
So he has no right.
I'm going upstairs.
You're not going anywhere, honey. Well, Mr. McLeod, ain't you got any conversation left? I've said my piece. Yeah, you sure did, wise guy. Well, let's talk about her, the lady on the bar stool. You know, one thing I can't stand is a dame that's a drunk. What I mean is they turn my stomach. No good to themselves or anybody else.
Drunk? I haven't even had one drink.
She's got the shakes, see? So she has a drink to get rid of them. That one tastes so good, she has another one.
You gave me my first drink, Johnny.
Oh, so it's all my fault now. Everybody has that first drink, don't they? But everybody ain't a lush.
Oh, if I'd have known you were going to act this way, I wouldn't have come here.
8 years since I seen her, Pop. You wouldn't know it was the same day.
Gee, honey, you're as mean as can be.
Mean as can... Now, what does that remind me of?
Don't you remember, Johnny? In a song, she used to sing it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, meet it. I gave her a first chance. Took her out of the chorus, made her a singer. Mention that while you're at it.
Gee, Johnny, I didn't mean anything.
Yeah, she could have had a future.
That's right. She had everything.
Yeah, voice, looks, plenty of class.
Yeah, I was the rage. Gee, honey, I've never...
Now, look, Gay. Why don't you give us your old song? Come on.
You mean right now?
Yeah, now.
I can't.
Sure you can.
Please, Johnny, don't make me.
Now, look, if you were nice, if you sang a song for us, you can have a drink.
Well, can I have the drink?
No, the song, then the drink.
Without any accompaniment?
Now, look, do you want the drink or don't you?
Okay.
Well?
You should have seen me then in this temple. See, my gowns were gorgeous. Only the best. And yet I hardly wore any makeup. Just some lipstick, that's all. And no lights when I came out. Just a baby spot. They play the intro in the dark, and then the spot would come on, and there I'd be.
Well, go ahead now. Sing for the people, honey. Keep quiet, everybody. Go ahead, Gay, sing.
Moaning low, my sweet man, I love him so. Though he's mean as can be, he's the kind of man, he's the kind of woman like me. Gonna die, my sweet man should pass me by. If I die, Johnny, the drink. Give me the drink.
No.
Johnny.
No.
Did you promise?
No, you were lousy. You couldn't even finish the number.
Here. Here's your drink.
Thanks, fella. Johnny, let him alone. No.
Yeah, you're right. Let him alone. He ain't worth slapping around. Hey, old man. The storm. How bad can it get? How bad?
Back in 35, 800 people washed out to sea.
Yeah? Well, how far away was that from here?
Oh, a few miles.
Oh. Yeah, well, I want a drink. Fix everybody a drink, Angel. Oh, everybody except her.
Frank, I'm sorry about the things I said before.
Forget it, Nora.
You gave her a drink. He was ready to kill you for that, but that made no difference. You had to help her. Your head said one way, but your whole life said another. The other things, maybe they're true. Maybe it is a rotten world. But a cause isn't lost as long as someone is willing to go on fighting.
Only I'm not that someone.
You may not want to be, but you can't help yourself.
What do you know about me?
A lot. From the way you look and talk. From the things George wrote me.
Come on. Break it up over there, will you? I don't like people whispering. Why is everybody so quiet? Well, go on, talk, why don't you? You, Curly, say something.
What do you want me to say, Johnny?
Well, anything, just so it's talk. Go on, go ahead, go ahead.
Well, I'll bet you 2-3 years we get prohibition back.
Yeah, go on, go on.
This time we make it stick.
Yeah.
I bet you 2-3 years prohibition comes back. Absolutely, yeah.
I bet you.
The trouble was, before, too many guys wanting to be on top.
Yeah.
One mob gets to massacring the other. The papers play it up big, see? So what happens?
Look, Pop, I don't believe it. 800 guys getting washed out at sea. You're a liar, old man.
200 miles an hour that wind blew. A tidal wave 12 feet high went right across the key.
A
month afterwards, bodies were found in the mangrove swamps.
You don't like it, do you, Rocco? The storm. Show us your gun, why don't you? If it doesn't stop, shoot it.
So the public votes out prohibition, and that's the end of the mobs. Next time it'll be different, though. We learned our lesson all right. Next time the mobs will all get together.
I'm asking God Almighty to make a big wave. Now. Send it crashing down on us. Destroy us all if need be, but punish him.
Shut up, Pop. I'm warning you. Shut up.
Hammy! I'll kill you!
The temple, don't. He will.
You don't have to stand in front of me. Let him shoot me. Make a big wave, Lord. Send it against us. Take us all, but destroy him.
I guess we both forgot, Mr. Rocco.
gun. It's empty. No, it ain't empty now. I'm loading it. See, wise guy?
Johnny, we'll all be killed in this place. The storm is getting worse. It's slowing down. The whole place is slowing down. Outside, Johnny, it's safe outside. Destroy him, Lord! Destroy him!
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll present the third act of Key Largo. I believe our guest tonight, Miss Debbie Reynolds, has established a record. You must be the youngest starlet on the Warner Brothers lot, Debbie.
Well, I'm 17, Mr. Keeley, and I was lucky enough to be signed even before I graduated from high school.
Wonderful. Had time to catch your breath yet?
Not quite, Mr. Keeley. There's so much to learn. I never miss a studio showing of a new picture. One that especially impressed me was The Hasty Heart.
Ah, yes, a most unusual story starring Ronald Reagan and Patricia Neal.
That's right, Mr. Keeley. And in addition, there's Richard Todd, the new British actor. I'm perfectly sure he's going to make a hit over here.
And moviegoers will applaud Patricia Neal as an army nurse. You know, she plays her role with great charm and conviction.
Isn't she lovely? Ronald Reagan is the American soldier who falls in love with her.
Well, now, Debbie, who could blame him? She's mighty easy on the eyes.
Oh, yes, a gorgeous blonde. And in her nurse's uniform, she's simply dreamy. What a complexion. She's a Lux girl, Mr. Kennedy. Never neglects her daily Lux soap facials.
Like most screen stars, she knows it's a care she can depend on. A gentle, protecting care that's right for delicate skin.
Well, it certainly works for me. It's a real beauty soap. And I'd like to recommend Lux Soap Care to any girl who wants a nicer complexion.
Thank you, Miss Debbie Reynolds, for that very sound beauty hint. 9 out of 10 screen stars, you know, use Lux Toilet Soap for daily complexion care. Try it for your precious complexion soon. You'll discover that this fine white soap with a delicate fragrance really makes skin lovelier. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Key Largo, starring Edward G. Robinson as Johnny Rocco, Claire Trevor as Gay, and Edmund O'Brien as Frank. On Key Largo, the little hotel still stands. It's weathered another hurricane, and now the storm is passing out to sea. It's nearly 10 o'clock. In the lobby, Johnny Rocco stands before a window, peering out into the night.
I don't mind telling you, Pop, that storm had me a little scared there for a while.
I'm sorry it's gone. I'm sorry you're still alive.
Well, keep praying, Pop. Maybe something will happen.
You think Ziggy's going to show up?
Sure he'll show up.
We'll get out of here then, won't we, honey? I've all packed. I'm ready to leave any
Well, let's get upstairs, Curly. We'll get the stuff ready for when Ziggy gets here. Oh, Angel, stay there, will you? Watch him.
Yeah, sure.
You'll be leaving too, Frank?
Yes, I guess so.
Will we ever see you again?
Well, I hope so.
Why don't you stay right on here with us? You're most welcome. Go on, tell him, Nora. You tell him.
Have you any folks?
No. I'd be proud to have you regard us as your family.
Maybe that isn't what Frank wants to have. Maybe...
Hey, boss! Boss! Hey, where is he?
Upstairs. What's the matter?
Hey, the boat's gone. Not a sign of it.
Gone, huh? Well, he done it. And Skipper. I told him I'd kill him, but he took the boat anyway, just the same.
Hey, what's the joke?
No boat. It strikes me funny.
Well, there is a boat. All ready for us down at the dock. Pop, we're going to borrow your boat.
Who's going to run it for you? Answer me that.
That's right, Johnny. We don't know nothing about boats.
He's going to run it. The soldier. The wise guy. He knows about boats, don't you?
Yeah, some.
His first sweetheart was a boat. I heard him tell her.
Well, you're taking us to Cuba.
Why should I?
Because you know it'll happen to you if you don't. Besides, one Rocco, more or less, ain't worth dying for. Ain't that what you said?
Hey, boss, it's the law, boss. Sheriff.
Okay. One wrong word out of anybody, and he gets it now.
Mr. Temple.
You understand me, old man? All right, sister, let him in.
Just a minute, Mr. Wade.
Good evening, miss. I'm looking for Clyde Sawyer.
He's not here.
You been here?
No, not tonight.
That's funny. Put in a call for me from here about 7 o'clock. Well, evening, Temple, folks. Pretty good blow, huh?
Yeah, a regular hurricane. How's the road?
Passable. I'm trying to find my deputy. By the way, on the telephone, who answered?
Nobody was around, so I answered. I guess Mr. Sawyer must have got stalled along the road.
Seen anything of the Indians, Mr. Temple, those Osceola brothers?
No.
Sheriff! Get up, you dog! I'm sorry. Guess the storm upset him some.
Well, I don't mind saying it had us all a little upset.
That's funny. Sheriff! He's found something out there. I know that bark.
You got a flashlight? Let's see what it is.
Yeah, he's found something all right. Let's go.
Well, that's some dog he's got, Mr. Temple. He found something all right. A dead man.
It was him, Temple Klein. He'd been murdered.
Well, I don't like to say anything, Sheriff. After all, it's not my business, but those Indians you were talking about, they were here before.
The Osceolas?
Yeah, they were out there all during the storm. Left only a few minutes ago.
I'll get them. I'll get them Indians if it's the last thing I do.
No, Ben, no.
You lied to me, Temple. Your Indians murdered Clyde Sawyer.
Watch yourselves all. You one peep and I shoot.
Said you hadn't seen the Osceolas. You lied, didn't you?
Ben.
They murdered Clyde. Them Indians thought they could hide his body, but the storm tore it loose and threw it up right out there, right in front of your door. And that's where the crime belongs, right at your door.
Ben, that's shooting just now.
They tried to get away. I killed them both.
Kill them.
You. What's your name?
Killed them?
Me? Howard Brown.
Address?
Hotel Central, Milwaukee.
Haven't I seen you someplace before?
No, I don't think so. Oh, these other men, they're friends of mine. We're all here from Milwaukee, Sheriff. Deep sea fishing.
See that you all stay here. I'll be back in the morning.
Yeah, you did a great job, didn't you, hiding that body?
Boss, how did I know the storm would...
Now, shut up. Ziggy. Here, Ziggy, don't come now.
Ziggy's here, boss. Him and his boys, they're here.
What are you talking about?
They drove up in the background. The sheriff was out hunting Indians.
That's Ziggy. All right, Pop. You and the soldier boy and the dame inside. Get in your office. Come on, you too, Gay.
No, but
I said inside. Angel, you stay with him. I don't want no more trouble. All right, bring him in, Curly. Ziggy and his mom. Bring him in. Well, look at him. Ziggy. Well. You sure are a sight for sore eyes.
Sure great to see you again, Johnny pal. Hey, put on a little weight, huh?
Now, look who's talking. Say, guess who's here?
Huh?
The blonde. Remember? Gay Dawn.
Gay, here?
Oh, you think I'm kidding? Gay! Come on, get in here.
Hey, as pretty as ever. Where you been, honey, all the time Johnny was away?
all around.
If I'd have known that, I'd have tried to beat Johnny's tie.
The same old Ziggy. All right, baby, all right. Come on, step aside. Why don't you go over there, fix yourself a drink?
A drink?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Well, Ziggy, the stuff's all here in the suitcase.
Open up, let's see it. Hey, Lou, come here.
Who's he?
Lou, just about the best expert there is on counterfeit dough.
Oh.
Take a look, Lou.
The paper feels good. Blade works okay. Portrait's good. No breaks in the lines.
Serial numbers check out?
What do you think? I'm an amateur?
That cover's okay, Ziggy. Looks like high-class merchandise.
Okay, huh?
So far, yeah. Now bring out the engraving.
Now, wait a minute. Now, just don't stall, Ziggy, will you? I'm kind of in a hurry.
Don't have much time, Mr. McCloud. They'll be leaving soon. What are you going to do?
Not much choice, is there? I'll run the boat for them.
Oh, no, don't. Don't go with us. They'd wait till you got in sight of Cuba, and then they'd kill you.
She's right, Frank. Tell them you'll go. Then when you get outside in the dark, make a break. Run. Try to get away.
Yes, your only chance, fella. Out there in the dark. Make a break.
Yeah, that's what my head says.
You ain't gonna make a fight of it.
I don't know. Not that one Rocco, more or less, makes any difference. What I said still goes. And it's just
They'll kill you.
If a man's a fighter, he can't walk away from a fight. That's the answer, I guess. I know how he feels.
Well, listen, they're leaving. They made their deal.
Yeah. Well, we just wait now. See what happens.
Hey, you, McCloud. Come in here. All of you, come in here.
Your friends leave?
Yeah. Are you coming with a soldier, yes or no? I'm in a hurry.
You win, Mr. Rocco.
Yeah, I thought you'd change your mind. Well, Nora, want to come along, sister? Want to come along?
Where are my things, Johnny? I better get my things.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, you're not coming.
Johnny.
Let go of me. Will you get off me?
Please take me with you. You got to, Johnny. You got to. Oh, please, I'll stop drinking.
Get out of my way.
I'll kill myself. I will. Johnny, please. Please listen. I'll be good like I was before. I won't let you go without me. You got to take me with you. You've got to.
Johnny, we're wasting time. Get away from me. Now, stay close to the soldier, will you? If he tries anything, let him have it good. Now, so long, old man. Next time you have a hurricane, think of Johnny Rocco.
Frank. Goodbye, Frank.
Good luck, son.
Thanks.
They're on the dock. I can see him. He's starting the motor.
He'll make his break now. He'll run away. He's got a gun now. He'll be able to.
Gun? What gun?
Yeah, Rocco's. I took Rocco's gun and gave it to him.
You?
Yeah, why doesn't he run? Run, fella. Run! Why doesn't he run?
He's in the boat they're casting off.
He had his chance to run. His only chance. And he didn't take it.
No answer. The phone's still dead. I'll take the car, Dad. I'll drive to Palm Grove, the Coast Guard station.
Yeah. Coast Guard.
I'll hurry. I'll be back as soon as I can.
How we doing, McLeod?
We're on our course, or close to it.
Just see that you keep us that way. Hey, Toots, how you feeling?
I told you I could never stand the boat. I feel awful, all this bouncing up and down.
There's a bed down there.
Yeah, it's too hot down there. Hey, what time is it?
A little after 4. Not halfway there yet. Watch McLeod. If he tries anything, shoot.
Yeah, sure.
Boy, must have had a little nap. Everything all right up there, Curly?
Yeah. What's the matter with Angel?
Oh, sleeping. He'll take over for Toots after a while. Yeah, they've been talking about us on the radio just now. We got boats out looking for us. Coast Guard.
We got too much of a start for him.
Yeah, fog like this, they couldn't find the Queen Mary. Got some cards? Let's kill a little time.
Hey, you, Toots.
What do you want? You try anything?
Take a look over the stern. See if we picked up any kelp.
Any what?
Seaweed. Can foul up the shaft. You better look.
Okay. No, I don't see any. Help! Help!
What's the matter? What's going on up there?
Your friend, he fell overboard.
You did it when you revved the motors just now. Yeah, when you swung the wheel, you made him fall over. Johnny!
I got a gun. Stay where you are, Curly.
Johnny! Watch it. He's got a gun.
Oh, Curly. Curly, what's the matter? Curly!
You don't answer. Nobody answers Toots and Curly.
Curly!
Steps, Johnny. Blood coming down steps.
Well, it's him, McLeod. The soldier. Curly killed him. Go on, go up there. Get up there and see. Well, don't you hear me?
I'll get killed.
You gonna go up there, are you? There's nothing to be afraid of. Curly shot him. He's dead.
Then you go, Johnny. You go up.
Nobody tells me what to do. Nobody.
Johnny.
Hey, soldier. Soldier, listen to me. I know you're up there. Say something. Curly's dead, huh? Well, so's Angel. Just me now. Me down here and you up there. From now on, we'll be partners. Everything will be 50-50. I got $100 grand down here. $100 grand. Well, what do you say? Can you hear me? What do you say? Yeah, I know what you're thinking. You'll get rid of me and have all the money for yourself. Is that it? Is it? Well, suppose I say the money's yours. Yeah, I'll toss up the suitcase. I'll throw it up there on deck. There! Now, do you believe me? It's yours. And plenty more when we get to Cuba. Do you hear me? I'll make you rich. Soldier! Soldier! You're not big enough to do this to Rocco. I'll kill you! You'll never bring me. You'll never! Now, look. Look, soldier, look. I know what it is. Yeah. You figure that I got Angel's gun, that you can't trust me, right? Okay. I'll throw the gun up there, too. There! There's the gun. The money in my gun. Now, what else have I got? I'm leveling with you, soldier. Okay, you believe me now? Look, I'm coming up. I got no gun, and I'm coming up. Where are you? Dark up here.
Get back to the stern, Rocco.
Nobody gives me orders. Some wild guy, huh? That was a deputy's gun I threw away. You don't think I...
Go ahead, Santana. We lost you. Come in, please. We lost your signal. Come in, please. Over.
Sorry. I was calling Coast Guard.
This is the Coast Guard. Please identify yourself. Over.
My name is Frank McLeod. I'm about 12 miles off Boot Key Harbor on my way in. Over.
Are you all right? Are you all right? Over.
Yeah, I guess so. But I'll need medical attention. Over.
Continue on course. Stand by on this frequency.
I'm standing by. Will you put me through to the Largo Hotel?
Stand by, Santana. We'll try to put you through.
No sign of him at all?
Checked the Coast Guard 10 minutes ago. Nothing yet, Mr. Temple. I'll have to take you in, Miss Dawn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. Take me in.
They all get away, huh, Ben? Sawyer dead, those poor Indians dead, McLeod as good as dead, but Rocco and his gang get away. You get one woman who didn't have anything to do with it.
They didn't all get away, Dad. The state police picked up that man they call Ziggy.
Yeah. They want all of you to identify him. Mr. Temple, I'm mighty grateful to you for saving my life and all, but those two boys, the Osceolas, well, I'd rather been killed than have innocent blood on my hands.
I'm the one to blame. If they hadn't trusted me, they wouldn't have turned up here. They'd still be alive.
Oh, no, Mr. Temple, it wasn't you. It wasn't the law or anybody. It was only Johnny Rocco. Nobody in the whole world is safe as long as he's alive.
We better go, miss.
I'll take it, Dad. Hotel Largo. Yes? It's the Coast Guard. Yes? Yes, I'll hold on. Frank! Oh, thank God. Yes. Yes, Frank. Yes, we'll be waiting.
Nora.
He's all right, Dad. He's coming back to us.
The curtain falls on Key Largo, and the spotlight turns to our stars as you meet them in person. Edward G. Robinson, Claire Trevor, and Edmund O'Brien. Claire, it's easy to understand how your performance in Key Largo won you an Academy Award.
Well, thank you, Bill. And speaking of awards, Eddie Robinson won a very important one in Europe recently. The famous World Award for Acting, presented to him in Cannes, France.
Our congratulations, Eddie. And it's certainly good to have you back after so many months abroad.
Good to be back, Bill, and learn all the news, such as Edmund O'Brien being the father of the prettiest daughter born in Hollywood this year.
Well, what's her name, Edmund?
Bridget Eileen. What else could an O'Brien be named?
Eddie, I hope you know there are certain things a daughter should be taught very early. Things like the right complexion care. Lux soap has been mine for a long time.
What are they saying about that in Paris these days, Eddie?
Well, the same idea, only slightly different words. Le savon Lux et le soin préféré pour mon teint. You know, Lux soap is my favorite complexion care.
Well, that's the perfect way to express it, Eddie. By the way, what was the high spot of your summer in Europe?
Well, I think it was the day I spent in the House of Commons in London to listen to a debate between Mr. Churchill and Mr. Bevan. Now, won't you tell us about next week's play, Bill?
Next week's play was a smash hit on both stage and screen. It's the Paramount success, Dear Ruth. And we'll have the original stars of the picture, Joan Caulfield and William Holden. This is a comedy made to order for family entertainment. So I know you'll all want to join us next Monday night.
Oh, it's a delightful play, Bill.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Caulfield and William Holden in Dear Ruth. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Edward G. Robinson will soon be seen in the London Films production My Daughter Joy. Claire Trevor will soon be seen in the Universal International release Borderline, starring with Fred McMurray. Edmund O'Brien will next be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Backfire. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Join us again next Monday night to hear Dear Ruth, starring Joan Caulfield and William Holden. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Dear Ruth, starring Joan Caulfield and William Holden. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
UPN Tuesday. She's the world's cool.
Seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
It comes to every street, and it comes to Broadway, the single moment when daytime dies, when night is just across the street. The great shadow blows in from the river, scatters, finds a corner, a doorway, a face, layers them with chill and darkness. And then it happens, the drench of neon and spinning lights and glare, and for those who need it, high above, stars and the city moon. Broadway flips a cigarette into the gutter and runs into the night. The night was hours old where I was. It came sooner and stayed longer. Basement apartment, West 49th. And a simple statement from a frightened man.
I don't care what you think. That girl lying there, I didn't kill her. I didn't strangle her.
The fact that you called the police, Mr. Lehigh, is a point in your favor, but...
What do you think I'm playing with? Your game or something? A point in my favor? A point? What are you talking about points for? I didn't kill her.
You know who this girl is?
Sure I do. Irene Hall. She's an entertainer.
Oh?
What do you mean, oh? What about it? I know an entertainer. That makes me a murderer? She was a cute personality, and she attracted me, so I made a date with her.
How'd you happen to find her, Mr. Lehigh?
I had a date with her at 11 o'clock, about half hour ago. I knocked on the door. I heard her crying out like she was being hurt. I kicked in the door.
Come here. Come on, just step around here.
Yeah.
On that pocketbook on the floor.
Yes. That lady's face powder on my shoes already from that mess.
Feel her cheek. Go ahead. Cold, huh? I'm going to tell you something. This girl's been dead for a couple of hours, at least that long.
Are you trying to trick me or something? I'm telling you, I heard her cry out. She was yelling for help. You don't believe me, do you? You guys get a bang out of roughing up strangers.
Nobody's roughing up. I'm just asking a few questions, that's all. Like how long you've been a stranger in town?
A week, from Cleveland, the convention. Patent medicine boys. I'm in vitamin concentrate.
And this girl entertained at one of your meetings, is that right?
Yeah. Came right after the magician last night. She did a Queen of Sheba, got rolled out in a rug. A real cute personality. Now, look, mister, whoever killed little Irene walked right out of that back door there to that courtyard. Then he walked away. Please, don't ask me any more questions. Leave me alone. I got to have time to adjust my thoughts.
Then the intrusion of those sounds of night that attend violence, the furtive gathering of crowd outside the basement apartment, and the sudden shriek of a woman's laughter from a party upstairs. that for an instant stills the night, then bursts, drifts the street. And the streets that is the arrival of the official probers into death and their entrance into the apartment. Watch them briefly as they pry, as they lift possessions of the dead girl, hold them up to the light. Then, as they bend over the spilled pocketbook, finger its contents, scrape the spilled powder off the floor into small envelopes. Then leave them and lead Myron Lehigh through, out of there. And a girl in the crowd clutches his coat, peers close into his face, grins, lets him go. And at headquarters, book Myron Lehigh on suspicion of murder. Give him the night to adjust his thoughts. Then in the squad room, throw a blanket over the cot and dream of sleep. And somewhere at dream's end, a voice that breaks it.
Up, Danny. Up. Bright as the morning, so rise and shine alongside. Up, Danny.
I heard you, Gino. I heard you.
The surprises this day that has dawned has in store for you, Danny. The surprises.
Like what?
Like a container of steamy coffee, like a frosty cruller, which I sneaked out to the corner to get for you. Once information was passed to me, you slumbered on a steel cot. You go to the card table there, Danny. I laid it out for you.
Thanks, Gino. Tastes good. Thanks again. A flower across the cruller.
I thought it an added touch to start your day. A baby blue bachelor button to sport in your wrinkled lapel.
You're very thoughtful, Gino.
I try. Well, you are sufficiently cleared of cobwebs, Danny, to indulge me in the events that have passed in the night?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. According to our good Dr. Sinsky, you were indeed correct in your diagnosis. Irene Hall had indeed been dead for a couple hours before your arrival. Death by strangulation. Bruises on the throat and other like symptoms.
What else?
What else is that the deceased Irene Hall is an entertainer who was booked out of the Wentworth Theatrical Agency on West 47. As Muggavan was on night watch last night, he gathered this information from various sources.
What else did he gather?
The notes various of our good detectives have made on the questioning of the people at the party upstairs from the killing. All have alibis, as have the other tenants. They are all sad. Miss Hall is dead. She was a cute girl, they said.
Where's Muggavan now?
Waiting for your beck and call.
Well, tell him to meet me in Myron Lehigh's cell. Oh, yes, Gino. I enjoyed the breakfast you laid out for me.
Tired go, huh? What's the stuff supposed to do for you, Mr. Lehigh?
Comes up the system of vitamins. Gives you the old pep and vinegar. That's why it's
Have a
called...
seat, Danny. Mr. Lehigh was just telling me about the patent medicine he peddles. It's called Tired Go because it makes you peppy.
I could stand a whole bottle of the large economy size right now. You think it's fun spending a night in jail?
You a married man, Mr. Lehigh?
Tell him, Mr. Lehigh.
I told you, didn't I?
The kid going to college on a scholarship, Danny.
Yeah, nice to have a kid like that.
What do you want now?
Start all over again, Mr. Lehigh. Tell us about last night.
I told him. I just finished telling Detective Muggavan.
Lieutenant Clover wasn't here. I repeat his story very badly. You tell him.
I had a date with Irene Hall. I was to meet her at her apartment at 11 o'clock. I knocked on the door. Irene screamed. I kicked in the door. Irene was dead. I called the police.
What did you do last evening before you went to Miss Hall's place?
Walked around, you know.
No, I don't know. Do you know, Danny?
Walked around. That's what I'm telling you. I did. I don't know what else to call it. In Cleveland, we call it walking around.
Walking around doing what? Peddling Tired Go or what?
Look, mister, we don't peddle. We sell direct to cut-rate chains. Peddling's
What time did you have dinner?
Early, 5 o'clock.
Then what did you do?
And don't tell us you were walking around.
I had dinner, and I went next door, and I had a drink. One drink. Then I went to another bar or had another drink.
Where were you at 9 o'clock?
How do I know?
You better know, Mr. Lehigh. 9 o'clock is when your date was strangled. Now, I don't know where you were. Mr. Clover doesn't know where you were. Somebody ought to know where you were. They really ought. It's important.
I was in a bar. I was drinking.
What bar?
I was in a lot of bars on Broadway. I didn't look at their names.
You heard that girl cry out, huh?
Yeah, I heard her. What do you think? I'm lying to you? You still think that, don't you? Oh, look, fellas, I got a wife and a nice daughter.
You told us, Mr. Lehigh. She got a scholarship to college. Your family must be real proud.
Then leave him. Leave the man whose tracing of a city has been distilled into violence and death, the accusation of murder. Leave him in a room whose walls have been scarred with chalked protests, the derision of the guilty, the pleading of the innocent. And leave him with the image of the girl the city had promised him, and whose death was an end to the promise. Go now to the Wentworth Theatrical Agency on West 47th to sift the night particles of a girl's life that had spun her dying, to assemble the shadows that had touched her in passing. Maybe you could do that here, in the office fashioned out of a brownstone hall bedroom. Here with the pictures of sparkling personalities clustered on yellowing walls, and the messages of love and gratitude scrawled on them. To Laurie Wentworth, the sweetest agent of them all. To Laurie, all of the best. To Laurie, without whom... And Laurie preening, purring in the warm glow of it all.
My babies, Mr. Clover. Every one of them. Like little chicks. Little foundling chicks. Cutie pies, huh?
You get work for them, is that Miss Wentworth?
Well, I try. Sometimes all our special talent isn't appreciated, but I try. A convention hits town, a lodge needs a few specialties to raise money for funds. I spent years scrounging around. Now the fundraisers are getting to know us.
What about Irene Hall?
Oh, cream of the crop was my little Irene. I'll miss her. You just don't know, Mr. Clover, how my little Irene is going to be missed. You just can't know.
Can you tell me anything about her, anything that will help?
Well, I heard on the radio that you're holding a killer. What else do you need to know about her?
Where she came from, how she came to you, who her friends were, things like that?
Well, where she came from, I never asked. All I know is one day, well, maybe 3 years ago, she was standing there in the doorway, right there, like she didn't know was it all right to come in. I took her hand in mine, and I told her it was all right. Then she showed me the pictures she carried under her arm, and, well, I signed her right off. And not too long after, entertainment committees called me. Asked for her. Didn't care what else I gave him, as long as I gave him Irene.
And that's all you know about her?
Well, I know I should never have booked her for that patent medicine blow-off. Then my Irene wouldn't be dead at the hands of a medicine man.
Nothing more.
Well, I know she didn't make the date I booked for her last night, a little private affair dinner party.
How did you know that?
Because Barbara phoned me. Said Irene hasn't showed up, and could she please do her specialty? That's the rug bit as the Queen of Sheba. I said, sure, Barbara. You do it.
Barbara?
Barbara Landon. That cutie pie, see? See up there? That one there, pictured in the feathers?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, she and Irene were buddies, covered for each other's routines in case one or the other had reason not to show up on a date.
You have her address?
Sure. I write it down for you. Give her a message, huh? Tell her she can take all of Irene's routines now.
Why you come bothering me, mister? I got enough to do around here.
I told you, I want you to open the door to Miss Landon's room.
All you had to do was beat on the door real loud, scream a few sayings. It wakes up that Miss Landon every time. I know, from the times I got to do this, just to call her to the hall phone. Oh, that Miss Landon's a sleeper. Here, I'll show you. Hey, Landon!
Just unlock it, huh?
Yeah. Besides, it saves wear and tear. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Perfume with this booze in the room. Man could get a hangover just from the aroma. There she is, mister, stretched out on the bed. Go on, wake her. I want to stand here and watch you how you do it.
Miss Landon, Miss...
Well, go on, mister. Shake up good. The load she must have souped up last night, you got it. Here. I'll show you how to get a reaction. Hey, Landon, hey.
Leave her alone.
But you said you... Oh, look. Look at her throat.
Yeah, look. Dead. Strangled to death.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Send at once for that wonderful free convention handbook offered by Time Magazine and CBS Radio. It will help you to follow the conventions and their procedures intelligently and easily. It's profusely illustrated and written by Time's top writers. All you have to do is send a postcard with your name and address to Time, CBS, Chicago 90, Illinois. That's Time, CBS, Chicago 90, Illinois.
The midday light of Maytime flows gently, and Broadway shimmers. Languor walks the streets, rhythm to the pulsing of May wind, and its perfumed silk rustles softly. The hawkers yawn their spiels. The loudspeakers drone. There's the slow dance of litter in the gutters. A day in May, a day to melt in your mouth, a day to ride the rides, crowd the midway, toss the hoop, win the ham. So wait for it on the corner, kid. Hold it close. It can slip right through your fingers. And for the girl sprawled across her bed, the day offers only her dying in the desolate room. The streakings of sunlight and shadow that pattern her body. And the wind that takes her hair drifts it across her bruised throat. And this was all of Maytime for Barbara Landon.
How long are we going to stand here just looking at her, mister? Shouldn't we...
Don't worry about it.
Well, I ain't worried. That's your department. All I know is the management would like me to clear up things like this quick as possible.
I told you, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Anything the mister says.
She's been dead for quite a while.
I wouldn't know about such things.
Tell me what you do know.
I got a name. It's Marv Norman. I got a job, managing this apartment house. I read papers, listen to the radio, collect the garbage of the tenants. Nights, I sit on the stoop and no one talks to me. This hotel, gay, carefree, lots of gentlemen friends. To her, I was a doorknob, a mat with the word welcome.
Called on her here?
Well, yes, in this apartment we are now, mister. So then...
Did Miss Landon have a caller last night?
Good. Other times, though. That's the hall phone, mister. Bother me, thanks. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, she's here. Hold on a minute, huh? Yeah. Guy asking for Miss Landon, mister. Cozy the way I played it, huh? Don't say she's dead. Don't say a cop's here. Don't... Yeah, don't bother.
Hello?
Hey, what is this? How many watchdogs I gotta go through to get to Barbara?
This is the police.
Oh. Hey, what goes on with Barbara?
Who are you?
The rest of the deal. Look, pal, all I'm doing is a social.
Where are you now?
The drugstore on 6th across from Bryant Park. Bromley's.
Stay there. I'll be up in a while. How will I know you?
I'm sporting a Hawaiian shirt, yellow background, brown pineapples on top. Look, I don't have to. Wait.
So again, the brief wait. Again, the men, civically supported, who attend the leavings of violent death. The white-coated ones, the blue-serged ones, the cigar smoker, and the funny fellow who thought of just the thing to say all the way down from headquarters. And they swarm, and they photograph, and they measure. Leave them. Death is in the hands of the professionals. Out into the streets now, and the ride to Bryant Park. Past the benches in back of the library, and the sitters. The students scanning the required reading. Oldsters with eyes closed to the warming sun. Park the car. And to the drugstore. Ryan's shirt is rummaging through a table marked, any item in this display, 10...
Just looking. I'm waiting for someone. I'm waiting for...
I'm Danny Clover.
What was all that mystery over the phone? She's dead. What are you talking? Saw her last night. How can you stand there and tell me that?
I asked you.
She's dead, and I was with her last night. You gonna lock me up?
We'll see.
Well, I told you. I was with her working. She never liked for me to call. I'm a waiter. She likes me.
Table's where she worked last night and met her a few blocks away.
No, that isn't it. She had a crazy notion, that's all. She didn't like me coming around for her. Afraid somebody will recognize me as a waiter, and River, she goes out with a waiter.
She was entertaining last night?
Yeah, doing a shiva bit for the... Hey. Her friend Irene was strangled, too. Last night, too. Hey, now, wait a minute. Don't get me mixed up.
You know Irene?
I met her once or twice, that's all.
All right. You picked Barbara up last night. What did you do?
About the same.
Well, like what?
Went for a ride, parked along the river.
Did you drink?
She did. She liked it. I brought along a bottle. She liked it, mister. I was her date. I brought along a bottle. You know something? I as good as killed her.
How?
Well, she asked me to come up to her place and finish the bottle. I didn't go. She was loaded. She needed a night to sleep it off. If I hadn't gone home, she'd be alive right this minute. You're not crazy about my story, huh? I gotta go downtown?
Yeah, for a while.
Let's go.
Danny Clover speaking.
Lieutenant Danny Clover?
Gordon?
Yes, I blush you remember. Gordon from Technical. Come on down here, Lieutenant. You need help.
When you close that door, smile, Lieutenant, like you're happy. And you're going to be happy.
What do you got for me, Gordon?
Manners. Aren't you even going to ask how I am today, how I feel, how I slept last night? Whether I'm happy here amongst all my expensive equipment?
All right, are you happy, Gordon?
Listen, Lieutenant, you run around a lot. You meet a lot of people, all kinds of people. We've been working together for a long time. What am I calling you Lieutenant for, Danny?
What do you want?
Happens a friend of mine's coming in from out of town. I've been writing him what a good time can be had in New York. I gotta show him a good time, Danny.
And?
You're trying to bait me, Lieutenant?
In the squad room, they tell me you've got a little black book, Gordon. Just the other day, you were explaining the code beside the names.
You're not going to help me, huh? You're going to let me make a jerk out of myself in front of my friends?
What did you call me down here for, Gordon?
I'll show you. Come here. 3 microscopes. You want a peek, or you want me to handle it for you? Lieutenant?
You tell me.
On the stage of microscope 1, face powder spilled on the floor in the apartment of Irene Hall. On 2, face powder taken from the face of Irene Hall. On 3, face powder from the face of Barbara Landon.
What about him?
What about him, the lieutenant says. The lieutenant who gets around. I'll tell you what about him. 1 and 3 match. 1 and 2 don't.
Then the powder spilled out of that purse wasn't Irene's. It was Barbara's.
Glendon, you mind if I add something? You don't mind. That spilled powder on the floor in Irene Hall's apartment didn't come out of Irene's purse. It was that other girl's, Barbara's.
Thanks, Gordon. You helped a lot.
See what I mean? You've been around lots of girls. What about my out-of-town friend, Danny? Danny, boy?
You didn't help that much. Okay, this cell, guard. Open up. Thanks. I'll call you if I want you. In here, Russ.
You giving me a cellmate?
Inside. Wake up, Mr. Lehigh. Come on. Come on. Get up. I want you to meet somebody. This is Russ Field, Mr. Lehigh.
What do I have to meet him for? When am I getting out of here?
You choosy, Mr. Lehigh? I'm not.
You two have got something in common. Both of you are being held for a double murder, and of the same 2 girls.
Come here, Mr. Field. Let me shake your hand, brother. Am I glad to see you?
Hey, they really go stir crazy fast around here, Clover. Hey, get used to it, kid, because if one of us killed 2 girls, it's got to be you, because it wasn't me.
He's the killer, Mr. Clover. I saw him run out of there.
You crazy stinking liar. I'll break up.
Cut it out.
Did you hear what he said? He said he saw him. Why didn't you tell me this before, Mr. Lehigh? That you saw him coming out of Irene's apartment?
I didn't see him. I was lying.
Come on, Clover. Let me get out of here. You've got your boy.
Wait a minute.
What?
You said there were 2 girls. What 2 girls?
Irene Hall and...
What 2 girls?
A friend of Irene's. Her name was Barbara Landon.
See, I don't even know. How could I kill her? Anyhow, I was in jail.
You were in jail at midnight last night. Irene was killed about 9 o'clock last night. Barbara Landon was killed at 11.
I didn't kill.
Poor guy. Yeah. Poor guy. What am I saying? A killer, and I call him poor guy. Okay, Clover, I met your boy. You've had your fun. Let's get out of here.
Russ, tell me again how you were out with Barbara last night. What you did.
Well, sure. Met her, parked. She got loaded. I took her home.
You met her from work, huh?
Sure, just like I told you.
No stops anywhere, huh?
Just the park. Short stop. She got loaded fast.
You gotta believe me. You gotta believe me. My wife, my kid going to college. He won a scholarship. You don't think the father of a smart kid like that could... I didn't do it. I didn't.
Sloppy killer. A dad.
What kind of killer are you, Russ?
What?
Barbara Landon was at Irene's apartment last night.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Lehigh.
What do you want? What do you want?
You tell me what happened last night.
I had a date with Irene Hall. I was to meet her at her apartment at 11 o'clock. I knocked on the door. Irene screamed. I kicked in the door. Irene was dead. I called the police. I had a date with Irene Hall. I was to meet her.
It wasn't Irene you heard scream. It was Barbara. Our technical department showed me proof that Barbara was there. Guard? Go home, Mr. Lehigh. Go back to Cleveland.
All I did was have a date with her.
Go home.
Well, my turn to go home now? Huh?
Wait a minute. We got a few more things to talk about.
What?
You didn't like Barbara, did you?
No. No, she got drunk. She always got drunk. She was no fun.
But Irene was different, wasn't she?
A nice girl.
Then why'd you kill her? You did kill her, Russ.
Didn't she like you? You didn't mean to kill her, did you?
No. You killed her, and you stayed with her.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you why. I was talking to her. I was trying to tell her I didn't mean it. I was staying there just to make myself believe it didn't happen. And then when Barbara rang the bell...
You didn't meet her after work, did you?
And when Barbara came and rang the bell, I opened the door and tried to explain it to her. When I was talking, someone else knocked on the door. It must have been that little guy who was just here. Barbara started to scream. I hit her. She fell down, spilled everything all over the place.
And I started to kick in the door. You dragged Barbara away.
Yeah. I strangled her in my car and poured booze all over her and took her home. Then I went home and I went to sleep.
That's the way it was, huh?
Just like I told you. I swear it was. Just like that. No. Now you're going to let me out of here. Now let me out.
It's the street of the hunter, this Broadway, of the smile that's dropped at the tip of a hat. And the lights are flung from windows, out of doorways, and you walk a pavement spangled with 1,000 colors. But between the lights, that's where darkness is. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, High Everback was heard as Russ Field, and Herb Butterfield as Myron Lehigh. Featured in the cast were Martha Wentworth, Ed Max, and Junius Matthews. This is only a rumor, but they say the Secretary of the Treasury recently visited Jack Benny's underground vault to reassure himself that there's a healthy cash reserve in case the government runs short. This much is certain. America's in no danger of running short of laughs, just as long as Jack Benny Time keeps rolling along Sunday nights on CBS Radio. Bill Anders speaking. And remember, My Friend Irma livens your Sundays on the CBS Radio Network.
Alright, it is that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. According to legend, coffee was discovered in the 9th century by Ethiopian farmers who noticed the way their goats danced when they ate the coffee plant. A local monk decided to give it a try and realized that the drink kept him up at night, and thus coffee was born. Most coffee lovers have brands and tastes they prefer, but many don't realize there are differences in coffee beans. Arabic is the most grown coffee bean in the world and is referred to as a shade coffee. Robusta, while slightly more bitter, is considered sun-grown coffee. While they may look like beans, the coffee bean is actually the pits of berries. They receive the name coffee beans thanks to their resemblance to legumes. And that was the Trivia Minute. Now, let's get back to the show. Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George.
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest tonight, Cesar Romero, yours truly, Toby Reed, Barbara Eiler, Harry Lubin, the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. The coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand at any price. Yes, Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Well, breakfast is over in the Burns home, and attention is now focused on the morning newspaper. George is trying to concentrate on the sports section, while Gracie reads aloud from her favorite department, the movie gossip column.
Listen to this, George. This column says that Betty Grable has put on a lot of weight, but it doesn't say where.
Doesn't say where?
No, it just says that in her new picture, she has a very fat part.
That means she has a big roll.
Around the middle, huh?
Yes,
She's on a diet. Now let me read, please.
Oh, here's another interesting item. MGM is going to loan out Walter Pigeon and Clark Gable. Gee, I wish I belonged to that lending library.
I'll try to arrange it. Now let me read about the golf tournament.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this next item must be wrong.
This is murder.
It says that Jane Wyman may get an award for her work in Johnny Belinda. Isn't that the picture where she didn't say anything?
That's right.
Well, who'd give a prize to a woman who doesn't talk?
Any husband in America. Now, will you please let me read about the golf tournament?
Yes, dear.
Thank you.
Oh, listen to this,
More
dear.
stuff, huh?
It says that Bill Goodwin and Cesar Romero met at Romanoff's restaurant last night and had an altercation.
Really?
Mm-hmm. George, why don't you ever take me to Romanoff's and buy me an altercation?
An altercation is a fight.
Oh.
Bill and Romero are probably fighting over some girl.
Oh, that's terrible. I hate to think of Bill doing that.
Yeah, he'd be better off married. Hey, I see where Ben Hogan just shut us.
That's it.
Huh?
You're absolutely right. Bill's got to get married.
I didn't say that.
He's wasting his life. Let's arrange the wedding right away, huh?
Wait a minute. That's Bill's business, not ours.
But it is our business, George. We're more than just Bill's friends. We're like his family. But I think of you as his father. Now I think of myself as his kid sister.
Maybe Bill doesn't want to get married. Maybe he's having too much fun.
Well, it's time he got married and stopped having fun.
That'll do it.
What was that?
Nothing. I ate something, you see. Now forget about Bill.
Well, I can't. I'm worried about him. Running around nights fighting with Cesar Romero. He ought to marry a nice girl and stay home and fight with her.
Sure.
I'm going to call Bill and tell him to come right over here so you can talk to him.
Me?
Well, sure, this is all your idea.
All I said was that
What's the
Bill...
matter, George? Don't you like marriage? Aren't you happy married to me?
Of course I'm married. And I think that Bill should get married someday. I only hope that he gets a girl as sweet and as pretty and as charming as you.
Oh, George, you're silly.
I am?
Well, sure, you'll never get one like me. Now I'll phone Bill to come right over. That must be Bill.
Now listen, Gracie, don't try to force him into marriage. Let Bill make his own decision.
I will. Come in.
Hi, Burnses.
Hello,
Oh,
Emily.
hello, Bill. Bill, have you got any plans for tonight?
No, Gracie.
Oh, good. You're getting married.
What?
You're getting married. It's George's idea.
All I said
Yeah, and
was...
he's right, Bill. You're wasting your life as a bachelor.
Wasting it. I'm using every minute.
But you'd be better off married, wouldn't he, George?
Well, Gracie is right, Bill. When I was single, I used to run around just like you. One night a beautiful blonde, the next night a gorgeous redhead. But, Bill, was I happy?
Well, I don't know. Think back, will you?
Boy, was I happy. I'd forgotten how much... Get married, Bill. It's nice. It's nice.
Don't you know some girl you'd like to settle down with, Bill?
Well, Gracie, if I ever do get married, Jean Meredith is the only girl I'd consider. She's my special honey.
Jean Meredith. Oh, well, why haven't we met her?
Well, I don't take her out in public. I'm hiding her from Cesar Romero, the wolf.
Cesar Romero, huh?
Yeah. He's the poor girl's Bill Goodwin.
I see.
Well, I don't know. Cesar Romero is pretty terrific, Bill. The women at my bridge club voted him the man they'd most like to have shuffle their deck.
Did you vote for him?
Not me. No, I voted for you.
Well, thanks.
Nobody shuffles like you do.
Yes, I'm a pro at shuffling.
Well, Bill, if you...
Take after my father.
Oh?
One of the greatest shufflers in the business.
Mm-hmm. Bill, if you want to keep Caesar Romero away from Jean, why don't you marry her?
But Gracie, stop trying to force me into matrimony.
Oh, it's George's idea.
All I said...
George, leave me alone.
Okay, it was my idea.
I'll get married just as soon as I'm tired of running around in about 50 or 60 years.
But, Bill, you won't be able to get a pretty wife when you're old and feeble.
Well, why not? George did. But I'm not worried, Gracie. When I'm ready to get married, there'll be plenty of fish in the ocean.
Oh, Bill, don't marry one of those. Marry a woman.
What, Bill?
You don't want a honeymoon with a halibut.
What, Bill?
You can't warm your feet on a flounder.
Don't worry, Gracie. When and if I get married, it'll be to Jean Meredith.
Oh, good. Say, Bill, I've got an idea. Why don't you bring Jean over to dinner tonight so we can meet her?
Well, this ought to be a safe place. I know George couldn't take her away from me.
Well, he could if he wanted to. My little man is a Humphrey Bogart type.
You think George is the Bogart type?
Well, sure. Everyone does. When we walk down the street, people say, look, here comes Gracie with her bogeyman.
I'll see you for dinner, Willie.
Okay, Bogey. Bye, Gracie.
Bye.
Gracie, you embarrass me. I couldn't steal Bill's girl. It would take a guy like Caesar Romero to do that.
Hey, that's a great idea, George. We'll get Romero over here to flirt with Jean. How do you think of those things?
All I said
If
was...
Bill thinks he's losing her, he'll propose. Oh, George, you're a genius.
Look, all I said
I'll
was...
go right over and get Caesar Romero.
Hold it. Bill Goodwin said he didn't want to marry her, and that's that. Now forget it.
Well, you don't have to get angry, George. If you don't want me to get Caesar Romero, just say so. You're the boss, you know.
Good.
If you say I'm not going to Romero's house, I'm not going.
Okay, you're not going.
I am, too.
I thought I was the boss.
Well, you are, except when we disagree.
Well, I give up.
Oh, congratulations. You're the boss
I'm the
again.
boss again, I
Gee, maybe it's dangerous for me to be here at Caesar Romero's alone. He's such a wolf. Oh, well, I'm here. I'll bet the minute he opens the door, you'll get fresh with me. Well, if he does, I'll call the police. I'll show him.
How do you do?
Oh, yeah, police!
Hey, what's the idea?
That'll teach you to get fresh with me.
I beg your pardon?
I accept your apology. Now, if you think you can act like a gentleman, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Mrs. George Burns.
I'm Caesar Romero.
Mr. Romero, I want you to understand right now that you've got to behave yourself around me.
Mrs. Burns, I swear you an oath.
Police!
Again?
There'll be no swearing in front of me.
Esta simpática señora está loca.
Never mind making that romantic talk. You Frenchmen are all alike. Now behave.
Mrs. Burns, would you like a chaperone?
No, sir, I won't touch a drop. You might just as well make up your mind that I'm one girl who's different.
Different is quite an understatement. May I ask what brought you here?
There you go, getting fresh again, talking about my legs.
Your legs?
That's what brought me here. I know all your little wolfish tricks. I wasn't born yesterday.
Mrs. Burns, you may rest assured that I would never make advances to a girl who's underage, like you.
Well, we're going to get along just fine.
Sure, I wasn't born yesterday either.
But just to be absolutely honest with you, I'm already of age.
No.
Yes.
You're 21?
Oh, 21? I thought you meant 18. Well, enough about me. I came to talk about Bill Goodwin. Now, I've got a scheme to get Bill married.
Wonderful. Why, he's my biggest rival. What's your plan?
Well, Bill has a girl he likes well enough to marry, but he won't ask her until he thinks someone else wants her. And that's where you come in.
Oh, I get it. I make a play for the girl. Bill thinks he's losing her. He proposes, she accepts, and bingo, they're married. Then I'll have every girl in town tied up.
Oh, don't tie them up. Give them a fighting chance.
Yeah. Now, what's this girl's name?
Her name is Jean Meredith. Do you know her?
Jean Meredith. I must know her. Let me look at my address book.
Well, good heavens. Is that great big thing the address book of your girls?
This is just the M's. Now, let's see. Here we are. Meredith. Meredith A, Meredith B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Well, now, Meredith Jane, Meredith Janet, Meredith Jacqueline, Meredith Jacqueline. Meredith Joan, Meredith June. No Meredith Jean. I guess Bill's been holding her incommunicado.
Well, you know Bill. He'll hold her any place they happen to be.
Yes. Now, how do we put our plan in operation?
Oh, well, I'll have Bill and Jean at my house tonight, and you drop in about 8 o'clock and turn on the charm.
It's a date. This is a wonderful idea, Mrs. Burns. You've really got a brain.
Oh, yeah? Police!
Now what's wrong?
You got too intimate.
I said you had a brain. Is that intimate?
It must be. Not even my husband ever said that.
This was Inauguration Day in Washington, and one thing is certain, the flowing strains of the Missouri Waltz were heard loud and often. There's another favorite American song, also in waltz time, that's always associated with a state that has given the country no less than 7 presidents. But let's see if you can recognize it when you hear only the mellow harmony. That's hardly enough, so we'll add this rich counter melody. This song still lacks just the right note of vigorous rhythm. For the final touch, we'll blend in the full-bodied melody. Yes, once all these fine musical parts are skillfully blended together, it's easy to recognize the beautiful Ohio, one of our most popular American melodies. And friends, it takes this same masterful skill in blending to create the famous flavor of the most popular brand of coffee in all America, delicious Maxwell House coffee. Maxwell House is justly famous for its flavor. Superb, good to the last drop flavor that no other coffee offers you. To bring you this rich, heartwarming flavor, our Maxwell House experts must select and combine not one, but many choice varieties of premium-grade Latin American coffees. From long experience, they select fine Manizales coffees for mellowness. Excellent Medellins add richness. Other choice coffees contribute vigor. And finally, Bucaramangas coffees are added for hearty, full body. This perfectly balanced blend is then radiant roasted to the peak of flavor and brought to you vacuum-packed and roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
So tomorrow, discover the extra flavor of America's favorite brand of coffee. Yes, tomorrow, start enjoying Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Oh, George, your plan to get Bill married is working out beautifully.
My plan? Gracie,
I talked to Cesar Romero, and he's coming over. He'll flirt with Jean, and Bill will think he's losing her, so he'll propose, they'll get married, and have a whole house full of little ones.
Well, don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Oh, George, you're so innocent. They won't have chickens. They'll have babies.
No.
Yeah.
Every year, something new.
Now, when Bill and Jean are here tonight, you show them how happy married life is.
Not me. I want no part of the scheme.
Oh, you're not happy. I'm a failure. You're miserable, and now everyone will know.
Okay. I like tapping.
Oh, thank you, dear. Oh, that must be Jean.
Jean? Isn't she coming with Bill?
No, I asked Bill to send her over early. I want to have a little talk with her. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. I'm Jean Meredith.
Oh, hello, Jean. I'd like you to meet my husband, George.
Hello, Jean.
How do you do, Mr. Burns? It's awfully nice of you folks to invite Bill and me over.
Well, we want you to see how happy married life is.
Are you and Mr. Burns happy?
Oh, yes. George, be happy. we laugh all the time.
Mrs. Burns, isn't it hard to keep house and have a career both? I mean, isn't it just drudgery to come home from the studio and have to cook dinner?
Oh, Jean, if you were cooking for one you love, would you call it drudgery?
No. No, I guess I wouldn't.
Well, neither does George. He's as happy as a lark, aren't you, dear? Well, have we sold you on marriage, Jean?
I don't have to be sold, Mrs. Burns. I want to get married the worst way.
Well, now, that's funny. I said the same thing to Mother when I brought George home to meet her. I said, Mother, I want to get married the worst way. And she said, well, this is it.
Mother craves me. Come in.
Well, hi, Burnses. Hello, Jeannie, honey.
Hello,
Belle.
Oh, we were just showing Jean how happy married life is. Weren't we, George? George.
Huh?
Be happy.
Oh.
You see, Bill? Now, show him how you felt before you got married, dear. And now? Oh, marriage is so happy, Bill. Why, George gets up 3 or 4 times during the night just to laugh and then goes back to bed again.
Yeah, I bet.
Uh-oh, there's someone at the door, George. George.
Honey, come in.
Hello, everyone. Am I late? Cesar Romero. What are you doing here? I'm here to have dinner. Well, you out-of-work actors will do anything for a handout, won't you? Out of work? I just finished a picture. Well, if you're in it, believe me, it's finished. You should talk. I saw your last picture. At least I hope it was your last picture.
Boys. Act your age.
At his age, who can act?
Oh, I didn't know you two were friends.
They're not. They're Abbott and Costello.
Oh. But I don't believe Jean and Caesar have met. Jean, may I present Mr. Romero?
How do you do?
Well. Hello. Get away from my girl, Romero. Your girl? Yeah, she belongs to me. Well, congratulations. You have a lovely daughter. Hey, listen, I'm not old enough to have a daughter her age. I just reached 30. I bet you had to lean back a long way to reach it. Take it easy, Butch. Remember, it's my income tax that pays your old age pension.
Now, boys, don't just go talking to each other. Say some nice things like that to Jean, too. In the meantime, George and I will get dinner on the table. Come on, George. Are you happy? George, I called you and Cesar Romero into the den here for a little conference because things aren't going so well.
I know. Bill still hasn't proposed to Jean.
Well, I've tried my best to make him jealous. Gosh, I did everything but propose to Jean myself.
Hey, that's it. You proposed to Jean. That'll force Bill to propose.
Well, I've never done anything like that. I wouldn't know what to say.
What did George say?
Well, we were in vaudeville then, living in hotels, and George proposed to me with a romantic little poem.
Gracie, please.
He said, come be my bride. I'll be your groom. Let's save the price of that extra room.
Only I put it to music. Come be my bride and I'll be a groom.
George.
Let's save the price of
George.
that.
George.
Yes.
I'll propose my own way. You folks wait here.
All right.
Well, you back again, bit player? Quiet, stand-in. Jean, darling, I've come to ask you to take my hand. Yeah, Jean, help the old gentleman to the door. Pay no attention to him, Jean. I'm asking you to be my wife, to marry me.
What?
Marry you? Oh, Jean, did you hear what that big schnook said? Tell him, honey.
All right. I'd be happy to marry you, Caesar.
That's telling him, baby. Huh?
I said I'd marry him. He's just the man I've been waiting for. He's got everything.
Well, but he's had it so long. Gee, honey, reconsider. What can this guy offer you? I can offer her the greatest thrill that life holds in store for a woman. Plenty of Maxwell House coffee. That Maxwell House coffee? Yes, that rich, mellow blend of the finest Latin American coffees. Radiant roasted to the very peak of flavor perfection. Good to the last drop. Oh, no. Not my commercial, too. We'll go to Latin America on our honeymoon, Jean, and I'll show you where they grow those superb coffee beans that go into fragrant, delicious Maxwell House. The Manizales, Medellins, Bucaramangas. How do you like that? First he steals my girl, and now he's meddling with my Bucaramangas. I'll kill myself. That's what I'll do. Now, Bill. Don't touch me, you nasty person. I'm going to go kill myself. I've got nothing to live for. No girl, no sponsor, no nothing. We certainly fixed him, didn't we, Jean?
Yes, now we can be married. You wait here while I get my hat and coat.
Yes, sir. Now we can be married. Married? I don't want to get married. What happened? Mrs. Burns! Oh, Mrs. Burns!
Yeah, what is it, Caesar?
I proposed and Jean accepted me. She's going to marry me.
Oh, you traitor. You stabbed Bill in the back right in front of his face.
Well, you've got to do something. I don't want to marry Jean.
All right. My husband got you into this, so I'll get you out. You go in and talk to George. I'll handle Jean.
Oh, thanks a million.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, did you hear the news? I'm going to marry Caesar Romero.
Oh, yes, he told me, and I think it's wonderful. I know you'll be very happy.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
Oh, of course. Money isn't everything.
Money?
What if he did lose his job at the studio? You can't buy happiness.
You mean he's been let out?
No, his clothes still fit him. He just lost his job.
Gee, I thought he was doing so well.
Oh, he was until he started drinking.
Drinking?
Only whiskey. He never touches soda. But I know the three of you will be very happy.
The three of us?
Yes, you and Caesar and his other wife.
Caesar has another wife?
Oh, it's nothing to worry about. He doesn't love her.
Well, then why hasn't he divorced her?
Well, Caesar's father is very fond of her. She takes care of him, puts him on his rocking horse, brings him his little hat with a propeller on top.
Good heavens, his father must be a lunatic.
Yes, but so lovable. I know you'll be very happy. Oh, there's just one thing. When you're around Caesar's father, wear an old dress that you won't mind having torn.
Why?
Well, he thinks people are bananas and tries to peel them.
I can't marry into a family of crazy people.
Oh, only the men are crazy. When they reach the age of 35, they all crack up.
When will Caesar be 35?
Not until February. You've got a whole month to be happy.
I'm getting out of here, and you can tell Mr. Romero that I never want to see him again.
But, Jean, you're throwing away your happiness.
Goodbye.
All right, boys, you can come out now.
We heard your little scene, Gracie.
Yeah, Gracie, you were great. How do you think of those things?
Oh, it's just a gift. Lots of people People are amazed at my brain, but it's really nothing.
How true.
Well, you certainly saved me. You see, there's only one girl in this whole world that I could ever marry. Gertrude Mills. She's completely devoted to me.
Oh, I'm glad I could help.
Hi, folks. Well, I thought you went out to kill yourself.
Well, I did, but when I went to the drugstore to buy poison, the cutest little redhead waited on me. She looked at me, and I looked at her, and now we're engaged.
A redhead? What drugstore was this?
Schwab's.
And the girl's name?
Gertrude Mills.
Oh, no! This morning I was a happy man. Now I'm going nuts.
Well, what do you know? He just turned 35.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Gracie, next week our guest will be Gene Kelly.
Gene Kelly. An Irish girl, huh?
Gene Kelly is a man. He's that great dancer we saw in the movies the other night.
Oh, that's Gene Kelly.
Yeah.
Oh, he's sensational. And next week I'll be able to dance with him.
Wait a minute. I want you dancing with Gene Kelly. What about me?
All right, we'll take turns dancing with him. Now you happy?
Good things. The easy way. Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, when we'll have as our special guest Gene Kelly, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Cesar Romero appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Down to the Sea and Ships, starring Richard Widmark. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. Adventurer, Charity takes it on the chin. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Reed, as publisher of a newspaper, you're in a position to know a lot about people, aren't you?
Well, it depends on the type of person you have in mind.
You know, people in the public eye.
Well, frankly, Bennett, I haven't been around the Sentinel much lately.
You haven't?
I've been letting it run itself, so to speak.
I see. Well, in that case...
But perhaps I may have some information, Bennett. Who's the man?
As you know, the Welfare Board is trying to get an extra $1 million for...
Considering it right now, one of my best reporters is at the meeting.
Do you know that I'm connected with the Welfare Board?
You, Bennett?
For the past month, I've been serving as treasurer for the Special Charity Fund.
The charity relief is handled separately from the regular welfare money?
Yes, that's it. I took this position without pay simply to help out.
Oh, doesn't your regular business keep you pretty tied down?
It would, only my work as treasurer on the charity fund is practically routine.
Well, how do you mean?
I have nothing to do with the actual disbursement of the money.
Oh, naturally.
The setup requires 2 signatures on each relief check, mine and Tinker's.
Tinker? Oh, he's head of the welfare board, isn't he?
Yes. As I was saying, we each sign the checks. But in order to facilitate matters, I've been putting my signature on blank checks. In that way, Tinker doesn't have to wait for me at any time.
Oh, isn't that rather unusual?
No, it's done pretty often.
But that means you've no idea whether those checks are for the right amounts or whether they're made out to the right people.
That's precisely what's bothering me. I have no reason to believe that Tinker is doing anything dishonest, mind you.
You wouldn't be speaking this way if you didn't have some suspicions, Bennett.
That's all they are, Reed. Suspicions. Tinker has a friend named Murdoch. He's always around the welfare board. I don't like him, and I don't like the way he and Tinker are always together.
Perhaps you're imagining things.
Well, I hope I am.
After this, Bennett, if I were you, I'd be careful about signing blank checks.
I intend speaking to Tinker about that very soon. Just now, of course, he's busy trying to get this extra $1 million for local charity out of the city council.
I'll call my office and see if that appropriation's been passed.
Fine.
Charity's a fine thing, Bennett, but all that money can be a great temptation for the wrong people. And with an extra $1 million coming... Oh, let me have Miss Case, please. Miss Case? Mr. Reed. Has Lowry brought back any news from the city council meeting? Oh, they have, huh? It's already in the papers. Oh, thanks, Miss Case. I'll be in very soon.
Well?
The city council okayed the extra $1 million for charity, Bennett. Remember what I told you about those checks.
Welfare Board gets extra $1 million for charity. City Council passes relief appropriation. Sentinel paper.
Yes, what is it?
There's a young man out here applying for charity, Mr. Tinker.
Did he fill out the usual form?
Yes, sir. I told him there was a long list, but he said he needs help immediately. He's very insistent.
Oh. All right, send him in. I'll settle it.
Another one, Tinker?
The 6th one today. Murdoch, perhaps you'd better go into that other office.
Sure, Tinker. After all, this ain't supposed to be any of my business.
If anyone gets an idea that Murdoch and I are taking a cut of that charity money, it might mean...
My name's Drake, Mr. Tinker. Girls...
Close the door. Come in.
Look, Mr. Tinker, it ain't for me. It's my wife. She ain't feeling so well.
Drake, it takes time to care for people. Cases like yours must go through a regular routine. Can't hand out charity to everyone who comes asking for it. Your case will be investigated, same as the rest.
Yes, sir. But can I get something special for my wife? The doc says she needs medicine right away.
Your name is on the list, and we'll investigate. If you deserve charity, you'll get it as soon as possible.
Yeah, but...
The welfare board is already pressed to the limit. You'll have to be patient.
Yes, sir. Only I figured with that extra $1 million...
That extra $1 million is practically drained away already.
Well, can't you make...
I'm very busy. If you're deserving, you may be tended to. That's all.
Yes, sir. It's only on account of the wife.
Give them the money. I can use it myself. He's gone, Murdoch.
Snappy work, Tinker. You don't waste time.
Can't afford to. We have to figure out how to get our hands on a share of that $1 million.
You told that sap the $1 million was already earmarked for the other charity cases?
Of course. Now, what's our plan?
Same as before. We put 500 phony names on the charity list.
You have the list?
Yeah, sure, I got it right here.
Abbey, Abbott, Adler, Augustini. Where'd you get these, Murdoch?
Relax, will you? They're okay.
Can't have anyone checking up on them.
Not a chance. With these phony names, we'll be able to grab off 100,000 for ourselves.
Perhaps 200,000.
That's the stuff. And nobody the wiser.
Of course, there's Bennett to consider.
Bennett? What about Bennett?
He wants me to have the checks filled out before he signs them.
That'd ruin us.
Don't worry, Murdoch. I told Bennett we'd do as he wanted.
You crazy?
As soon as I got around to it.
I told him it meant changing the routine, and it might take a little time.
Oh, you stalled him.
For a long time.
That's the angle, Tinker. Plenty of graft for you and me.
Well, you know that old saying, Murdoch.
Yeah?
Charity begins at home.
That's it. Charity begins at home.
That's rich.
Hey, Casey, there's one thing me and Clicker want to know.
If you want to borrow money, I'm busy. What are we working for? Are we newspaper men or charity investigators? If I ask me, the only people I know are newspaper men, and you're not in that class.
Will you stop pounding that typewriter?
Don't tell me you two are sore because Mr. Reed sent you out on a door-to-door job. Sore? You ought to see my feet.
They don't pave the sidewalks with mattresses in this town. After walking 20 miles, I know.
Why is Mr. Reed so anxious for us to talk to people who are on charity rolls? He thinks there's something going on.
Yes?
Lowry and Miss Binney are here, Mr. Reed.
Oh, send them right in.
All right, you two. You can ask Mr. Reed all those questions instead of bothering me with them.
Hello, Miss Binney. Lowry? Oh? You got any interviews?
Mr. Reed, we must have talked to about 200.
Yeah, we posed as investigators for the welfare board.
If we'd had a list, it wouldn't have wasted so much time going from one door to the next.
Tinker refused to release his list.
Why?
Well, Lowry's reason sounds all right. He claims revealing names would embarrass those receiving charity.
Well, plenty are getting it, Mr. Reed. We found lots and no complaints.
Yeah, as far as appearances are concerned, Tinker's on the level.
Yet, for a city the size of ours, more money is being spent than conditions warrant. Our charity expenses are way out of line with what they ought to be.
Boss, if Tinker won't release that list, you can't prove anything like that.
Lowry, how'd you like to apply for charity?
Charity? Me?
I'm serious, Lowry. Tinker won't see reporters at all. The only way to find the facts is from the inside.
Say, I get it, boss. I'll wear old clothes.
That's what you're wearing now.
Get everything you can. If you get a chance, talk to Bennett or tell him you're from the Sentinel.
Right.
There's a racket going on in charity. It's the filthiest there is. The Daily Sentinel wants to know about it all the way to rock bottom.
Look, lady, I've been coming here to the welfare board every day for a week.
I'm sorry, we're doing all we can.
Here I am again. The name's Lauren.
Sorry, no news yet.
Boss, I tell you, I'm getting no place.
Stick with it, Lowry. You talked to Bennett yet?
I'll keep trying, but these hard benches are sure wearing my pants awful thin.
You're Mr. Bennett, aren't you? I'd like to talk to you. My name's Lowry of the Sentinel.
The Sentinel? Rip Reed's paper. Why, I was going to call him.
Is that so, Mr. Bennett?
Come over here in the corner. We can talk with less interference.
Yes.
Just what is it you're after?
The boss, Mr. Reed, has his doubts about the way Tinker's running things here. He sent me over to see if I could wangle anything from the inside.
Did he tell you that I'm treasurer here?
Yes. Have you seen the list of charity people, Mr. Bennett?
Not yet, though I've asked for it. At your employer's suggestion, I've also told Tinker I must refuse to sign checks in blank any longer.
Wow, you've been doing that?
Unfortunately, yes.
Then you don't know a thing about who gets these checks?
Or how much is going out, exactly.
What did Tinker say when you told him you wouldn't do it anymore?
He said he'd see the checks were filled out first. But so far, they haven't been. Says he's been too busy.
Can't pin him down, huh?
Oh, hold on. Here he comes now. Hello, Tinker.
Oh, Bennett. I've been looking for you. Got another batch of checks.
Are they filled out?
Well, not this batch. I promise you the next one.
When these are filled out, I'll sign. Not before.
Bennett, it sounds very much as if you don't trust me. You can't keep charity cases waiting because of a mere formality.
Then I suggest you get these filled out at once.
Well, if you insist.
I do.
It may take a little time. Shall we say tomorrow morning?
I'll be waiting.
I was right there when Bennett talked to Tinker, boss. I'm going to see him this noon and get the lowdown.
You're seeing Tinker this morning, eh? About the checks?
Yes, and if Tinker stalls any more, we'll know there's something funny.
Hey, Lowry, I thought you were going to see Bennett this noon.
Well, he is, Miss Benny.
Well, try and find him.
Tinker, what's biting you?
Plenty. Look at this teletype from police headquarters, Mr. Reed.
General alarm to all police. Be on lookout for Treasurer Bennett of the Welfare Department. Bennett disappeared.
He hasn't been seen since last night. And you know what? All the files and records of the welfare board have disappeared with him.
So the police think Bennett's responsible.
For plenty. The police believe he swiped the charity money.
What? Where did they get that idea?
From Tinker. He says the money is gone. When Bennett didn't show up this morning, Tinker says he got suspicious and checked up.
So the police learned of Bennett's disappearance from Tinker. What about Mrs. Bennett?
She insists Bennett has gone away on a trip.
Where?
That's just it. She won't say.
Yes?
Dunnigan, Britt. I'm doing a remake on the front page. What do you think of that guy Bennett absconding with that charity dough?
Got a headline?
Have it in a second.
Lowry. Yeah, boss? Go over to Bennett's home. Grab a statement from his wife. Go with him, Miss Benny, for pictures.
Come on, Lochinvar.
Here's the headline, Britt.
Shoot.
Solid across page 1. Bennett absconds with charity cash.
Kill it. It's too strong.
What?
You heard me. The Sentinel's going to convict Bennett before he's had a chance.
Blasted, Reed. What further proof do you want? Why, any blind fool can see Bennett swipe the dough.
We're not blind fools, Gunnigan. Those are orders.
Oh, if your father was still running this newspaper, I'll do it, but I don't like it.
You don't have to. Even Gunnigan believes Bennett is guilty. Well, maybe he is, but his disappearance is too pat. Especially after what Lauer heard him say to Tinker. Well, there's only one solution. Bennett must be found. A short time later, in his apartment, Britt Reed took Cato, his faithful valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet, into his confidence.
So you see, Cato, Tinker is here apparently innocent while Bennett is gone.
Maybe Tinker's innocent, Mr. Britt.
I'm betting Tinker's the guilty one, Cato, not Bennett. If Tinker and this pal of his Murdoch have been milking the charity funds, Bennett's demand to have the checks filled out would have revealed it.
How can you know for sure?
It's odd that Mrs. Bennett, while she insists her husband is innocent, has merely gone away on a trip, refuses to reveal where he's gone.
Perhaps she's hiding something.
I don't know, Cato. I don't know. Her house will be crowded with reporters tonight. Maybe hard to get in unseen. Still, we can try.
See her tonight?
Mrs. Bennett and her son may be keeping quiet out of fear. Perhaps the sudden appearance of the Green Hornet may make her reveal any secret knowledge she may have.
Mr. Britt.
Yes?
What's happened to those poor ones in the meantime?
The people who've been depending on charity? That's just it, Cato. A lot of them are going to suffer added hardship if that charity fund isn't located.
That's true.
However much I regret it, Cato, it must be done. I must go out as the Green Hornet. A mask, Cato, a weapon. Have the car checked immediately. Mrs. Bennett is going to hear from the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on Act 1 of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Bennett, treasurer of the Welfare Board, disappeared with all the files and records. The police believed that Bennett had absconded with the charity funds. But Britt Reed, unconvinced of Bennett's guilt, assumed the role of the Green Hornet to uncover those who were really guilty. It's late in the evening. Mrs. Bennett is being questioned by reporters.
How about it, Mrs. Bennett?
You keep saying you know where he is.
He isn't guilty. Why don't you tell us?
He is innocent. He is.
How about the charity dough?
Yes, how about that money?
While they crowded around Mrs. Bennett and her 20-year-old son in the Bennett library, a tall figure slipped through a side window into the hall.
All the reporters left their hats here on the table. In fine Lowry's. Yeah, here it is. Initials E.L.
Britt Reed took an envelope from his pocket and slipped it under Lowry's hat. Then he left to await developments.
I left a letter under Lowry's hat, Cato. He's sure to find it when he's ready to go. It's addressed to Mrs. Bennett.
Yes, sir.
I'm going back inside. I want to be there when she's had a chance to read it.
Very dangerous, Mr. Britt. The reporters.
I'll stay well out of sight, Cato. Reporters are still in the library. I'll have time to find a good hiding place before they go out into the hall.
Clicker.
What, Lowry?
Get behind these drapes.
Huh?
Come on. I want to ask Mrs. Bennett a couple of questions when this mob leaves. Maybe she'll talk then.
My mother has nothing more to say. You'll have to leave.
Looks like you'll have a chance soon. They're all going out into the hall.
Okay, Mrs. Bennett, if you won't talk, why, it's your headache, not ours.
You know your own mind.
Your hats are on the table. Will you take them and go?
We have nothing more to say.
You know what the police are saying, Mrs. Bennett?
I know what everyone is saying.
But here's the front door. Outside.
Listen, Mrs. Bennett.
Outside.
Oh, Jim. Jim.
Take it easy, Mother.
If there were only some way out of this.
Can't blame those reporters. After all, they were only doing their jobs.
To think that your father should be left open to talk like this and we're helpless.
Mrs. Bennett, now that mob's left, how about telling me...
I told you reporters to get out.
Well, we sort of stayed behind in the library.
We're not staying any longer. Get out with the others.
Now, wait a minute. Mrs. Bennett, I had a reason for hanging around. I think your husband's innocent.
I know he is.
I saw him yesterday at the welfare board.
You did?
Sure. We had a long talk.
Don't listen to him, Mother. It's a trick to get you off your guard.
On the level.
He's right. Look, Mrs. Bennett, hasn't the Sentinel given your husband every possible break?
We're the only newspaper that hasn't gone after Mr. Bennett hammer and tongs.
Yes, I did notice that. But
Can't you see my mother's very tired?
Oh, Mrs. Bennett, the Sentinel wants to help you, honest. But if you keep on being secretive about things...
I can't tell you anything more.
Okay. I'll grab my hat and scram.
Hey, what's that?
Why, it's a letter. Addressed to you, Mother.
It must have been under my hat.
But it has no stamp. I'm certain it wasn't there before.
What's it about?
Oh,
Mother.
What's wrong? Hey, Lowry, look at the top of that letter.
Wow. The seal of the Green Hornet.
I don't understand. Why should the Green Hornet write to me?
Now, let me see that letter.
Now, wait a minute.
Don't be so suspicious. We're not going to burn it.
Well, I'll be. Mrs. Bennett, according to this letter, you've already paid $25,000 ransom to the Green Hornet.
But that's not so.
And what about this? It says pay to me and my partner. Don't tell me the Hornet's working with someone else.
It's not true.
I haven't paid any money. It's some crank.
No, ma'am. I've seen plenty of Green Hornet notes. This is no fake.
But it can't be. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying.
Let me take this note.
You can't publish that.
Use your head. This'll help your father.
Sure. If the Green Hornet's got him, then maybe the cops won't be so positive he skipped out himself.
I don't care what you do. Only please get out.
Okay. Come on, Clicker.
Don't worry, Mrs. Bennett. It can't harm your husband. And boy, what a story.
Leaving his mask and gun in the car, Britt Reed, once more the presentable publisher of the Sentinel, walked into a drugstore and entered the phone booth.
Yeah, Tinker should be at his home. If he doesn't answer there, I'll try his office. Got to arrange for him to call on Murdoch.
Hello?
Your pal Murdoch is pulling a double cross. There'll be an extra out about it in a few minutes.
What are you talking about? Who is it?
Take a look at that extra. All right, Cato, now you get to a phone. Call Murdoch and keep his line busy. After that extra comes out, I don't want Tinker to be able to get Murdoch on the phone. Stay on the phone till you hear me in Murdoch's home and join me there. It's right around the corner. Now get going.
Sentinel, Hornet X3. Hornet sends ransom note to Bennett family.
But I tell you got the wrong number. This is the 5th time you've called. Well, look it up, then.
Hang up, Murdoch.
Huh? Who the devil
I
is?
said hang up.
What's this, a stick-up?
Take a good look, Murdoch. Yeah, I'll move into the light.
Why, I've seen pictures of that mask. You're the Green Hornet.
Seen the paper, Murdoch?
Then have you plugged me with that gun? I'm keeping my
Read
eye.
it.
Yeah. Okay. Green Hornet sends...
How do you like it?
Collected $25,000 from... Who's your partner? It says here...
Partner? Who do you think?
Tinker wouldn't be fool enough.
No.
But the sap pulling a bonehead play like this.
Maybe he figures 25,000 extra is worth going after.
Say, Tinker didn't tell me nothing about you, Hornet.
Why should we tip you off?
What are you doing here?
See what that ransom note says about Bennett?
You mean about him going to be released?
Do you think he will be?
He can't be released. That ain't the plan.
Maybe Tinker figures the same thing applies to you.
You're in with Tinker.
Why else would I be here?
Huh?
Why should Tinker cut you in on a charity graft? With you out of the way like Bennett, he can grab it all for himself.
What? No. Listen, Hornet. Let me call Tinker.
He's not at home.
But then
where else would he be?
If he ain't home, he must be out at the farm with Bennett. I'll fix it up. He can't cut me out.
Go on that phone. You're not calling anybody.
Listen, Hornet. I'll stay out of it. I don't want nothing.
You yellow, crawling crook.
He sent you over to get rid of me. But you don't have to. I don't want none of the dough. Put the rod down.
You're shaking, Murdoch.
No! Don't hit it! Stop it! Got it. Gas.
And gas will hold him for a few minutes. When he comes to, we'll go after Tinker. I made sure he believes Tinker's at the place where Bennett is held prisoner. I'll take care of Tinker. If he's been unable to get Murdoch on the phone, he'll be here any second. Cato, you've been watching the door?
Yes, sir. Someone coming now.
Good. Stand beside the door, Cato. Give him a chance to see me before you do the job.
I understand.
You ready, Cato?
All ready.
I've been trying to get you on the phone, Murdoch. Have you seen the Sentinel? Yes, he saw it. Well, you're not Murdoch. Green Hornet. Then it's true Murdoch is double-crossing.
No. Gas. My throat. What?
Grab his arm. He's going with us. What do we do? Murdoch will recover soon. He'll head for the farmhouse then. We follow and get Tinker there with him. In my throat. Where am I? In my home. The Green Hornet came here to finish me, but I'm still alive. So Tinker wanted to get me out of the way, too. But I'll fix him. Go out to the farm. Take care of him. He won't expect to see me. Take a gun. Try to double-cross me, huh? Here we are, Cato. As we figured, Murdoch led us right here to the farmhouse where Bennett is kept. Yeah, there's Murdoch's car up ahead. Yes, sir. We'll take Tinker out now and put him in the back room of the farmhouse where Murdoch will find him. You call the police so they'll be here soon. Yes, sir. And I'll stay around to make sure Murdoch doesn't start using that gun before they get here. Once the police find Bennett, they'll get the whole story. Gotta go slow. Can't let Tinker trap me. Not after I got out of his first scheme to bump me off. He won't get a second chance. Put on the lights. Who is it? Help me. No, it's just you, Bennett. Where's Tinker? I've seen nobody. How long are you going to keep me tied up here, Murdoch? You can't... Don't lie to me, Bennett. Where's Tinker? Where's the Green Hornet? I don't know what you're talking about. Talk to me that way, will you? Well, I'm staying right here until Tinker shows up. He figures he's finished me. Now he'll come for you. I'll put out the light and wait for him. While Murdoch waited, Tinker, in another room, recovered consciousness. I'm in the farmhouse. Realizing where he was, he moved stealthily through the old house until he reached the room where Bennett was tied. He opened the door. Is anyone in here? I've been expecting you, Tinker. Murdoch. Yeah. You and your pal thought you could double-cross me and grab all the dough, didn't you? What? You sent the Green Hornet around to my place to put me on a spot, huh? But it didn't work. What are you talking about? The Green Hornet was working for you. Is that the best talking you can think of? Don't try to pull a wool over my eyes, Murdoch. If I ever get to the police... Shut up, you. I know when I'm being double-crossed, Tinker. Now, see here. You listen to me. Figured by this time I'd be finished, huh? You ain't satisfied with our neat little scheme to grab off a couple $100,000 from the welfare board and pin the rap on Bennett. You were the one who wasn't satisfied. You calling the Hornet, not me. Talking won't do you no good. Put down that gun. Pray me, will you? No such thing. I didn't... This gun doesn't have gas, Tinker. When I take care of you and Bennett, I'll find that Green Hornet and... Drop it, Murdoch! The police. Let's get out of here.
I'll take him.
Thank the Lord you got here.
Don't move, Tinker. Search him. Why, you... Try to get past me, will you?
Good work, Doyle.
Mr. Bennett, are you all right?
Yes, if you'll untie me. I demand that you arrest Murdoch. He's tried to shoot me.
Sure we'll arrest him. And you, too. It was Tinker's idea kidnapping Bennett. You can't pin that on me.
There's plenty on both of you as soon as Bennett starts talking.
Take these guys out. Get moving. Little cell waiting for you, babies. Put the cuffs on.
Officer, these two men have been milking the charity fund. They kidnapped me, so I would be blamed.
We'll have you out of these ropes in a jiffy, Mr. Bennett. When you make your official statement, we'll have them cold.
Hey, Clicker, how about some pictures?
I got plenty, Lowry.
How we got to get them into the newspaper? I can't phone the story, but you can't phone pictures.
Doyle, be a sport and lend us one of your cars.
Nothing doing. Them's police cars.
Oh.
Hey, Lowry, get your hand out of my pocket. What are you doing?
The car keys, Doyle. I'll give them to you tomorrow.
Attaboy, Lowry.
Come on, Clicker.
Lowry, Clicker, come back to them keys.
Come on, Doyle. See you in the papers.
Lowry, the way you took those keys out of Doyle's pocket, I could kiss you.
Save it for my birthday, Clicker. Come on. Let's get the story in with pictures. Graph smash! Bennett cleared! Extreme Pepper! Tinker and Murdoch indicted! Green Hornet to alert! Central Extreme Pepper!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated.
UPN Tuesday. Thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, the local sheriffs were unable to preserve law and order, and in many districts, vigilante committees were organized. But the masked rider of the plains fought the principle upon which they were founded. He knew that justice and violence could not exist together, and his strength and courage were always on the side of right against might. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Argus Falls. There's going to be trouble. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
A manhunt was taking place in the broken country to the north of Argus Falls. Half a dozen grim-faced horsemen rode with one hand on the reins of their mounts and the other on their guns, ready for instant action. The quarry was a man on foot, wounded, almost exhausted, who seized whatever cover offered momentary refuge, and who so far had avoided discovery and death only by a supreme effort inspired by terror. Finally, however, not even the desire to live could drive him farther. Stumbling, he sank to his knees, made one effort to rise again, then threw himself flat against the earth. His breath came in sobbing gasps. He heard the hunt come closer, but he could not move.
Can't go farther. Can't. They'll find me, kill me. No, I don't care. Can't. Why this have to happen? Why? I can't figure it out. Why to me? Oh, if they just wouldn't see me. If they just ride on.
Suddenly, the yells of the horsemen stopped for the length of a heartbeat before breaking out again in rage and surprise. They'd caught the distant thunder of racing hooves. The hunted man half raised his head and stared. The thunder of approaching hooves grew louder. A great stallion whose coat gleamed like silver swept out of the west. Upon his back, a recklessly riding masked man whose cry went ringing through the hills.
Come on, Silver! On, Silver! On!
What? A masked man. He's coming this way. He's seen me.
Follow that fellow! Get up! Shoot him down! Hurry, old fellow! Hurry!
The masked man rode on. The startled band of horsemen emptied their guns at him, but the very fury of their attack spoiled their aim. Suddenly, the masked man leaned far from his saddle toward the ground, his arms outstretched. And the next moment, the figure that had lain exhausted upon the ground was across his saddle, and the great white stallion raced on, challenging pursuit.
Come on, old fellow! Come on, boy! Hurry, old Silver!
Several miles away, the masked man drew his mount to a stop. Oh, hold there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, hold there.
Well, stranger, they've outdistanced those fellows. They're out of sight.
How could anybody hope to keep up with a horse like this? And
why were they after you?
You saved my life, mister, but just now I'd rather not talk.
You're in a bad way.
I was shot up some.
And you need attention. Where can I take you?
Friend?
Yes?
There's just one place I want to go now. Just one fellow I want to see.
Who?
The parson. The Reverend Matt Whitcomb. If so be it you knew him.
Know him? I know him well.
And you'd take me there? To the parsonage? Without asking questions?
Of course.
Mister, you're one in a million.
We'll be there in an hour. Hold to the saddle. Come on, Silver. Come on, old fellow. Come on.
When they had reached the parsonage by a roundabout route, the minister agreed to take care of the wounded man. And while he was getting him to bed, the Lone Ranger waited in the living room. Half an hour later...
I'm glad you did leave.
You examine his wounds. Will he live?
What he needs most of all is rest. The wounds aren't as bad as they appear.
Fine.
I suppose you're wondering who he is. Why those men were hunting him down.
Yes, naturally.
His name is Stagg Phelps. He asked to be brought to me because he's a stranger in the district, and I knew him years ago in another section.
I see.
He's told me what happened. In confidence, of course, but when I explained to him who you are, he agreed it would be best for you to know.
Yes?
A wagon carrying a family of overland emigrants was attacked on the trail to Cumberland. The motive, no doubt, was robbery. But every member of the family was murdered and the wagon burned.
Again?
Yes, this isn't the first time that's happened by any means.
But how did Stagg...
Stagg tells me he came upon the wagon while it was still in flames. I know him, to be honest, and I don't question his story. He dismounted, and while examining the wagon, he was suddenly set upon by a party of horsemen who mistook him for the criminal responsible.
You'll vouch for Stagg's word?
Completely.
Go on.
Stagg escaped by leaving his horse behind. He was hit by bullets several times, but swam the river while the men on horses chose to cross by way of the ford. It took them longer and made it possible for him to evade them until you arrived. There's no question but what he would be dead now if it weren't for you.
I heard the firing from the hills. From up above there, I could see Stagg running where those on a level with him couldn't.
You'll give me your word you'll tell no one that Stagg's here.
As long as you vouch for him, of course. Feelings running high over these holdups and murders. Stagg was discovered under suspicious circumstances. I'm afraid if he were found, he'd never live to stand trial.
Exactly. There's just one good thing about this.
Yes?
He's almost certain he couldn't be recognized again by those fellows. He was standing with his back to them when they attacked. He didn't look around. He just dived across the wagon, made for the river, and kept going.
Good for him.
I suppose, though, they know they hit him. They'll be looking for a man with gun wounds. He won't be completely safe until they're healed or he can get out of the district unobserved.
Can he travel?
If it's necessary after he's arrested, yes. But I wouldn't advise it.
Then keep him here.
I intend to insist on that.
And tell him if he stays until I've finished, he'll be able to leave without suspicion.
You mean that you and Tonto...
Tonto isn't with me. He's going to visit his tribe.
Wait. You can't go after those killers alone. You mustn't...
Matt, I am going after them. I'm going after them alone, and I'll get them.
No, now listen to me.
Adios.
Come back. Gone. If all who fought for justice had his courage, the West would be a better place to live in.
Come on, Silver, come on!
In the meantime, however, the band of men who had been hunting stag stumbled on the Lone Ranger's trail. When they had reached the straggling outskirts of Argus Falls, they began a systematic search.
Here's first place, men. Inside, come on.
All right.
You're the boss who will find this. Don't make trouble, folks. We're looking for a killer. All right, fellas. When you find him, shoot him on sight.
You right them to us, Rocky. First sight.
To your saddles, men. There's the next place ahead. He can't be far. We'll hunt him out if we have to search the whole town. Get up there. Get up there.
Asking permission of no one, not even stopping to report to the sheriff, the band reined in at each cabin it came to, forced its way inside, made a hasty but thorough search, then rode on. The cabin of Jack Whitcomb, the younger brother of the minister, was directly in the path of the searching party. Inside the cabin, Jack was seated on the edge of a cot, sullenly refusing to answer the anxious questions of his wife.
Bill, there's no use keeping at me. I'm not going to tell you anything.
But Jack, you've been shot in 3 different places.
Well, what of it? They're just scratches. They don't amount to anything.
Aren't you going to tell me how it happened? Did you fight with someone? Jack, I don't even know where you were last night.
Ooh, just around.
I do know you were drinking again.
Can't a fellow drink once in a while?
Jack, I don't think anyone should ever, but if it were just once in a while, I think I could stand it better. But it isn't. You drink almost every day, and you never know when to stop.
No, quit pecking at me.
Don't you care whether you hurt me or not?
Oh, sure I do, Bill, but gee, you
how
always...
it looks for the brother of the minister to be drinking so much that he can't even hold a job.
Huh? Say, do you think I'd be hanging around the cafe so much if I could find something to do?
You won't find work there.
Well, I tell you
You'll
that...
find nothing but trouble, as you should know. Look at you. Just look at you. Oh, Jack, you should be ashamed.
Oh, now, honey, listen.
I'm ashamed. I wish we'd never come west. I wish we'd stayed back east where we belong.
Oh, Belle, please, don't cry. Oh, please don't cry, honey.
Jack, you... Oh.
Hey, what the... Bust in on you folks like this, Jack. We're looking for a certain skunk, and we can't give him warning. Search the place, fellas.
All right.
Won't take long, then we'll... You've been shot.
Rocky, I was...
How'd you get that wound?
Oh, my shoulder.
Rocky, that's Jack. Look.
Yeah, you stay out of this. Talk up, Jack, and talk blame fast. Where'd you get them gunshots? Huh? Where?
Take your hand away. And get out of this cabin. I don't have to tell you anything, and I'm not. Go on, get out, all of you.
You ain't explaining, fella?
Not to you or anybody. Get out.
Boss, it's him.
A rotten killer.
Take him, boys.
Oh, get back and leave me alone, I tell you. Get back. Hey, let go.
What are you doing? Leave my husband alone. Stop it.
Damn, they're trying to interfere. Boys, take him outside, put him on a horse.
Let go, Rocky, wait. What are you going to do with me?
Give you what any killer ought to have.
I reckon not.
The sheriff.
Sheriff, make these men let Jack go.
Now, look here, Sheriff.
Rocky, shut up. I've been getting complaints about you and your men here. Seems like you've been making mighty free in folks' homes without doing much to explain yourselves. Don't you think if you was after somebody, it'd been better for you to come to me first?
We didn't want to give him the chance to get away.
But we got him now, Sheriff.
You can't do
Just a second, Jack. Bring him in here, boys.
All right, you can.
Now then, Rocky, what makes you think Jack's the fellow you want?
It's him, all right. He's been shot, and he won't tell how.
And he's dressed just like the skunk we're after.
I'm not the one you...
How'd you get them wounds, Jack?
Well, I don't have to say.
Mean you won't?
Yes.
I ain't saying I approve of the way they went about it, Jack. But if these fellas claim you're the man they're after, why, it looks right bad for you. There won't be no lynching as long as I'm on the job. But you'll have to come along with me to jail.
Well, what am I charged with?
Ain't they told you?
Well, all I know is that they meant to finish me off.
Well, there's been more immigrants killed, Jack. I guess you'd better say goodbye to Belle here.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The following day, the Lone Ranger, without his mask or wearing a disguise, rode slowly toward the parsonage. The minister rode at his side and...
I'm afraid there isn't much I can say for Jack. He's my brother, and I think the world of him. But no one knows his weaknesses better than I do.
The West isn't the place for him. He should return east.
I've told him that. If he can be cleared of this charge, he's promised me he will.
The sheriff really believes him guilty?
What else can he think? It's obvious he's been in a gunfight. And he answers Rocky's description of the man they surprised at the burning wagon. Perhaps if Jack had told the truth immediately, he might have been given the benefit of the doubt. He didn't, though, and naturally the sheriff believes the story he tells now is simply an alibi made up to cover the circumstances.
And there's no way of checking his story?
How? Jack was drinking so heavily that night he doesn't remember where he was or who he fought with. Of course, he wasn't in August Falls. If he had been, someone would have known of the affair. And Jack doesn't recall enough of the fight itself to tell us where to look.
In other words...
Yes?
You can't prove your brother isn't the man Rocky tried to capture without telling the law Stag's the man it wants.
Exactly. The life of my own brother is at stake. I could save it by telling what I know. But I can't speak because I've given Stag my word to keep silent.
And I can suggest just one thing.
And that?
We'll be at the house in a moment. You and I will go inside. Tell Stag what's happened and show him why he must free you from your promise. I think he will when he understands. I'll give him my word that he'll come to no harm because of it.
You really think he'll do it?
He's half the man you claimed he is, yes.
I couldn't talk without his permission. If I did, I'd be betraying his trust.
Here we are. Oh, Silver.
Oh boy.
Yep. Don't worry about it.
Yes, but...
You'll find that Stag won't ask you to risk Jack's life. Stay there, old fellow. I'm sure of it.
I certainly hope you're right.
That's his room?
Yes. This way. Stag, it's Matt. I brought the Lone Ranger with me to...
This room's empty. He's gone.
But where? How?
Look there.
The window's open.
That's the way he went. He wouldn't be seen from the trail. Here. What's this?
What did you find?
He left you a note, Matt. Shall I read it?
Please.
Parson, I've rested, so I'd better get on. I'll make it out of the district somehow, so don't let that fret you. I couldn't stay on knowing the trouble you'd get in if they found you'd been hiding me. I know you'd try to keep me anyhow, so I'm going while you aren't around. And thanks for not telling about me. You and that masked hombre are what I call real men. Adios. And that's all of it, Matt.
Good.
And on foot. There's not one chance in 1,000 of finding him and bringing him back.
He thought he was doing me a favor.
Yes.
He didn't know about Jack.
Of course not.
And now, unless he returns, I can say nothing.
Who's that?
Eh?
Someone just rode up. Hey, Matt, it's Rocky.
You know home, Parson? Hi. Anybody in there?
What does he want?
That's hard to tell.
Oh, howdy, Parson. Howdy, stranger.
You wanted to see me?
Yeah, I thought I'd better. Just wanted to explain how it was I had to turn your brother over to the law. Weren't no hard feelings on my part, I just...
You'd better come inside.
Oh, thanks.
And I'll be going, Matt.
But,
I have work to do that won't wait. I'll see you later. And while I'm gone, there's something you can do.
Yes?
Too many emigrants going through this territory have been robbed or killed, or both. It has to be stopped. And if the men behind it can't be caught, then the emigrants must be given protection.
They already got the killer, stranger.
That's a matter of opinion. I don't believe they have. There may be more trouble.
What do you mean?
I happen to know that an Easterner by the name of Williams is driving this way with his family. I've heard he's carrying several $1,000s with him in gold. Tomorrow, he'll be covering the same section of trail where most of these other killings have occurred.
You think he's in danger?
I do. Tell the sheriff about him. Tell the sheriff he'd better send a deputy to see that Williams reaches Cumberland safely.
Well, of course I will.
And I'll see you in several days.
Who's that gent?
A friend of mine. You wouldn't know him. Why?
Oh, I just noticed that horse of his outside, that's all.
You did?
Put me in mind of the cayuse that masked crook was riding the other day. Yeah, but of course, if this gent's a friend of yours, Parson, they couldn't be the same.
Come on, come on!
Rocky left the parsonage almost at once, but before the minister could start for the sheriff's office, his brother's wife arrived. He tried to comfort her, but finally...
I'm sorry, Belle, but I must see the sheriff. I won't be long, though. If you want to, you can wait here until I get back.
But, Matt, something has to be done. I've been in town. They're talking of lynching Jack.
We'll prevent that.
But how...
Of course we will. The sheriff won't stand for anything like that. And while I'm in town, I'll talk to the people. They'll listen to me. I know they will. And...
Yes, Matt?
I know Jack is innocent. How I know, I'm not free to tell. But just remember that as long as a man is innocent, there must be a way to prove it. And that way will be found.
But then it may be too late.
No.
How can you say that? How can you be sure?
Because there's someone on Jack's side who's never failed those who have depended upon him, Belle.
Someone on Jack's side?
Yes.
Who?
Wait here until I get back and I'll explain. I'll return as quickly as I can.
Please hurry, please. I'm so worried.
I'll be back in an hour. And then... Who?
Back inside, Parson. You ain't going no place.
Mask.
You was going to call on the sheriff, huh? Well, I reckon you won't. I reckon you'll be staying right here.
But late that night, the Lone Ranger raced toward the sheriff's office. When he reached it...
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, there. Oh. Sheriff! Open up, Sheriff!
Who's there?
A friend, open up.
Just a second. Can't a fellow even get to bed nights without me? Well, I'll be...
Forget this mask, Sheriff. You and I are going to have a talk.
On the following morning, a single covered wagon drawn by two plodding horses slowly made its way over the trail towards Cumberland. Only one man sat on the high wooden seat, but from time to time he turned his head to address someone inside the wagon. The driver paid little attention to his surroundings, trusting his horses to follow the trail. And at length he pulled his broad-brimmed hat down over his eyes and seemed to doze. But suddenly, just as the wagon approached a deep arroyo, the band of armed horsemen broke cover and headed for the trail, firing wildly into the air.
What the Sam Hill?
Pull up before you get killed.
Say, what in tarnation's the matter with you fellas? Want to scare men half to death? What do you want?
Your handle, Williams?
Might be, mister, might be. Then again, it might not. What's it to you?
Don't get to talking too much. Who's inside there?
Now, you look here.
Tell them to climb out here and line up with their hands in the air.
Huh? This a hold-up?
Just figuring it out? Go on, get them out here.
You wouldn't harm them, would you, mister?
Do like I tell you, we'll blast you all.
Wait, mister, if it's cash you're after, I ain't going to give you no argument. You can have all I got.
Boss, don't argue with him.
I ain't.
Let me drill him, huh? Go on, boss. Let me put some lead through him. Then we can help ourselves.
Shut up. Well, Williams, I'm giving you just about 3 more seconds. I don't care whether that's your family under that canvas or not. Get them out here. If you don't...
Huh?
Well, if you don't, maybe you won't never live to reach wherever you're headed for. You'll get what the last folks got that tried to make trouble.
You drillers? You've killed other folks?
Maybe.
Oh, I don't believe it. You're just trying to run a bluff. I don't...
You didn't hear about the wagon found burned up right here in this same trail just a couple of days ago, eh?
You fellas done that?
You bet we did. Now, do like the boss said or get the same.
Gosh, I reckon I'd better. Come on, climb out, folks. These fellas say you have to.
We're a-coming.
What the...
Got those guys.
The sheriff.
Where's the law? Let him have it.
No, you don't.
Let go. You're dragging me off my horse. Watch out.
Boss, I'll get you.
There. That'll take care of you, you skunk. Come on, fellas.
All right,
All right, Rocky. Tell them to surrender or reclaim. Don't fight, fellas. Quit it, I tell you. The masked man's got a gun on me. Stop fighting or you fire.
Come blazing with you. We're getting out of this.
The next will come closer.
Don't shoot again. Don't shoot. I'm giving up. Don't shoot.
Round them up, fellas. The time's good. They've got to keep for a hanging.
Where'd you fellas come from? Rocky, you most likely don't recognize me now that I'm wearing a mask. But I'm the same man you saw yesterday when you called on the minister. That horse. That white horse. That's just what I suspicioned.
It's too late to do you any good. Rocky, when I studied that last holdup, I knew just what had happened.
Why, you...
Quiet it. You and your gang held up those emigrants, robbed, then murdered them. You were making your getaway when you or one of your men must have noticed someone ride up to the burning wagon, dismount, and examine it. He must have been afraid he saw you and could identify you later. So you circled and went back to capture him.
But he saw it.
It must be. I saw your trail. And it explains why you were so anxious to kill the man you accused of the robbery. You were afraid if he'd seen you, his story would make you trouble.
Now, listen to me.
Dead, you could put the blame on him and never be suspected.
You believe this fellow, Sheriff? You believe all this crazy talk?
You just the same as admitted it when you fell into the trap the masked fella fixed for you.
But I tell you,
I told you a wealthy emigrant was coming over this trail, knowing you'd be tempted to rob him. The sheriff got this wagon and a man to drive it. And in case you're wondering, the minister was freed right after your man tied up him and Jack's wife.
Well, you meddling polecat. I'd like to fix you so you'd never meddle with anybody again.
Rocky, I'll just bet you would. But with a rope waiting for you, I reckon you won't. All right, men, let's get these skunks to town. March, you sidewinders! March!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Ordinary Dude Joe is sucked.
Crime doesn't stand a chance against Dick Tracy. Up next.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans, stand by. Here comes Dick Tracy now. This electrically transcribed series of thrilling Dick Tracy adventures is brought to you by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. Those two different delicious cereals that give you trigger-fast energy because they're shot from guns. That's why thousands of happy families enjoy puffed wheat one day and then puffed rice the next. When the selected grains of nourishing wheat and rice are shot from the big guns, they're exploded to 8 times their normal size. That transforms the small, hard-to-digest kernels into crisp, crunchy, nut-like grains of wholesome goodness. All their food energy is retained, but now they're specially easy to digest. You get the trigger-fast food energy you need to be keen and fit like Dick Tracy in breakfast that tastes like a million. Make breakfast more fun for the whole family. Ask Mother now to get you some Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice from the grocer that displays the Dick Tracy headquarters sign. Junior has captured the Purple Rider and is returning to Pitchblende with him and several members of Kyle's gang who are the Rider's prisoners. Meanwhile, Dick Tracy and Pat, en route to the Rider's hideout, meet Junior and his prisoners coming back. When Tracy asked the Purple Rider to unmask himself, the Rider wheeled his horse toward a dangerous cliff, leaped the cliff to the other side with Tracy after him. Dick lassoed the escaping Rider and pulled him from his horse. As Dick rode up to the Rider, the hooded mystery man pulled a gun on the detective and...
I warn you, Rider, don't shoot.
And I warn you, Tracy, not to interfere with me. You didn't heed that warning. All right, I've got you covered now, and I'm not wasting time. The gun backfired.
Well, your hood saved you from a bad wound, I imagine. Here, let's get that hood off you and see what damage has been done. There. Old Man Weir. So you're the Purple Rider.
That's right, Tracy. Now you know.
Huh. That gun gave you some bad burns when it backfired. Well, tell me, why did you attempt all this?
Someone had to do it. None of those miners down in Pitchblende dared put up a fight, and I was as cowardly as the rest until Kyle's men beat me up the way they did. After that, I swore I'd get Kyle, and I would have. If it hadn't been for you.
Well, a lucky thing I did stop you. Or you might have been wanted for murder this time, Weir.
Well, that wouldn't have bothered me. I had to get Kyle out of the way.
That's my job. A job I intend to do lawfully. So you're the Purple Rider, huh? Old Man Weir. I didn't think you'd really pull the trigger of that gun. If it hadn't backfired, I'm afraid I wouldn't be here now.
I shouldn't have done it. I was crazy, I guess. All I knew at the moment was I had to get away. I couldn't let you take me. Well, you got me now.
Yes, and I think we better get you down to Pitchblende as quickly as possible. You'll need first aid for those burns.
I'll say this, whether you believe it or not. If I had hurt you, and if that gun hadn't backfired, I would never have forgiven myself.
Oh, Dick! Dick! Everything all right?
Yes, Pat. Look here. Meet me at the base of this cliff. You stay on your side, and I'll stay over here until we get to the bottom. No sense risking our necks trying to cross again.
Okay. See you down below.
One moment, coming.
Miss Trueheart?
Yes?
You don't know me, but may I come in? It's important that I have a word with you.
Certainly. Please come in.
Thank you.
Yes?
My name is Shelby, Professor Acton Shelby.
Professor Shelby. Yes, Professor?
Miss Trueheart, I need your help and the help of your fiancé, Dick Tracy.
Well, Mr. Tracy is away now. He's handling a case in Pitchblende in the Yukon.
Yes, I know that. And that's why I've come to you. Miss Trueheart, you've got to prevail on Mr. Tracy to come back to the city at once.
Perhaps you'd better explain what this is all about, Professor.
Miss Trueheart, my life is in danger.
Oh, just what do you mean?
I can't tell you too much now. All I can tell you is that I have invented something of incredible value. And because of that, my life is in danger.
You mean there's someone who's trying to take your invention away from you?
Yes.
Well, who is this person?
Miss Trueheart, have you ever heard of the Brain?
The Brain?
It's evident that you have not. I will tell you about him. The Brain, Miss Trueheart, is as ruthless as he is clever. Diabolically clever. There's nothing he cannot get his hands on if he wants it badly enough. And he does want my new invention.
Have you gone to the police about this?
Miss Trueheart, if anyone is to protect me, if anyone is to save my invention for humanity, it must be only one person. And that person is Dick Tracy.
I see. Well, I'll try to help you.
How quickly can you get in touch with him?
I'm afraid that would take a few days, Professor. You see, he's living in a primitive mining town now. There are no telegraph offices and no telephones. The best I can do is to write him a letter and explain your situation.
Then I beg you do that. Tell him to come back just as quickly as he can. I'll try to hold out against the Brain until he gets here. But I must have his help. No one else will do.
I understand. Very well, Professor Shelby. I'll write to Mr. Tracy immediately.
Oh, thank you. Here is my address. Will you get in touch with me the moment you hear from him?
Certainly I will.
Good. And now, good night, Miss Truth.
Good night. I'd better write to Dick at once. And I think perhaps I'd better write in code.
All right, men, quiet, please. Quiet. Boys, I've asked you to meet me here tonight because there are a few things I have to say to you.
Go ahead, Mr. Tracy. We're listening.
All right, I won't waste words. I've been here in Pitchblende for some time now, and I've been doing all I can to free you from the vicious grip that Vernon Kyle has upon you and this town. But, boys, you haven't done your share. In my work here, I've run into obstacles I never expected to encounter. And many of those obstacles have been put there by you yourselves.
Now, hold on, Mr. Tracy. We don't know what you're talking about. We're for you, not against you.
Yes, I know that, boys. But you're for me in what I might call a negative way. There's only one way to rid this country of Vernon Kyle.
Yeah, what's that, Tracy?
You boys must find the courage to stand up in court and testify against him. Kyle has threatened and terrorized you into signing away over 50% of your claims. Those who have offered resistance have been beaten. Several have been killed. And still, we haven't the evidence to convict Kyle. All because you boys here, who can supply that evidence, are afraid to appear in a court of law and tell what you know. Now, I don't like to say this, but to put it bluntly, boys, I think it's because you're afraid.
You're right. We are afraid.
Sure we are. All right, then. How long is this going to go on? I'm here to help you, to organize ways and means of putting Kyle where he belongs. And make no mistake about it, it can be done.
Well, maybe it can, and maybe it can't.
I'm afraid you're barking up the wrong tree, Tracy.
We've learned our lesson.
Say, Dick, do you think it'd be all right if I said something to these men?
Certainly, Junior. Man, just a minute. Yeah? My Ward Junior has something he wants to say to you.
Well, gee, fellas, it may sound foolish and all, but I just want to tell you what I've been thinking about. Back in the States, I've read about the men of the Yukon. What fearless, courageous fellas they were. Well, gee, I thought they really were something, and, well, I still think they are really something. But, well, they can't all be afraid of just one man. They can't now, can they?
It's not just one man. It's a mob. Whole gang. Yeah.
Men, do you realize that this boy here is the one who captured the Purple Rider and 4 of Kyle's gang? Having the odds against him didn't worry him. And the odds really aren't against you, if you'll just make up your minds to fight.
Capture the Purple Rider? We'll see.
Oh, what I did has got nothing to do with it.
Yes, it has to. Boys, he kept that rider at bay with nothing but a broken stirrup. Now, we ain't going to let no kid be braver than we are we?
Now, that's the way to talk. No one on earth can lick an old sourdough of the Yukon once he makes up his mind to fight.
Here, you tell him, Tracy.
Yeah, we've let Kyle get away with murder, but it's got to stop.
We'll show the kid. Let's get Kyle for Junior, fellas. All right, come on. Let's go down and get Kyle right now. Let's drag him out of that Morning Star Hotel of his and string him up.
No. Wait a minute, boys. Wait a minute. That's not the way to do it. Mob violence isn't the answer.
Well, what is the answer?
Go into court and testify. Swear that Kyle terrorized and threatened you. Will you do that?
You bet we will.
Good. I'll go down right now and get Kyle myself. Come along, Pat.
Right with you, Dick. What about me, Dick?
You wait here, Junior. If I'm not back in half an hour, you get the Mounties together. I'll need them.
Right.
And good work, Junior. You certainly inspired them to act.
That was a fine speech. Speech? Did I make a speech? Gee.
All right, Pat. Let's get going.
Right.
Hey, shut up, you guys. Kyle wants to say something.
Boys, we're getting out of pitch blende.
Pulling out? You don't mean it. You don't mean we're pulling stakes and clearing out.
Yeah, that's just what I do mean.
But you got things sewed up in this town, Kyle.
I mean, I had them sewed up. This place is getting a little too hot for us, boys.
Tracy got you worried, Kyle?
Well, he's out to get us. I'm not so sure now that he can't do it. Those miners are having another meeting tonight.
Yeah, and there was a time when they'd be scared to have a meeting.
Well, what we'll do is clear out. Lay low for a while. We got plenty of money.
Well, I'm sick of this burg myself anyway. When do we leave?
As soon as I give the word. There are a couple of things I want to clear up before we do leave.
What kind of thing?
Well, for one thing, there's the bank.
What about the bank?
That's where the miners keep all their money, ain't it? There's a good $50,000 or $60,000 waiting in that bank for the first taker. Yeah, and we're going to take it.
You mean a stick-up?
I mean a stick-up. We're going to do that tomorrow night. Now, there's one other thing.
Yeah?
Tracy. I'm going to get Tracy if it's the last thing I do. He's been the cause of all this trouble. He's the guy that forced me out of pitch blende. Nobody does that to Vern Kyle and get away with it.
Oh, boss. I got something for you.
Yeah, what is it, Chuck?
I was just down at the post office getting the mail, and I happened to see this letter addressed to Tracy.
Oh.
I slipped it in my pocket when the postmaster wasn't looking.
Yeah. A letter, huh? Return address, Tess Trueheart, 19 Grove Street. Yeah. Say, maybe we better have a look at this.
What will happen now? With Tracy on his way to arrest Kyle and Kyle vowing vengeance against the great detective, almost anything can happen. And what about that intercepted letter from Tess Trueheart? Well, here's a pleasant surprise. Here comes Miss Trueheart with Junior now to attend our Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting, brought to you by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those specially delicious, nourishing cereals that are shot from guns to give you lots of trigger-fast food energy.
The meeting will now come to order, and today we're all happy to have Miss Tess Trueheart, president of our National Girls Division, with us.
Thank you, Junior. I just had to be here on official patrol badge day.
Say, wasn't it a great sight to see all the patrol members wearing their badges at the same time?
It was thrilling, Junior. And didn't the new Girls Division badges look smart?
Well, they certainly did, Miss Trueheart. But the most impressive thing was to see what exceptionally fine boys and girls we have in the patrol.
Yes, and to see how many swell fellas and girls belong to the patrol.
It looked as though every real, wide-awake, adventure-loving boy and girl in the country was a member.
Well, hundreds of thousands of them do belong to the patrol, but there are thousands who haven't joined yet. And Dick Tracy wants every courageous, red-blooded boy and girl who stands for law and order to be a member of his patrol.
You bet. So listen, patrol members. Let's show Dick Tracy the sort of stuff we're made of. Let's get all our friends to join the patrol now.
And if you aren't a member of the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol or the National Girls Division, join now. Be one of the fine boys or girls that Dick Tracy is so proud of.
You know, it's very easy to join. There are probably some of those famous red and blue packages of Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice in your pantry right now. Now, just tear off the top panel that says, 3 wrappings guard its crispness. And then print your name and address on a plain piece of paper, and also print the word boy if you're a boy, or girls division if you're a girl, at the top of the page. Put it in an envelope with 2 Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice box tops, or one of each, and mail it to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago. Now, if there isn't any Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice in the pantry now, ask Mother to get you a package of each at the grocer's right away. Remember, those 2 delicious cereals are shot from guns to give you lots of trigger-fast food energy. Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by for another exciting electrically transcribed Dick Tracy adventure tomorrow at the same time. There goes Dick Tracy now. That is all.
Bye.